Hello and welcome, YouTubers. We're doing an all-day building stream. I'm running ads on Twitch, so eventually I'm going to be making a pop-up that is going to indicate whether or not ads are running. It's going to pop up in the middle of the screen, and then I'll kind of stop talking about stuff. I'll stop talking about stuff, and we'll let the ad play out. Every hour we get a 3-minute, and we're going into another one soon. So this idea light over here should light up orange for it. Where to get bother flavored wire wrapping wire? I generally, for me it's Amazon, because I live on top of an Amazon warehouse. They installed like a sub-basement here just for the torture of human beings, and they all work down there in order to sort out all the various kitchen appliances that I will use once or twice. 30 gauge wire wrap wire. That's it. That's the secret. And then basically not these. You want solid core, and generally these are the ones that literally just say wire wrapping wire on them are what I use. And it just says wire wrapping wire. What up, Horus? How's it going? How you going? How you do? How's it? What are you? How are you? What? We're sorry, your call cannot be completed as dialed. Anyway, that's just what I do. Like these big reels of it, you get so much of it, you don't really need that much. But that's $10. Are you kidding me? I guess the generic wire wrap with various colors in it is cheap, but this looks like a big knot. But that's what I use. That's all I use. And then the wire wrapping tool. There's a couple of them, and the one when we actually get into it, we're going to be using the better wire stripper for this. Boy, oh boy, there's a lot of weird stuff. That's a lot of weird stuff. I guess the one that I use is not that available anymore. The initial results were probably fine. Yeah, this is the wrong tool. This thing, these do fine. These are fine. Any wire wrapping tool you get is just fine. There's not like a good one, to my knowledge. I don't know about this. I've never tried those, the automatic ones. Something like this is probably fine. And then wire wrap stripper. You always need company when you're doing wire wrapping, so you need a stripper with you. The good one I can't find. I don't know where you'd be able to find it these days, but there's one that pinches from both sides. I think I have that in the drawer here. Yeah, here it is, this one. So the ST500 from Jonard Tools. Boy, there's somebody who got made fun of in high school. This one allows you to adjust how much you're stripping, and it has a little guillotine on the end there, so you stick your wire into that until it hits the thing, and then you strip it, and you always get consistent results with this. The wire wrapping tool that I have comes with a stripper. You can use fingernails, you can use teeth. I wouldn't suggest using teeth, because it makes a little weird gap in the front teeth, and I have that. But yeah, Twitch needs to allow you to edit comments. I don't know, it's not that much of a galf. I've had the same two spools for 15 years working on consoles. Yeah, and it's not even half gone. It's gotten higher in price from 4 years ago. Yeah, and the thing is, like, you order it and then you just have this like insane amount of this thing still is full. It's still full. I've had this for the duration of the stream because we use this stuff to make little circuit boards. You solder that wire. It's not the best to solder, but it does solder. So, welcome everybody. We're gonna have a building stream just because things have come to a head, and I've got several modules that need stuff. They need to be populated with parts, and so we're just gonna have like a chill soldering stream today. Broken chicks and solder knee. What are you saying? Yeah, we're not doing BTS today. We should be, but we're not. I need to get into it. I've been learning the 505. The 505, the humble 505. It's 9:30. I can turn on the track lights. Boom. Hey, now those will stay on. Node Red was saying, no, 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 no. You said turn them off until 9:30. Oh, it's a System of A down. Guys, I know I get like a lot of references, but there's some things I don't get. I have to assure you that if you're referencing like Cheers, sometimes I'll know what you're talking about. But if you like System of A Down, I don't really listen to metal that much. So I've been trying to learn the 505. It is like another language. You feel like an alien when you stop using it because you start learning all the sequencing and stuff. And it's like you stop using it and you talk to a real person and you're like, what? I apparently have 17K, so I suppose I can do this. I don't know. You made Willow bark. Is the 505 fully functional? It is fully 100% functional. 3/4 of all the switches were dead. Seriously, 3/4 of all the interface switches were dead. I don't know what they did with this thing. If it sat in like a music shop window where people would like spit on it as they walk by or something, or was it in the rain? I don't know. But 3/4 of all the buttons on this thing were dead, and I probably could have sourced them from Alibaba. What's up, Haystack? How you doing? All of these specialty switches, the rubbly buttons, needed to be replaced, and a majority of all the buttons, only one knob was dead. All the others worked just fine. So they're on the slate for dying in the future. The screen, I needed to make a 3D printed bracket. The previous owner used a big pile of hot glue to keep the character LCD in place. The character LCD on the 505, it is a green backlit LCD display that does character LCD stuff, but it has its own special pinout from the brain board. This thing is meant for live shows, so it's built to be extremely robust. There's one big PCB that does all the interfacing, and then there's a screen that's a separate part, and those go to a main brain board, which is all the outputs in the back. And so what you have is this IDC, not IDC, you have a flat cable, like a flat PCB cable with a certain pinout. That pinout is exactly the same pinout as a character LCD, they're just swapped around. So what they made was a PCB that adapts it and has a lid on it for the LED brightness. And so that thingy-wingy somebody had installed. Somebody installed that adapter board, so I didn't have to find like a potentially very rare board. This thing has been around since 1998, but it is very obsolete now. There are better interfaces, there's better everything. But I wanted the nostalgia and a tribute to a friend of mine, and so that's why I bought the 505. I want to learn how to use the thing, and I've been getting to know it a little bit. Even the guy on Bad Gear, the guy that pans every single thing he reviews, actually liked this. He said it punches above its weight limit, but there's a lot of menu diving, and I can understand that. The menus are weird. They're in, it's some crazy Japanese music device maker made this instrument, and it's a crazy thing. So, but I'm gonna learn it. I'm still learning it. I'm still getting to know it. I've got to make some like test patterns and stuff like that in order to get to know the sequencer. Hopefully you cleaned it too. Yes, it got a bath. It got quite a bit of a bath. But yeah, a lot of the buttons needed replacing. It's all through-hole stuff. There's no surface mount on the main interface board because through-hole stuff, I guess at the time, was way more reliable and easy to get and replace. So they made it all through-hole electronics, which is annoying for me because I'm better at working surface mount. It's much easier when you only have to worry about one side of the board. But all the potentiometers, have anchors. All the buttons are through-hole. But just replacing the buttons was easy enough, and somebody had already replaced the screen. So all I had to do was replace all the buttons. And the AB encoder. The AB encoder was dead. I don't know what the hell happened to it. And the synthesizer place, apparently the through-hole AB encoder, an AB encoder is, whoa, what happened here? We got an injury. There we go. An AB encoder is 2 wires and a common pin, and when you click over in one direction, one will go high and then the other. And if you go the other way, the other will go high and then the other. It will connect to the common pin. That's all an AB encoder is. It just knows if you're going right or left. The AB encoder in the 505 went bad. It's got 4 pins. I don't know what that's all about. And it's like a slightly different design than a typical AV encoder. So, and this is from the synthesizer place in Germany that I ordered the parts, they had the AV encoder, but it's on a different circuit board. And the circuit board adapts it to the 4 pins, and it's a typical surface mount AV encoder. So that was one of the specialty things that ordering from that place got me. So my $75 in parts was not misspent. We would have had to spend a little bit like forum diving and figuring that out. Why can't I find this particular design of AV encoder? Probably because they discontinued it and then they made an adapter board and everything fits perfectly. So that's the advantage of me going to a separate place to get all the parts for that thing. But this works now. I've gone through a couple of the testing cycles. The main computer board that does all the outputs had no issues at all. The wires and cables, no issue at all. I had to tie the ferrule, that little conducting like tube kind of thing that you wrap wires around to keep them from having high frequency interference. I had to tie that down with a zip tie. The previous owner didn't do that when they messed with this thing. They probably had to cut it in order to mess with it. And so when they replaced the LCD, they didn't put it back down. So I was able to take the whole unit and shake it and it went bonk, bonk, bonk. And it's like, that's not supposed to happen. So I tied the ferrule down to one of the circuit boards in there, the power PCB. Other than that, everything went back together swimmingly, and now that thing 100% works. And the first preset on it is the Psytrance 1, which is notorious among musicians that know how to use that thing, and people who have walked up to one of those fucking things in a music store. You press the one button and it goes beyond, and it's like, why does it beyond? Is that what this machine does? This machine goes beyond. No, that's just Psytrance 1, which is one of the most obnoxious presets in existence. That's what's apparently the default on that thing. Bum, 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 bum. So I messed up. I screwed up, chat. I screwed up. I made a mess up. I did a big nasty. I didn't know this was a pack of 5. I ordered 2 packs of 5. I need 1 LM13700 through hole. I have plenty of surface mounts of these. These are the way you do voltage controlled amplifier, fader, whatever in a Eurorack synth. You use the LM13700. So I mean, I guess these will come in handy in the next like 10 years. But I certainly did not need to order this many. Let's get these into a bin. Well, we'll do that later. We'll do that a little later. Yeah, I got a whole bunch of different parts things. This is for the module testing module. These are just surface mount resistors on little tiny PCBs. So the module testing module is going to be a bunch of little tiny PCBs that are double-sided taped to a backing, and then we're going to wire wrap our way around that. But today I would like to build a couple modules. I've been working on the pick and place, the manually operated pick and place. That's what this stuff is in front of you. I just wanted to show you guys this briefly before we actually start building stuff. This is designed to just kind of float, and it's supposed to keep us parallel with the x-axis. There is a little bit of wiggle room. You can see there's a little bit of wiggle room. The bearings aren't, the fittings to the bearings aren't like press fit. They're a tight fit, they're not press fit. That's why we've got a little bit of slop. We'll see if that's acceptable or not, or if I need to actually, if I had a CNC, if I actually like locked in and made a CNC, I could finalize these parts with metal, and then these could be aluminum, and they would be a slight press fit, and then maybe I wouldn't have that slop. But we can probably live with the slop. We can probably live in Slopsville. But what this is designed to do is be light as a feather, and these are slightly less light than a feather, but it allows you to lower the axis. And because I used Heim joints instead of just bearings, it does this. So potentially I might redesign this to use smaller bearings, not these. I wanted to use all skateboard bearings, but that's not really gonna work unless I have like a center, like one single pivot and use those. I could maybe do that, but this is just what I came up with Heim joints, and then I printed this kind of axis adapter in order to get 4 Heim joints on here, keep it from spinning. So there's a bolt through that. You can't really see it. There's a bolt right here that goes into the channel of the rail. So it keeps it from spinning, and then I can adapt that over back to the 2020 rail. The Heim joints, unfortunately, give me slop in every axis, but the one that I'm trying to keep parallel. It's nice and parallel. At least this face is parallel to this face. I don't know anything beyond that. Use it to launch stuff. Willow has blown her coat, so there's dog hair everywhere. So all of that, and I need to figure out what's going to suck up the part. So for sucking the part, we're going to have the tip of a syringe. There's a lure lock valve. You can buy these with threads on them, but they're like $30. The metal one with threads on the end is like 30 bucks, so that's not happening. So I cut the end off of a syringe, and then I have... It's over here, right? Where did it go? Where'd the thing go? How did I lose that already? Is it on the other desk? No, it's not. No, I moved it over here. I brought it over. I brought it over here. Where did it go? Oh, I'm losing my mind. It's right next to the mouse. So I was thinking using these guys, and then I have a tube. This is stainless steel. I should find a brass. I think I have a brass tube, but this can get glued onto the end. I don't want to use glue in a lot of the places on this because eventually I'm going to need to change the parts up because stuff will wear away. But with the lure lock, you can put a syringe tip on it. And so if I have the bearings here for spinning, I do have smaller bearings that'll fit on this tube. So I could maybe use that and make this a little smaller. I don't know if it needs to get smaller, but it would be glue that onto the end of the tube, and then we have our spin axis, right? Because that's important. And then I've got timing belt that I would send back to a handle. So I need a handle coming off of this that I could spin it with. And then on top, I have these fittings. So this is just a quick fit fitting for an airbrush. This is a $14 kit that came with a whole bunch of fittings that I would need to do this stuff. And so that goes on there. This goes on here somehow. And again, that's maybe where the brass comes in. If I have a brass fitting here, I could maybe solder on some kind of a threaded fitting so that that's replaceable. And this gives me the spin that I would need. So this gets some kind of a line that goes back to the air system that would provide suck. It would provide the suction for this whole setup. It's a little tall. This is a little tall. There's probably a better slip fit, but what camera are you going to use? I don't know. I don't know what camera. I have like one of those like little mini endoscope kind of things. So maybe that. I just haven't gotten there yet. We've made progress, just not a lot. But yeah, I've got to figure out what this will probably need to get its own design just to make it a little shorter and compact, because it really just needs to. It needs to sit like right on the front of this. So it may be better if I do, but the problem is if I 3D print this, I need it to have the bottom layer. I may make something that bolts between these and then redo this part so that it stops a little shorter. So I can have something that, I mean, I'm not gonna like bolt it to bolt. I mean, I guess I could do like bolt it to the top and the bottom of this piece of rail. I need a longer tube. Maybe that's the way to do it. Or cut this shorter, cut this to this size, and have the top and the bottom bolt like that. Because I want this 2020 rail here because that's how we mount the dispenser. So there has to be like a needle at like a 45-degree angle for dispensing solder paste, like that. And then this thing would be at a similar height, but you'd take the needle off, so you only have one thing scraping your board at one time. And then a camera on another arm, possibly. There'd be two big tubes running out of this thing. I still got a lot to figure out. Lots and lots to figure out. But I've been kind of honing in on what this should be. I don't know if it should be like this, though. I feel like maybe if I used a belt, and I had a timing thing on both, one of them would lock down, like one would be locked down, and the other one would keep this upright as it moves up and down. Because when you've got two of these things and a belt between them, they'll twist, you know, at the same rate that you're raising and lowering something. So that would be one way to keep this parallel. And then somehow tie that to like a spring axis. I don't know. I'm just thinking about it. All kinds of ways to skin a cat. You psycho. What are you doing with those cats? But yeah. And then, you know, somehow setting that spring tension with an adjustable thing. This thing has an adjustable spring tension. Where is that? Where'd it go? This thing has adjustable spring tension. It's got the Z-axis thumb screw, quote unquote, that adjusts how, I don't know, hungry it is to return. How's it going, Gonad? What time is it over there? It's 2:30. 2:30. I don't know how they're doing it. They're not using the air system to do it, but it's like a spring. This is like a lot. This is a lot. Their little thing here. But I was thinking like if I had an arm with like the timing belt in it, then that would keep it parallel and be adjustably parallel. I could have a little adjustment screw that would allow me to correct for the arm sag. I don't know. I don't want to overthink it, and I've been just like churning through the designs. But like if I used these, I have enough to make like a big, I mean, it would be big, but I could make a big arm with these, and then I could keep it parallel with the timing belt in the middle and just attach them like this. And then I've got this big chunky axis. Everything is big and chunky on this thing. Just a thought. All right, anyway, let's get to building stuff. Let's get to building stuff. How's everybody doing? I'm on early, because we're just going to have kind of a marathon of building circuits together. We're building a couple modular synthesizer modules first, just to kind of wet the palate, right? Just to kind of people solder. That's right. Okay, I got to remember that those emotes don't come through on my. I really need to get the plugin or whatever I need to set in this thing so that I can see, you know, these emotes don't show up in my thing here, and they really should. That's just something that I need to twiddle with the settings in order to get going. Hi, anyway, let's get start soon out of here and get the music out. Get that out, and then we'll get my chill, the Deckard, my definition of chill, out of here. Space Cowboys. Okay, hi everybody, what's going on? I have not seen the idea light come on, and that should have probably indicated, did I hit deploy? I don't think I hit deploy. I still haven't hit deploy. I've been so distracted this morning by you guys. No, I did hit deploy. Okay. So, but we got an ad break, didn't we? It said there was one in 3 minutes, so I was just kind of like, ad starts in 30 minutes. Yeah, so where was my, cool synth circuits, yeah. I keep buying non-linear circuits stuff. I should probably actually just make a, so many fart points. Why are people discovering that they've got a million fart points? Does it give you a lot of points for watching an ad? Is that what happened? Channel ad break begin. Message payload event type. Same thing as like with bits. Payload event type equals bits. Equals ad break begin. That should trigger it. But I didn't see the light do anything, so I let them rack up because I don't like farting. Understandable. So if I... Well, that's not going to have an amount in it. It'll just default to 90 seconds. Yeah, I'm not going to do that right now. We'll wait until there's another ad. Let me turn back on all of my event monitoring here. And, well, it's going to be 30 minutes, so maybe I'll just... Let's turn this off, and we'll see if the light lights up to indicate to me that there's an ad running. If it does, then I can turn it on to turning on a scene. It'll turn on a scene, and the scene will be a big, you know, salty ad break running on the screen, and then I'll know to, you know, STFU and not give advice or give any TTTP techniques. What was the other ones? Training techniques and terminology. I don't know, whatever. Information. Not give any information to you guys. All right, I need to make a little bit of space here. We need to actually space. We need space to work. How's everybody doing today? We're on a it's a super early stream because I'm streaming basically until we're done. It's a long streaming day. I've decided that I need to do a marathon randomly on a random Thursday just to make sure that I am continuing my presence online. Not like leaving presence. That's when you poop somewhere. But continuing my online presence and making sure that people know that Bother's the best. So what we're doing is we're basically just soldering today, and I'm putting together a couple filter modules because Julian's advice to me about my synthesizer is that I need filters. I only have one filter and it's clouds, and I don't even know if it works. So we've got that to do. And then I've also got to work on the module testing module. Now this is going to take way longer than a couple days to do. The module testing module is a comprehensive digital and analog device. It is a piece of instrumentation that will allow me to test modular synthesizer modules. So these filters, I would be able to run a frequency through and actually characterize them a little bit. This thing features automatic tuning. So it'll have a couple voltage references in it, and it will be able to then use those voltage references to make sure that what it's reading is what it's outputting. And the way we're doing it is we are building and 3D printing the front panel and mounting everything for actual use. I have 6 channels that can do input and output, and they can do gates, and they can output gate levels and all that kind of stuff. And then all of this stuff will go to these 2 stacked boards behind this, and the 2 stacked boards are going to be all wire wrapped. Wire wrapping is kind of a fascinating way to connect circuits together without using solder. It also features the ability to stack up the connections. So essentially, I mean, obviously like an 8-layer circuit board is going to be way thinner than all this, but this thing can basically be an 8-layer circuit board. So anything goes, and at a glance, all of the stuff that's operating on your circuit is visible. So this will have to be able to unfold. So it'll have sort of like a big curly Q wire that goes to the next piece so that I can unfold it and build and test it. That reminds me, I need to have a new microphone because my C920 webcam microphone is not happy anymore with me. Well, the C920 is not great. There's probably better webcams out there nowadays. I did a telehealth appointment using the C920, and my doc said that the microphone was okay. It's not okay. It's not something that I am proud of broadcasting with, but in a pinch, I suppose it's all right. I suppose it's all right. I could use one of these bins. How about I just grab this one with all the, yeah, this one has all the defunct 505 parts. This is all the stuff I removed from the 505 that didn't work, and a couple things that still work just in case. So I'm gonna stack this up on that and move this to the other table because we're not working on it yet. I just need a little bit of clear space, and empty space in a shop like this is at a premium, just so that I don't lose everything immediately. Whoa, 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 that's moving around. I don't like it. It's not sitting flat. It wants to just like fall. That's not good. That's not good. Maybe we can just put it to the side. And I can move the air raid siren that we're building. I haven't gotten the motors in the mail, so I'm waiting for the motors in the mail. We can build this, and then we'll hook it up to the channel raid indicator, and I can have something that goes whenever somebody raids. Not quite the submarine dive klaxon, but I don't have the ear space for that. This thing, hopefully we can make slightly quieter than ear damage. I just don't want to damage my ears. I want the fun noises, but I don't want to damage my ears. Yeah. I can't condemn them to that fate. Sir, how could you be so callous? Deploy. This is going to get bigger and bigger for the deploy. It's going to be kind of weird. Okay, hype train we, for some reason, aren't getting. Maybe it's a permission that I need to give it. But, so the chat messages are going to roll in there. Okay, ads in 22 minutes. Okay. So my discoverability, I've decided to enable ads. That's why I've got all these weird doodads that I'm kind of monitoring. It's the first time that I've enabled ads on this channel, and I would like to have IRL indicators of things that are going on. So OBS, I'll be able to activate a scene in that'll say, hey, ads are running, and so Bother can stop talking about specific things so that the people who do not subscribe to my channel still get good content. And the thing is, like, apparently without the pre-roll ads, your discoverability is much higher. People can click around on Twitch and browse channels and find you. And I think that's going to be important. I think that's going to be important going forward because my number of viewers has been kind of tapering off, and it's been getting lower and lower as I continue to get through the projects that I get through. The big cheese, of course, is burn the subs. When we get burn the subs running, we can apply for a front page stream, and then we can get on Twitch's front page for the big celebration of the board working. And it will get working. I've had one previously work. So, by the way, I haven't exactly been idle. I've been very busy in the background in the days that I'm not streaming. Like, for instance, I have labeled the ins and outs of the Teensy 4.0. Yeah, 4.0. That is going to go on the module testing modules. D33, 34, 35, blah, 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 41, ground, D13, A0, et cetera, and then the I2S ins and outs and the voltages and stuff, right? So all that stuff is labeled for when I wire wrap this, so I know what is what and I don't get confused. I get confused. All right, so we're building filters. Yay! So what I bought, and really, honestly, like, I was just looking for generic synthesizer stuff that I could put together. It turns out that philosophically, a lot of the stuff that I'm trying to do with my modular synthesizer aligns with nonlinear circuits. Nonlinear circuits is, I want to say Australian, but I don't know. I don't actually know where they're from. But this person is a PhD in something or other. I don't know what. I really should just, like, look them up and look at who's building all these circuits, because apparently they make one a month. And I found these two little fascinating filters from them. Two little fascinating filters. This is not doing them justice. Here, let's just get in here. Two little fascinating filters, and the whole thing about building a module a month is that you end up rushing a lot of stuff, and that makes them sort of a little bit more human. They're using a lot of analog circuitry and a lot of just basic principles to put these things together. Previously, we made a module called Brain Custard that used a neural network of transistors in order to make various frequencies of waves, and then we made it into a super LFO by changing the resistors and capacitors. And I'm not going to do that with these. These are audio filters as instructed by Julian. So what we have is an LPG, a liquid propane gas, version 5. Version 5 is rather old. This is all through hole, and you can see nonlinear has moved to surface mount, which I prefer. Surface mount is much easier. I really wish that 13700 was surface mount. We would have worked on it easier, or sorry, we would have worked on it earlier as a result. And so I found a place that was selling LM13700s, and I did not know that they were packs of 5. And I've got a bunch of these through-hole ones. I guess these can make their way to breadboard projects eventually. It's going to be a while. But so we've got the main chip now, so I can scrounge together all of the other stuff to build these. There's a couple no-nos that nonlinear circuits kind of does that I don't think that, like, if you were launching into a design, I would heavily recommend that you not do what nonlinear circuits is doing. First of all, nonlinear uses the bad FonkyCon connectors. FonkyCon.co.uk provides these, where are they? I've got some right over here. FonkyCon provides these mono 3.5 millimeter, or for me that's an 1/8 of an inch jack, right? 1/8 of an inch jack. Why are these different numbers? G5, C5, A2. Are they like serial numbers? E6? What's going on there? Anyway, point is they're 3-pin connectors. They're pretty decently survivable on a modular synthesizer, you're not really supposed to have even a copper layer in the middle of the connector. But these things, they work with breadboard, they're easily solderable, they melt pretty easily. The thing about the ThonkyCons, though, that you need to be careful about, the thing about the ThonkyCons is that they have this metal piece, this metal shoulder. So it's a threaded barrel with a square piece in the front with a shoulder. I call this a shoulder. It's this little square shoulder on it, because when you tighten down the nut on the other end of this, on your front panel, it will press against this metal here. On the knockoffs, the ones, I don't know if I have an example. Hold on, do I have an example up here? I removed a couple of them recently, and I kind of kept the examples around just because it is a good example of what goes wrong. I hit the scene button. I accidentally hit the button on my keyboard, and it was OBS was like, oh, switch scenes? Yeah, gotcha. I got you covered, boo. And then it winked at me, and I was like, what? Why'd you do that? I don't think I have an example right in front of me. I tried to. Okay, so the knockoff connectors and the ones that this one is supposedly using, picked up some real ThonkyCons because of you mentioning this. Yeah, that's good on you for doing that. Hold on, I definitely have an example sitting around here somewhere, don't I? I might have rounded them up and thrown them away. Yes, mid-sentence. It's hard to do those cutoff jokes because there's like a delay between my audio, I think. You know, when I try to do like stopping stream mid-sentence, it doesn't happen quite when you think it does. It happens like a little earlier, so sometimes you don't get that cutoff. I can't find one. So the knockoffs don't have that metal shoulder, and if you see the way that these things are built, this ground pin right here, this pin that comes out and meets this, has its own like pad. It's like a square pad with a hole in it, and then this pin is like riveted to it. It's got like, the metal is bent around to capture this pin. So what happens when there isn't a metal shoulder there, you'll tighten down the nut and then it'll extrude that rivet through and just break. And they'll break if you use anything but the lightest of pressure. They break very easily. It's the machine threads can put a lot of force onto this thing. So having that shoulder there allows you to use like a socket when you're putting these on. You can use a socket and you can tighten it to finger tight on the socket. That'll hold everything together kind of permanently, not permanently, but you know, it'll hold everything together through use. If you're going to shows a lot, if you're like a famous musician and you've got your modular set up because you're psychotic, taking that from show to show, the vibration might loosen those after a million shows, I don't know. But you know, just finger tight with a socket is enough for these to generally give you good usage out of it. And plugging it in and unplugging it imparts its own vibration, and that can kind of loosen it. You don't really need the like locking washers or anything like that. Although personally I have, the locking washers keep you from scratching the thing when you tighten it down. They also give you a little bit of vibration stability. They keep the bolt from backing out on vibration. When they get really loose, those locking washers can facilitate unscrewing, but that's like before that, they will provide more vibration stability than nothing. I put nothing in because I 3D print all of my front panels. My front panels are all 3D printed and thick, and so I just do finger tight with the washer and make sure you're using the right kind of thonks and everything will be fine. So that's my little diatribe on ThonkyCons. Having said that, nonlinear circuits gives you these big giant open holes for your ThonkyCon connectors. Two problems that I have with that. One, this is planning for the knockoffs that are maybe cheaper, but they're worse and they break, and then you have to resolder the whole thing. So these big vias I don't like. I would rather have little tiny, you know, regular prototyping board style vias. And then the ThonkyCons would be a little bit more centered, because with these giant open wang jangles here, I now need to print the front panel before I solder in any of these components. The big freaking switch, which I'm sure there's a one with like better leads, but this big old switch, this thing fits in with very little wiggle room because it has big huge connectors on. Even still, that can move around. And if you're talking about the precision of a printed circuit board, like we're talking like 4 decimal places into the millimeters for the placement of these things. The thing about printed circuit boards is they're printed like, what am I trying to say? Our ability to print electronics stuff goes down to the sub-micron level. You know, we're out here measuring with crazy calipers for all of this stuff. And especially in the pieces of software that you'll use to design a board, the precision is unparalleled. If you ever machine stuff like drilling holes and stuff and building like brackets and things like that, the machining tolerances, you're like, whoa, that's super extreme. Bump that up a couple decimal points and you've got the precision of circuit boards. It's actually annoyingly precise. So I'm sure it's a pain in the ass to place these in the right place, and so putting a big stinking via on it and requiring me to dump a bunch of solder in there is the compromise. So what I need is something to hold these in place for my front panel, and then I can actually solder them from behind. But before that, we gotta populate all this stuff, so let's get to that. I keep hearing Donkey Kong. I think that's the intent. So what we have here is a low pass filter? What is that? Hold on. LPG, not liquid propane gas. Wait, did we run an ad? Check my ad thingy. We've got 11 minutes before it starts an ad, and we can test to see whether or not this thing, my Node-RED stuff, actually functions. Low pass gate. Yeah, I think that maybe... Low pass gate. What's it do? Doink. So nonlinear circuits is awesome. You've got these little like how-tos on them. Okay, I didn't talk about the other thing that drives me nuts. So the things that drive me nuts about nonlinear circuits, first of all, you'd think this would drive me nuts, but it doesn't. This is comfortable for me. I love this. The traces are as the crow flies. These are wired together in like 30 minutes. I mean, if you're doing one of these boards a month, you can let go your need for a fancy design on all the traces. The traces are just boom, 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 boom. Like this goes here, this goes there, you know, that goes there. I love it. It's bonkers. It looks crazy, and I love that it looks crazy. Mostly because it's not my design. If it were my design, I would not be able to sleep at night. So that's one of the things that drives me nuts, but it actually doesn't. The thing that really bothers me about nonlinear circuits, and I think they've gone away from that. They haven't. They're putting component values directly down onto the silk screen. And so what happens with these is that they will build a circuit board, build it up, and then everybody says, hey, why does this function like this? This sucks. This is an error. And so go, oh, okay, well, maybe we can put like a 50K resistor here. And so then if you have a different value resistor in there, you need to make like a note, hey, by the way, this resistor, and you would say R4 is actually 100K. I fixed that in the bill of materials. No, they don't do that. They put the values directly down the board. So then they have to have a picture of the location on the board and say, hey, actually put a 50K there. So we don't do this. You don't do this. What you do, I'll toot my own horn with my own example of a circuit board here. You put like R12, R15. I could actually make this text smaller. I don't know why it's so big, but you know, potentiometer 27 and capacitor 1. U5, P3. You give them references, and the references in the bill of material tell you what component values go there. And if you have a particular chip or a particular component that you want to swap out with like a cheaper one, then you just change it in the bill of materials. You can make a note in the bill of materials, or you can just change it straight up and gaslight everybody and tell them that was the chip I used all along. What are you talking about? You're the crazy one. That's what you do with electronics, right? And so putting direct component values, while it is a little bit more campy and fun, I would rather these be C's and R's, just because if I'm looking for a particular chip or component in the circuit, it can be referenced by its bill of material symbol or whatever, designation P6, right? And again, this is just, you know, these are minor inconveniences, but it does mean less work on the creator's end when they want to actually like have a correction for something. But The cool part is nonlinear circuits, again, just somebody making circuits, and so they put all kinds of little like meme text and stuff in there. So we can take a look for those and see what we can find. So one is a low pass gate. The other one, I think, is a voltage controlled filter, VCF. And I don't know what the filtration stuff is that this is going to do. What are you called? Yeah, voltage controlled filter, 4023 voltage controlled filter version 3 from nonlinear circuits. Sausage fears. Yes, I too have sausage fears. Where's gonad? This is like designed for flatulent gonads humor. I don't know I'm sure it's a reference to something that's happening in their life when they made this circuit, but we have no idea what it would be. He's right there. What are your sausage fears? I actually used andouille sausage to make pretty much just a improvised dish. I had leftover rice, so I kind of did like a gumbo or a jambalaya with it. I did onion and mushroom, cook that down with a bunch of oil, remove it from the pan when it's cooked, put the andouille sausage down, cook that so that it gets a little bit of a sear in the pan, deglaze the pan with wine, put the onions and mushroom back in, reduce the wine, add tomato paste and rice, leftover rice, and then I cooked that, and then put a bunch of spinach in it, and that was actually a really good dish. The andouille sausage brought a lot of flavor with it. Okay, so centers for these, I can't rely on the X's. I was going to measure from X to X. These I can't really do. That's going to be a little difficult. We can trace the front panel, I guess, the picture of the front panel to make our own. All right, well, anyway, let's get to building circuits because I kind of want to get components down. We got to find a lot of resistors for these. And should we start? Which one should we start with? We're going to have to make this part here. This is a particular part. Now I feel guilty making a bunch of baked beans, hot dogs, cut up in cubes, rice and onion cooked in a pan. That's essentially what I was doing. It's just I didn't have any beans. I looked for beans. We were out of canned beans. So yeah, I happen to have red wine though, so that's why I was able to make kind of a crazy improvised. I don't know. I haven't improvised a dish out of nothing in a long time, so I was just basically using the principles of random other dishes. So that's a Zener diode. So they're using a Zener here to regulate voltage. But this right here, this is an interesting part, and this is not something that you would typically find in circuits unless you're doing very specifically audio circuits. Stoner food? No, it actually turned into a pretty good dish. Needs stoner food, just improvise. Look at this guy out here, bro. Improvised a dish. He's a stoner. No, man, it was a good meal. This is what they like to call a vac troll. Why the text is backwards? Oh no, it's just on its side. Some of these are actually well-crafted dishes. Yeah, this is like, methinks you synthesized a dish. What? I'll never understand. Well, it's like I could order out and then I'd be spending $60 for like huge portions of just microwave food, or I could improvise something out of leftovers and make something that was delicious. So I did. Dual Vactrol. So Vactrol, that's kind of a new word. I don't really know what Vactrol, like the derivation of the word is. I like to know that kind of stuff, but I don't, Vactrol, it sounds kind of made up by stoners, audio people. The purpose of a Vactrol is to take the light from an LED and turn that into a variable resistance. And what that does is that gives you isolation. It's a type of audio optical isolator. And so one of the parts that I hate, let me tell you something about hate. It's one of these parts that you'll always find in sort of electronics basics, and it is so obsolete that you really never see it around. We've got much better light sensing devices, but this is a light dependent resistor, an LDR. So I got a pack of more of these than I could ever use. in order to make a Vactrol. You can buy a Vactrol. You can go out and you can, well, you can't really go out because it's like only a couple places are really purchasing and creating these things. You can go get a Vactrol, which is essentially matched light-dependent resistors and a diode all in one package. But we can build something for that. We can either 3D print a cover to go around it, or we can use shrink wrap and hot glue in order to essentially make a dual Vactrol. There's a lot of how-tos online on how to do it. The point is you essentially take an LED and you put the two light-dependent resistors right next to it. Isn't that like a buffer chip? It's like an optical isolator, but instead this is more analog. So this is not just a 1 or a 0 on the other end. Usually they use a light-dependent transistor on the optical isolator. So that would be something where when photons, usually infrared, hit the transistor, that'll excite the transistor enough to allow it for current to flow. And there's probably a graph of how you can do that, but this is a little different. The LDRs are sort of a slower device, and so if you give it an LED on the other end, that gives you that optical isolation, but it also gives you a widely variable resistance so that you can send analog through that diode and get analog on the other side. So that's how this filter functions. It's doing other filtery stuff, right? It needs to be voltage controlled as well. So there's obviously going to be some op amps doing whatnot and how have you in order to bias an audio input voltage. So the audio input goes through the resistor, and then on the other end, what do we have? We've got like a gate coming out of the other end. And that goes to either a low pass filter. It's going to the output of this. It's strange. Well, anyway, the point is that this is supposed to give us some cool audio effects when we twiddle the knobs on the end of it. So we'll need to build, hey, what's up, Demi? We'll need to build a Vactrol at some point today. We'll put that together. I'll try to find a good LED for it. But yeah, you can buy them, but I don't think you should buy them. I think you should make these. Twiddle my knob. That's how Demi sounds. He goes, "Border, twiddle my knob." That's essentially what we're doing, is we're twiddling knobs with voltages. That's the whole thing behind both the radio operator. Oh, ad starts in 26 seconds. Thank you. Thank you very much, Melville. I appreciate that. We're going to take a look at Node Red and see if anything happens with this light over here. And if it does, that means I can connect it to a big ad running pop-up on the screen. So we're looking, I'm going to clear this. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. What the fuck? Wait. Node? What do you... Now it just says ads starting soon. Is an ad running or what? Oh, there we go. Pre-roll ads disabled for 63 minutes. Ad break ends in 2 minutes. There's the ad. No light. Channel ad break begin. Okay, so we need to figure out what happened. Channel ad break. Oh, no, that is capital A, capital B, begin. I got an ad now. I know, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, we're doing mid-roll ads. I'll explain myself when Demithil comes back. Not everybody can always subscribe, and so people are gonna get ads. This kills pre-roll ads is what this does. Man, if I could hack this somehow so I could kill the ad early, that'd be awesome. Yeah, this is supposed to be lit up, but it didn't light. Something happened. So we gotta figure out what happened. Message payload event type. Channel ad break begin. So that should have gone off. It probably did. If I spelled it right, B-E-G-I-N, yeah. Channel ad break begin. Channel, capital ad, capital break, capital begin. Okay, so that's correct. Set duration. Set message.delay, message.payload.duration_seconds. So this payload is going into this node. and we take the value of message.payload. Oh, yeah, message.payload dot duration begin, or rather duration. Where is that? It's down here. Duration seconds. So duration underscore seconds. So that'll set 180 to message.delay. That should be fine, right? Oh, for God's sake, what? What are you talking? What? What's the matter? I'm trying to improve discoverability, so I'm streaming all day, and we're trying to set it up so that when there's an ad, I get a big thing on the screen that says ad in progress. You've got 20 seconds until I can say that again, and they'll actually be able to deep copy. What's that all about? I don't know if you can hear me or not because there's an ad running. Set duration should message dot duration. What's up, June? You can hear. Oh, because yeah, it's just ended. Okay, so the ad's over. I'm not talking about anything that's interesting during the ads. The reason that you guys have ads, and I hate them. I do hate them. I'm trying to set it up so that when there is an ad, we have like a pop-up on screen that just says ad running. I have Twitch ad blocker. Yeah, I'll just go low quality for a little bit. If you guys are running the script, I'll just go low quality for a bit. And I certainly do not mind. It's not, you get money for ads. I get money for ads, but I don't want to. I don't like that. I like actually broadcasting. If you saw 215 Big John come in, they didn't know what I was saying, and so they left in a huff. So I don't know what to do with that. You know, it's like what I'm trying. No, the money is not good. It's terrible. The money's always terrible. What I'm trying to do is kill the pre-roll ads. I want to kill the pre-roll ads because I get more discoverability as that. People are clicking around on Twitch, can click into my stream, and they actually can hear what I'm saying, right? When the ad isn't running, obviously. I don't want ads. I use Brave browser. Yeah. You can get a little script for the ad, for the ads that'll use the low quality preview as your main video source. And I don't know how it does the audio. It gets the audio somehow. And so your stream will go low quality, and then sometimes it won't toggle back from low quality, and you got to go click. And that's what I use, and it's frustrating. But I really hate advertisements. What I'm trying to set up right now, what I've been looking at, the reason we're not building anything yet, is because I'm trying to kill the pre-roll ads, and I'm trying not to add value to the people who have Nitro or sub to the stream to kill ads. PF Sense, yeah, TTTV, AB. So anyway, I want you to get money, so I use Chrome watching you. You don't need to do that. Do whatever is convenient, because that's what everybody's just gonna just do what's convenient, because that's what people do, right? It's okay. I don't want to run these ads. Is more like it. I wish I could have no advertisements at all, but like, you know, a local friend of mine just came in and said, ads, fuck this, and left, right? And now I can't explain myself to them. Sucks. Anyway, Twitch, your stupid fucking ads have driven a rift between me and my IRL friends. That's unacceptable. Make farts cost 5 channel points while ads are on. And then farts remind you that the ads are on. No. I'm not going to leave it to you guys to flatulate in my face. No, like this by all means should be working. Message.delay. It didn't even light up. So technically it didn't even get here. Because if any message goes through here, it's going to light up orange. So my set duration thing might be fine. Override delay with message.delay. So there's no message payload. It's delay, message.delay, and then this turns it into an off command. So ad break begin did not trigger. Why? Because if that triggers, that should set everybody else to do their thing. So this node, which is connected to the Twitch input, coming down here, it's the same thing that's fed to our debug command. So it's seeing this. And this looks correct. I would make the font larger, but that comes in and we look for message dot, yeah, that's in there, message dot payload dot event type. And so event type channel ad break begin. That couldn't be any more simple. And if that goes off, oh, maybe orange isn't a color. Let's make it like green. Maybe orange isn't a color. I don't know. Green. We'll try that. We'll try green. Because green is connected to bits, and nobody does bits these days. It was off-putting. Somebody did bits the other day. I think when UO raided, I got a bunch of fanfare from the UO slab people. And they were like giving bits and stuff, and it like triggered a bunch of alerts that I didn't know I had. All right, we're back. So whenever there's an ad, I am gonna stop talking about relevant things. If I'm doing something droll like soldering resistors, I'll keep soldering resistors, but I'll change the topic and we'll talk about other stuff. Any advice that I give, anything that's worthwhile will be done while there are no ads running. I really do dislike ads, and it's fucking... The very thing that happened was one of my big fears, and you guys saw that Big John came into the stream, was like, what the tits is this, and then left right before the ad ended, and I wasn't able to address that personally at all. That's like the worst thing that could happen, and I hate that it happened. You're still here. Okay, thank fuck. The only reason that I'm running ads is to kill pre-rolls. Pre-rolls make it easier to discover my channel. I need that discoverability because numbers have been down. So I need numbers. The big thing to get numbers, obviously, is this thing here. But until then, you know, I want to have something that pops up on screen that just says, you know, in big fuzzy letters that are all badly scaled, it says ad break. And so that way I can stop talking about stuff and make sure that the value added in my channel is to the people, to the little guys out there, I try to be a humble man. Yeah, I'm trying to help everybody else out. Anyway, yeah, I know, make that money, but at a certain point I start to kind of devalue who I think I am as a person in doing so. People get angry, they don't get the work needed to keep this going. You need to make money. Yeah, it's true. I mean, I guess that's probably like if I get a bunch of number grubby capitalist viewers, they go, oh, sweet, I love it when Bother runs ads. you sort of foster... Your knowledge isn't free. Well, it kind of is. I kind of put it out there for free. I'm just a simple country lawyer. So, all right. So we're building. It's not. I know it's not, but I mean, you know, I like the public access TV channel nature of Twitch, and I'm a dying breed on Twitch. Is I love sort of you can get folk knowledge from Twitch. People knowing how to do stuff and giving advice. A lot of this soldering stuff you're not going to run into if you go to university. You might a little bit, and I think they're getting a little better about that, but the things with like soldering skills are not something that's specifically taught. You're supposed to somehow just know things, which is something that I've run into in my overall education way too many times. Like when I got to preschool, I was expected to know multiplication tables, and like the kids around me knew how to play all the sports. They never taught us to play the sports. Where did they learn to play all the sports? They said, go play sport. And I'm like, how? Like, I'm just a city kid. I know how to play Nintendo. Like, all right, so let's start with the surface mount one so that I don't pull out all of my hair. This one is the voltage controlled filter. So this is just using op amps to do various filtration things. We will eventually get to the Vactrol as I proceed today. The Vactrol is a very sort of old school electronicsy kind of thing, so that'll be fun for us to physically put together for the voltage controlled gate. But we're gonna do the surface mounting thing first. So let's get to soldering. Now the thing is, when you build a circuit like this, you want to start with the components that are lowest to the board. That way your soldering iron doesn't, you know, it clears everything. And then the last thing we're gonna do is design the front panel, get that over to the 3D printer so that we actually have a front panel to complement this thing. Actually, to be fair, we should probably do the 3D printer first. We should do the 3D printer first. It's going to take like 40 minutes to an hour to print out the front panel. So let me turn on the 3D printer and we'll fire up Fusion 360 and we'll make a front panel for this thing. All my measurements are going to be off and everything will be all over the place. Okay, I'm not running it on another computer. All right, let's start up Fusion 360. Fusion. F-U-S, and then start up Autodesk. This could be a sponsored stream, but it's not. I'm streaming all day, just building stuff. We're just hanging out, building stuff. I want to build these 2 filters, and then those will get added to the synthesizer, and then we need to do a little bit of work on the module testing module, and eventually I'm going to get to the sim setup, and eventually I'm going to get to burn the subs, which is the board behind me, what is designed to burn the names of subscribers onto itself. Maybe a Mauser sponsorship. They don't email me back. I'm too small for that. Too small. You know how Twitch works? Then if you just watch one pre-roll, hold on, wait a sec. If you watch one pre-roll, then you can watch as long as possible. But if you're new, you might think pre-roll means you get even more mid-rolls rather than 0. Yeah, I had pre-roll ads on, and the problem with that is that you can't click from channel to channel. You can't like browse and find a channel that you like. I'm trying this out for discoverability. It also means we got a couple things that we can plug into all of my light indicators and stuff like that. So I've got a fun thing that can sort of drive the design of the stream a little bit. All right, new folder for nonlinear. Which one are we making first? We're making... Because, yeah, that's usually how I operate, is I click into a stream and you get the one pre-roll. A lot of the streamers that I watch are running mid-roll ads, though. That's why I put in an ad blocker. Got tired of seeing the same ads while browsing channels. Exactly. And then they run, like, long ads. It's just too much time. And you're like, why did I click in on this? Because I hop around channels, and so those pre-rolls are very annoying. What were you called again? Freak? No, that's not right. What is your name? Who are you? 4023 VCF version 3. We gotta look that up first, but we'll do a new folder, nonlinear VCF v3. Nonlinear VCF v3, what we're going to do is we're going to get a panel template. How wide is this thing? This is where the calipers come in. Calipers are on the wrong table. Yeah, ads really mess with the flow of things. Well, I'm talking a lot of negative about Twitch here. One of the positives is that on Twitch, I actually got an ad that was relevant to my interests, which is very unique. I've been unfortunately exposed to a lot more broadcast TV lately, which is bad for the psyche, but the ads on broadcast TV is all prescription ads and stuff. I got an ad for like 3D printer filament, which I thought was kind of refreshing. So it's going to be a little wider than 35 because these sockets are not that narrow. They're nonlinear is kind of cheating here and narrowing the board beyond what the sockets would allow for. Here, let me get a socket. I've got 10,000 of these in the wings. This modular synthesizer crap that Julian got me into is part intensive. It's basically there are 5 modes on the 505. They're not modes, they're just like 5 different routings that you can activate on that device in order to make different pathways for your synthesizer elements. That, not exactly that, but that ended up being a direct inspiration for modularizing the synthesizer so that you can actually make unique pathways with your various signals that make up a typical synthesizer. Where do these are like this. What is this one then? Is it, no, that's a different component. So, or do these go like, no, these don't go like that. Because that's sideways. Or maybe it's not. Maybe that is how it goes. So there's that little guy up there. So yeah, these are way over the edge. Don't push me because I'm close to the edge. By how much? Where'd you get that treasure trove of connectors? Thonk.co.uk. Do you work for them, Hedonica? No, I know Hedonica doesn't, but if it was anybody else asking, I would be like, are you like a secret ThonkyCon agent coming into these modular streams and going, hey, those look like neat connectors. Where'd you buy 500 of them? Unfortunately, going directly to the Chinese manufacturer, I could probably buy thousands and thousands for very cheap, but not much cheaper than just ordering them from the United Kingdom. Holy pat nipples. You order them by like 500, right? And then you get all the nuts in their own satchel. They send you 2 burlap sacks, and one of them's filled with ThonkyCon connectors and the other one's filled with nuts. But yeah, so that's where I got thonk.co.uk. And the shipping to America, at least on the East Coast, is relatively quick. I actually had a pretty pleasant experience ordering from them. So we're talking like 38, 39 millimeters. Let's see what that lines up with. 38, 39 millimeters. Now, what I have here are blanks. Where are they? Template? Template, blank, I forget what I called it. Panel templates of the different 2, 4, 6, and 10 unit Euro rack. Euro rack is basically derived from instrumentation. It's typically you would have a, well, not typical anymore, but back in the day you would have 19 inches and a certain height. Thonk, TH, here. That's very hard to miss. Thonk, co-ook. So they've just got all kinds of stuff. It's in their parts. You don't get this for Euro rack. You're not using the stereo one. Oops. Let's just say V into. There you go. There it is. And like, this is the better price. There's probably a slightly better one, and you might be able to get them from like Alibaba, but I can't speak for the quality. If you want the real ThonkyCon with that little metal shoulder that won't extrude through the connector if you tighten up the nut, this is where I will buy from. You know, typically everything comes from Amazon, but the Eurorack stuff on Amazon, that's all Synthrotech, and Synthrotech went on a whole sort of diatribe online and went kind of MAGA crazy, and so I'm just never going to buy from them. Never going to buy from them. They're an awful person. Not just from that. There's other stuff in the rant, and I'm not going to go into it. But apparently there's history behind all of these. Oh, I have to deploy this. There's history behind all of these synthesizer makers, and I got into the game pretty late. And I had to learn all this stuff. Okay, so 38 millimeter. It's probably 5U. Let's see what 6U is. What's that distance? I could just look at the numbers. I could look up. I'll just do that. 30, is that a 9? I can't, that's 30. 30.4. So we're something like 7 or 8 units. Let's just go into the numbers here. So if I go into the sketch, I'm basically rewinding the timeline before I extrude the body of this thing. What's going on here? Oh, measurement tool's still open. So what I did is I put in the equation. So it's 50.8 times 6. And for some reason, Fusion added a 1 millimeter to it. Actually, if we're bigger than 6, I'm going to want 2 screw holes. So let's go into the 10U and let's alter that one. The 10U blank template has multiple screw holes. Above 6 units, and I think the connector is able to kind of bend it as it pulls out. So 10U is going to be, that's going to be too big, right? From doink to doink. 50, yeah, we want 39, 38, somewhere above 38 and some change. Close this, go into this. Into the equation, and that's 10. Let's go down to 8 and see what the number is. So that's 40, with 38 to 40, that should be perfect. This is then going to become our new unit. So we go to the folder that I just made, that I forgot what I called it, nonlinear VCF version 3, and then we hit Control S. No, I think I messed up. I messed up, I changed it. That's fine, whatever. We'll save a copy into that. That's not what we do. We don't hit Control S, it doesn't work like that. In the folder for the templates, I screwed up, I overwrote it. Panel templates, I'm gonna copy, move to trash. No, move copy. Copy. Now I can put it in the folder. That's just me doing stuff weird. Hello? Wait a minute, where's my stuff? Hey. Oh, there we go. Oh, it was on the templates folder. So we're going to nonlinear VCF and copy the floppy. All right, so I've copied that. This one can remain copy complete. Okay, I can just Control Z my way out of this and Control S. There we go. We're back to normal. Okay, so close that and let's open up the other one. Nonlinear VCF v3. Open that up. We'll rename that later. All right, so now I'm going to do a new sketch and just put it on the panel face. And so now from here, we can figure out what all of our measurements are for the various holes that need to make up this voltage controlled filter. One of the tricks that I could deploy here would be to use a photograph. You remember photographs? We invented those fairly recently. A photograph could facilitate us in figuring out where all of our various gubbins go. But the problem with the photo machine is that it suffers from a thing called parallax. And so in the photographical representation of all of the stuff on this filter, we might accidentally have the geometry of the lens affect the distances between stuff. So instead of doing that, I think what I'm gonna do is end up putting a center line on this and then measuring from the edge of the problem is the edge of the Euro panel versus the edge of the PCB, right? Those are two different things. So I may need to do, I have a 3D scanner, but I mean, scanning the circuit board and putting it in, I guess that is something that you could do, but scanners suffer from a little bit of trouble with things like holes, which is really the only thing we want scanners to do, is to show us our holes. The problem with showing us our holes is that optically it's kind of a difficult thing to figure out. That's why you've got these like blue laser scanners and stuff. They're fine for boards and stuff. Oh, you mean, gonad means like, I thought you meant 3D scanner. No, 2D scanner. So I could drop this onto the bed of a 2D scanner, scan it, and then pull it into Fusion. I have problems showing up holes sometimes. Yeah, don't we all? I have one you can use pretty high res. I got the Creality. One, the entry level poor person one. If I were doing it, oh man. Big John, I don't know if you've been here and listened to some of my rants on the project that never was, that I wish I did, was to electrify a Porsche 944. Because that, man, I had a 944 when I was living in Virginia, and that thing was my baby. But I never got it running. I would love to build an electric car out of a 944 because you can get the weight balance right, and it's just this little like spaceship of a car. I got the CR10S. I don't have space for that project, and so I can't do that project, right? You know, I'd be running around the main line. Main line is like where all the rich people are here, looking for like a wrecked Tesla, and I'd immediately be like, hey, can I have your car before I get you, before I flip your car over because you crashed horribly? What about a backlight? So, okay, CR10S, the 3D scanner. I have this. We've used this to pretty good effect. I've got a 3D scan of both Julian and myself, and I use this to make safety goggles that actually fit my giant nose. But I don't have one of those super duper really, really good scanners. The CR10 or whatever it is, Creality scanner, CR scan, does really well. It does really well. You have to give it every advantage. A Raptor Pro, that thing does really well. Yeah, I don't have the need of one of those, but I'll keep that in mind for sure, because that, like, they can do some really cool stuff. But the only place that I would really need a scanner is if I was going to do that 944 project. I would love to do that one day. Of course, then the temptation is, why don't I just reinvent an entire car? And that's sort of where the simulator project comes from, is doing all the CAN bus stuff for that, coming up with my own CAN bus devices and stuff. I would absolutely do that. I would make my own, like, all the lights and stuff. It'd be amazing. I got it for my Sprinter build. Car surfaces, nice, nice, nice. Yeah. They're so good at that. One of the people that really does good stuff with that is Super Fast Matt on YouTube. You should look up Super Fast Matt. He does all kinds of stuff like that, where you scan something and then figure out where the brackets go. It's really cool. I saw a tractor that got flipped over the other day. Interesting sight, gnarly shit. I saw one of those where the tractor did not have a cab that could support the rest of the tractor. Those are horrible, horrible accidents, because the thing just pancakes. It can pick up very small features and have spray coating for reflective surfaces. Yeah, and then one of the things that I did, I don't know where it went. Okay, it's in the other side of the shop, but I took one of those corrugated plastic boards, you know, the sign boards, and I put all the little dots, all the locating dots on the signboard. So if I want to scan something small, I'll put down that surface, and then those will have all of the dots to reference, and it creates a really good scan of random objects. But no, Flatulent Gonad was not talking about 3D scanners. He's talking about 2D scanning beds. They do really, really well because they get rid of some of the issues with having a lens. If you look, even on this camera, no, that one's pretty good, but if you look on, for instance, this camera, you can see the lines sort of aren't straight. They kind of bow downwards at the bottom and they bow up at the top. If you put a ruler against your screen and looked at the two locations, you would see that there's a little bit of lens factoring in. If I went to the greater than 90 degree mode on this, it would look even worse, which is what a lot of pictures of stuff suffer from. So if I were to take that photo, move it into my stuff, into CAD, and try to get the location of all the screw holes, things would be off by a little bit. And so instead of relying on photographs, we are going to actually just sort of derive the numbers from the locations of the circuit board. I've done it by photo before. Fusion 360 allows you to pull in a photo as a layer, and then you can calibrate, quote unquote, the layer by measuring some, like, point to point. So you can take pixel to pixel measurements and then have that calibrate the size of everything. There was black smoke coming out. Oh, jeez, that's crazy. The coolest tractors were the ones where you had to use a shotgun blank to start them up. You actually had to put a shotgun shell into it, and then it would fire the shell in order to get everything spinning. Crazy stuff. All right, so this circuit board is not the full height. It's nonlinear, does stuff weird. So I'm gonna take the height of the circuit board and make a construction line at 90 millimeters. Actually, that's nice. 90 millimeters by 30, I'm gonna call that an even 35. Yeah, that's a 35. So 90 by 35. We're gonna assume that nonlinear is working metrically. So let's take a center of the box as a construction line, like that. And then I'm gonna, let's get this out of here. I am going to create a rectangle from a center rectangle right there at the center point, and then we are 35. Okay, all these things are in the way. That wasn't my audio cutting off, that was me hiccuping. So 90 and then 35. So you can see the circuit board is set within this Euro rack spacing. So now we have our datum, which is this lower point here, and we can figure out what the location of a lot of this stuff is. Some of this stuff is going to be located on the center line, so I'm just going to put a center line on this thing. And then we have, how many connectors? So there's 6 connectors, but they're spaced kind of funny. It's one's all the way out here, and then we got dot dot. So okay, that's going to be weird. And then, wait, we got 4 of these things. Hold on. I was thinking of this one that has stuff on the center line. This one has 4 here, so that's going to be weird too. Okay, never mind. We don't need that center line. Although the distance to the right and left are probably going to be the same, so maybe we'll keep the center line for a mirror axis. 2 hours streaming already. We haven't done anything notable. I haven't even started building yet. We're trying to design the front panel for one of these modules. What's up, Smith Clay? I'm trying to do just the front panel for these modules. We're going to get that printing, and then we'll start actually building it. Yeah, I went on it early. I'm not doing 24. No. I can't do 24. You should have seen how appalled the roommates were that I wasn't able to help out with like making dinner and stuff today. It's ridiculous. Okay, so I need to figure out where the stuff's, where are the gubbins? Where's that all going? This is the wrong thing. We're not the low pass gate. We are a different one. Oh God, let me just close these. Actually, I do need this one. I'm going to keep that open, but this we don't need. Okay, I'll keep that one open too. Okay, so this one is, I need a picture of the front panel. Yeah, I'm doing a long stream today. I decided to, skip lunch, basically leave everyone in the lurch and do a longer stream. And we're doing a longer stream with ads enabled, just because I'm testing out having a splash screen that tells us that ads are running. Oh, this is nice that they did that. 4023 VCF. V3. ARP Odyssey, what? Synth Chaser. Maybe we need, instead of 4023, probably 4023 maybe? Nonlinear circuits, VCV. Open loop version of the VCF. This article presents security check. Get me out of here. Nonlinear VCAs, voltage controlled amplifier. That's not what we want. The thing about going on Modular Addict and just ordering whatever nonlinear stuff, like weird filter boards that I see, is that they could be very well obsolete. Nonlinearities. No. Nonlinear circuits. Come on, I'm gonna be nonlinear. Oh, VCFF. Wait, VCF V3 and Vactrol. What? Oh, they put these 2 units together into one thing. Filter through the sock like all the good coffee shops. Hey, you cut down on dust. Can you put like an N95 on your cappuccino filter? Fast and bulbous. That sounds fun. That's not what we have, though. Kind of wish I had that. Wait a minute. It sort of looks familiar. Epilogue? No, that's not what we have. What the heck? This one just says 4023, and then sausage fears. I too fear the sausage. Sausage tears for fears? TLO72. Why is it that I can jump onto Modular Addict, order a filter board, and then not be able to find any information about it at all? Where's modular? Well, Modular Attic's site is run on like a Raspberry Pi. It'll eventually load. Manufacturer. N. Nonlinear. Like I said, run on a Raspberry Pi. It's like the slowest site. Come on. Add in 15 minutes. What's going on here? Hello? Hello? Okay, there we go. What did I order? 4 HP, 4 sequencer. Bottom-tis. Okay, module type. Can we filter that? I think I have to search it. Who's going to start a linear circuits club or company? I think, yeah, there's 3 pages. Jeez. Yeah, old Thingiverse was run on the Casio watch. They got a little bit better. They have 2 potatoes now, but it's still pretty much just run on a potato. Pretty sure the Casio watch would load a little faster. It would be a little lighter, yeah. It might be a little computationally light. Okay, so we're looking for a voltage-controlled filter. I don't know what the initial name of it is, because I really did just like look up filters and order stuff that looked like it might be good. And the only information we have, 4023 VCF, but there's no snippy little name on it. So we're looking for a voltage-controlled filter, and the topography is 4 knobs, 6 inputs, but there's 2 on one side and then 2 on the other. Nothing here, nothing here, and then, yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. What does the sausage fear? Yeah, sausage fears is written on it. It's like flatulent gonad is secretly non-linear circuits, because this is the type of shit that I would expect on a PCB made by flatulent gonad. Both this and for the traces to be just kind of a little mad. The traces are just kind of a little, they're a little crazy. That's a dog hair. Willow is blowing her coat, so we've been brushing her and extracting basically an entire corgi every time we brush her. If I was doing needle felt, I could probably make a little tiny mini version of Willow. What about a flatulent gonad? If you should watch flatulent gonad streams every now and then, because he's building a little tiny. Well, I don't know if he's thrown it out the window yesterday. He might have, but oh, you found it? Yeah, there's the flatulent gonad. It's the farty nards. That one looks close. Time break and timber. Tim break and timber? Tim break and timber. Oh, hello. Sausage fear is a term to describe the actions of straight men who are afraid of showing any physical or emotional bond to the men they are friends with. Most of male bonding is performative for men. Many people are, yeah, please share. Yeah, that's like, this is akin to saying no homo, and as a result of toxic masculinity and homophobia. I hate to break it to some guys, but a lot of the things that guys do are motivated by looking, like performing for other guys. Like, I hate to break it to you, man, but that's one of the truths of this world. Is that, where are you? You're on DJ something or other .blogspot. Oh my God, it's just nudity and filth and, okay, here it is. So this is the NLC Sirius filter. That was what I was looking for. That's not written anywhere on the circuit board. So what's up, Copper? How you doing? Up since 5 a.m. for you. For me, that's like, I woke up a little later than I had hoped. So this is where our stuff is going to be located. Okay, cool. So now we have a little bit of information about this. Thank you, Smith Clay, for finding that. And that's where the definition of the term comes from. Utterly silly. You should see how guys act these days. The boys pretty much walk around attached to his mate's hip and he swears he's not gay. All right, well, you know. See, these are the wrong ones. Okay, here's the thing. Use Thonky Cons, because what these will do... Oh, God, here. And I had one that I could have shown as an example. I think I threw them out. They've got these weird little finger screws, right? And you can tighten those with your hands. If you use a tool to tighten those, they will extrude this threaded end through the thing that holds this part up. So it'll break itself if you use a tool to tighten it up. All right, so anyway, we're gonna build this today. Let's get to. I want to start with the resistors, but before I do any of that, I'm actually gonna make the front panel. I got a little too distracted. I got too distracted by you guys. I would like to make the front panel, and so we don't have a good picture of the front panel. I do know generally where my stuff is going, but this will just help us inform where things go. They put knobs on plastic knobs? What are you doing, man? Why are you doing that? This into this. What are you thinking? Yeesh. We could use Alps potentiometers here. I think I'd prefer to do that, although to save my Alps potentiometers, maybe just with these non-linears, it's kind of fun to do. Just the plastic knobs. Good old full metal switches and connectors from the USSR, yeah, right? Not gonna bother me. Critical. Yeah, no, whatever. Get them a large enough belt to share. I found it by adding sausage fears to my search. That's amazing. Ah, that's great. Okay, so yeah, let's build this puppy, huh? First things first, the location of the stuff. So up top, we're gonna have 4 potentiometer holes. Now I am, what's that? You need a tool to tighten them up. The knobs, I know the knobs attach to anything, but it bothers me attaching them to plastic. I have all kinds of potentiometers. They're in a drawer over here. Let's get an outside radius of what that knob is going to be so that I can put it into CAD. So let me get my parts. There shouldn't be too much part searching today because I didn't really plan ahead, but at the same time, I also have a lot of this stuff sitting in stuff. So we need 4, I believe 100K, and they're not logarithmic in any way. $100K, 100K, 100K, 200K, dun dun dun. So we need 3 100s, 3 100s, and a 200. Those are all 100s. The only 200 actually, oh, here's some more over here. These might all just be 100Ks. Yep. The 200 might be one of these shorties over here. 100. So I actually need all of these to be the same height. One of them needs to be 200. So we might need to use the other Alps that I have, the metal ones. Those are all hundreds. 10K. Don't tell me I need one single knob that I don't have. Hold on, I got a kit of potentiometers, don't I? I think I do. Yeah, you can purchase just the PCB. That's the best part about this, is that I can get just the PCB, and then I don't have a kit like that. No, I don't. I'm gonna have to find a 200K somewhere. So these are all 100s, these ones that I've tossed up above. They're from a big purchase order from DigiKey. But if I can find a 200 that looks like this, I'll be happy. But I don't know. I don't know if I can. These are knockoffs, but they're close. IRL trip to Micro Center. That takes more time than you'd think. Yep. Yeah, you can make all your own decisions when building it, including swapping in surface mount stuff for through hole, and you save hundreds and hundreds of dollars. Are these all 10Ks? Oh no. We're gonna have trouble finding the right potentiometer for this. Yeah, and part of it was also just to inform myself of how synthesizers work and work within the bounds of how people are building Eurorack modules. So I ordered a bunch of circuit boards and then I made my own modular synthesizer out of it. And it's all the fruits of my labor. None of it was purchased in any kind of a working state. I had to cobble this all together from my own parts. And what that helped me do is build up parts that can make synthesizers. And so now if I, on a whim, if I decide that I want to make like my own custom, these are like all 100Ks. If on a whim, I want to make my own synthesizer, I have 99% of the parts that I would need in order to do that. You have to synthesize the synthesizer. The problem is 200K doesn't appear to be a very common value, and so I'm a little SOL here on this one pod. This may be a limiting factor. We could potentially just limp on without it, but it seems that I do not have a 200K. Let's just get a 100K and we'll look at the circuit and see what that's going to do. We'll just get a 100K for it. So 4 of these. And let's just take a look at the circuit. You know, sometimes that is how it works. So nonlinear, so this is called the NLC series filter or ARP Odyssey. So nonlinear. I can't spell Odyssey. Series filter. Make the room shake or scream like nails on a chalkboard. Build guide. All right, so what are you saying about this? 0805 is 200K. 100K pot times 4. Oh, so, okay, there we go. That's it. Never mind, I read the wrong component value. And again, this goes back to my criticism of nonlinear circuits using component values instead of designators. I read this number, not this number. So there you go. Food related to bread or related to rice? Which one would you do? Man, I don't know. Probably rice. I don't get that much bread and rice anyway. It's type 1 diabetic. They're both just carbs. So 6 millimeters. So I want a 6.2, probably a 6.5 millimeter hole for my knobs to go through. I don't want any friction between the knob and the outer panel. So that's going to be a 6.5 millimeter hole in my heart. So 6.5 millimeter, 4 holes. Let's do 6.5. And where are we measuring the datum from? Where are we getting that position from? Well, we know the center because it's marked with a cross. And we know that there's 4 going on to this, but it's not all that symmetrical because we have components that are like overhanging the board. But we did locate this thing center-wise, so I guess we could get a top and a side measurement on that. So I'm going to use the calipers and then go to the middle of that little X and get the near enough as makes no difference of nothing. So we're going to put nothing into CAD, and that'll tell us the position of our 6.5 millimeter hole. Now we want construction lines, and we'll go there, and then I'll just put nothing in there, and then there we go. There's our hole. It's in perfect location. Sorry. Okay, so turn the calipers on. They're always measuring, by the way. Calipers, you should know, like leaving your calipers on, everybody's like, turn off your calipers, you're gonna run out of batteries. Now the battery is only powering this very, very low voltage LCD. The internal electronics on this thing are always running because it's always figuring out where it is on the scale. So if you have your calipers off and you measure something and you turn them on, it will give you that location, assuming you haven't set a temporary 0, which is kind of bad practice. So yeah, you can check up on your calipers. 8 mil, it's nice and even number. Doink. See, 0.1 millimeter. You take it all the way out to the limit. 209, 0.15, 0.1 millimeter, 209.15, 0.1 millimeter. Buy genuine Mitutoyos. The cheap ones chew through batteries. I'm gonna tell you, man, no matter what, if they've got a cheapo LCD screen, that does not use battery at all. But the general operation of the calipers, they're always running. Because if I take this out to a measurement and turn it on, it knows it's at 55.2, just by virtue of the fact that it's sliding by these circuit board elements that are in this piece of it. And chat can say whatever they want, but you know, I am the definitive answer for these things. I have to be right, because I am. Wait, what am I doing? I'm not putting down a rectangle. Get out of here. Distance here. What is going on with this? Oh, because it's highlighting the element behind it. Yeah, let's just get that out of the way. Distance there is 8 millimeter. Boom. Okay, and then from board edge to center, it's another 8. I like it when you can actually see into the design. Actually 7.6, that might not be an even 8. 8 millimeter is going to be way out here. That is not center. Okay. So we're like 7.8. Maybe 7.5 maybe. I'll start with 7.5, but I'm not sure if I like it. I am not paying $200 for calipers. Well, the Mitus of this size, what are these? These are like 200 millimeter. Let's do a price check. Prices change all the time. Exactly. With the Mitutoyos, you do not have to buy them again. And if anything happens to them and you don't want to use them in a traditional roll anymore, you can hook up to the digital stuff here and just attach it to something like a drill press. You've had, oh, Serets are nice. This is, Mitutoyos are what we used in the bureau when I had those jobs. And so I love these things. They're easy on the hand. You can throw them in a tool bin and they'll survive that. These I just keep constantly on hand. They are extremely repeatable in their measurements. I just buy them once. You buy the cheap off-brand ones and you're left with a giant caliper that does not work eventually. This thing had the easiest life a caliper could possibly have, but it does not work. It is a knockoff Mitutoyo. It's the same style as one. It's got the little scale chart on the bottom, but it does not work anymore. That's why I buy the good ones. And the stuff we do, you know you're going to be using them a lot. I like the dial calipers. I've had dial calipers, but it takes like an hour and a half to figure out how to read these every time I pull them out of the closet. $150 in America bucks. $150 is worth the only set of, what is it, 0 to 200 millimeter calipers you're going to use. The 0 to 200 millimeters are your most common reach for in electronics. You can get smaller ones, you can get larger ones, you can get entirely plastic calipers. We had those at the job for a little bit and they were terrible. But this is the one that I'm always reaching for. I use this Not daily. It's not, you know, a daily tool, but it is like a once a week tool. So yeah, I mean, if the general ones aren't breaking on you and they're giving you good measurements, it's just I know the proclivities of this thing. If I get a measurement of a certain value, I know where to round it in order to get the right thing into stuff into CAD. If you have schmutz on the jaw, it's off. They're generally, I use them for electronics mostly, so they're generally pretty clean. It's just finger oils. So 0.0, 0.1, I haven't seen a minus appear here, so these are actually pretty well locked in. These are much newer than the ones that I used to use. I had to order a new pair. My old Mitutoyos stopped working. It was a very sad day. But yeah, I know there's a sticker shock, but do they automatically recalibrate to 0? No, they do not. If I press on this hard enough, it'll go into negatives. But these are in good shape. These are relatively new. The old ones that I had, there was one of these was bent, like broken. 209. Oh, YouTube chat. Oh, I'm so sorry, YouTube chat. I didn't have YouTube chat running. YouTubers, I apologize. Hold on. I'll get you guys going. Unless this is it. Voltage is this operating at? I think those are old. Let's get YouTube back in. Sorry, YouTube. I neglected you, my baby. Why did that change positions again? That was weird. There we are. Okay, nobody was chatting in YouTube. Did I actually hit? Yeah, I hit go live. Okay. We have a total of 0 people watching. That's cool. I don't even count as a viewer. We had a couple people pop in and then go away. There's a little bit of activity on YouTube. Sorry, YouTubers. Anyway, we're continuing on. YouTube should just come over to Twitch. Yeah, but there's ads on Twitch. If you go to YouTube, you don't get ads. Secret, secret. Secret, secret. I've got a secret. With parts made in Japan. Okay, I am a man. Domo arigato, Mr. Roboto. Domo, domo, Okay, so I'm a little concerned about this measurement because I'm getting weird numbers. It's very nice when you get nice even numbers, although zoomed in, I can get a much better impression. So as soon as this thing pops over on the edge there, we're gonna take this back out. Twitch now checks on the tab if windows are in focus, pausing ads if it's not. What? DMCA takedown. A live DMCA takedown where they put a bullet in my brain to get me to stop playing copyrighted stuff without your pound of flesh. Okay, 7. I'm a little happier about 7.5. The 0.4 is probably me just not super duper centering that. But these are down the same line. So those are down the same line. These are not. These are going to be a completely unique measurement. So that, and then we can get the distance from here to here, or we could just assume that they are mirror images of one another. That's not comforting. Wait. You never know with nonlinear circuits. I mean, given the sloppiness of the trace layout, I have to assume that they are using somewhat even numbers on these, but I just can't be sure. I want to assume that it's 7.5, although I should probably take it from the same spot on both. Secret, secret, I got a secret. Oh, you know where the 0.04 might be coming from me being cocked to the side. So with 28, describe the distance. It would. Yeah, so let's put that out at 28. Make sure I'm in construction lines. So that's going to go 8 by 28. And that's a 6.5. I don't like to stack the things on top of one another, because if you need to tweak something, it'll inform all the other distances. So if I had the bottom row fits perfectly, and then I need to move the top row, if I move the top row, or move the bottom row, the top row is going to move, or something like that, right? All these little datums that you're taking can throw you off. Need to get the digital caliper readout on screen. That would be another battery, and then probably an ESP8266 that I could just sort of staple onto this thing. All right, what are these going to be, like 20? 20? Number wang? 24? The reason I buy the Mitutoyos is the same reason that I buy Fluke. It's because you can drop them down a flight of stairs and they still work perfectly. It's hard to find tools like that these days. I forgot the number. 24. I have to speak to the president. Yeah, these should get their own boxes. So it's 7.5. Oh no, 24. 7 days a week. And then 24, 28. There you go. You know, you can do the whole pattern tool and stuff, but when you're iterating through the design, it's you got to find the thing to click in order to edit the whole pattern, and it's annoying. 6.5, and then I got to put this module in my module hole. All right, those are our knobs. So now for the other thingy wingies. Guess whose rust bucket is getting a treat today, says Haystack. Oh, that's your money you're spending on your car? Buy once and miss your house payment. No, 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 no. Proper tools are going to save you in the long run. It's all of that extra little expense of, oh, my calipers are bent, or, oh, this broke, I guess I got to buy another one and have a delay. No, you don't want to have that. You want to have a tool that just works. Father, does your tool work? Sometimes. I take bills for that. Okay, so I take it that the little X is the center of our ThonkyCon connector. Although, yeah, I think that's what this is. 6 new, coils. Was Big John there for that? I don't know if Big John was there for that, but I had coil pack issues, and I kept calling a friend of mine, hey man, my coil packs are dead again. I've got them in my garage at home. Can you go grab one and meet me in Manayunk? So I drive over to where I was and give me a coil pack from my own personal collection. The Mark IV VW was it was one of the cars of all time. Okay, so we are measuring to the X. That's very kind of them to give us that data point. I am the modern man. Dun, 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 dun. 2.5. Where's that one? 9.2. Well, okay, so this was many, many years ago. This is the early 2000s. It was my Mark IV VW, and when one of them coil packs goes bad, apparently you're just supposed to replace them all. But I was too cheap to do them all. And so I did one, and then I did another one, and then I did another one, and then I did another one. There's only 4 cylinders. 9.5. They swapped the X with the center mark, yeah. All right, so I'm gonna make this just a line at 9.5. So actually, let's just do 2 lines, 2 construction lines. So this is from the bottom. We are 9.2, or 5 rather. 9.5. That's locked in. Okay, 9.5 locked in there, and then we've got 3 distances going out this way. So when you in Fusion, it'll either lock into a line or it'll lock into horizontal. So if I finish this one, is that something? I think the right angle over here locks it into horizontal movement. I did that. I take that back. You did, wait, I missed stretching. I've only swapped out coil packs once, wasn't that bad. It's not that bad on certain engines, yeah, where it's literally you just get below the plastic and they're right there. They're right on top of the engine. Some cars are like that. Some are an absolute pain in the butt, but the parts themselves are the expensive thing. Swap to an X as the center mark. It's so helpful. It is actually more helpful than a lot of these. That's how the Jeep Patriot is. Yeah, the VWs were like that too. Although I think the more modern ones, you have more plastic covering your engine because I don't know why there's even a hood anymore. Why are you able to open your hood if all you're looking at is a bunch of plastic? It's just a bunch of plastic panels. All right, what's the distance to the X? X marks the spot. The spot is marked by the X. What even do the plastic panels do? In some instances, they keep out dust, which is kind of weird. Some instances. But yeah, a lot of these engine bays, it's like performatively covered in plastic. I don't understand it. They make it feel premium and expensive. It's like adding weights to stuff. Says the guy with weights in his mouth. 2.5. This is literally just doing this. This usually is not this ponderous and slow. This happens a lot faster, but I'm telling you guys everything I'm doing, so. Where did the number go? Where's the lamb sauce? I wasn't clicked into the program. $2.5 for that one. Okay. Okay, you know what? Everybody's critic. Sitting there farting at me. What do you do? Who the hell are you? I opened up for 2266. That's an odd one. Here, let's use a. Are you going to print this? Is this a case you're making? Yeah, it's the modular. It's the Euro rack setup. And it is a case of my making, and this is going to get 3D printed, and then we're going to cover it in vinyl, and then I'll use a label maker on it. We're supposed to be soldering all day, but instead we're setting this up ahead of time. I expected this to go a little faster than it is, but 22.5. You know, I could kind of like grid these, but I don't want the numbers influencing other numbers because sometimes you need to just jiggle something a little bit to get it to sit in place. 32.5. Yeah, again, that's a camera distortion. I opened up this segment by talking about camera lenses distorting. My calipers are not bent, but my camera lenses bend things. You guys get a little tiny bit of a fisheye effect, and that's common with basically all cameras. 32.5. That's why using a flatbed scanner is really good for doing this kind of stuff. Because the flatbed scanner tends to distort less. So these are specific, and I guess I'm just going to measure them. So I'll measure the ThonkyCon, and that's 5.8. So 6.2 is the slip dimension. Non-construction. 6.2. 6 Mark II. Very simple. We're not putting text in it or anything. My printer is not really capable of doing text. I've tried. So 6.2 on those. Now we need to find the second row's height. So height from the bottom. Height from the bottom. It's nice that the X doesn't have flat sections so that I could measure it more easily. $24.5. Domo, domo, dun, dun, dun. 2.5. Why did it? Sometimes Fusion has to think really hard about something very simple, and it's always kind of concerning. You're like, are we crashing? Or it seems to want to do a right angle incident from my center line, which is a little strange. 32.5. Okay, then non-construction. 6.2, we're almost there. We can start up the 3D print. The important part is that we let this print cool properly, because the PETG will warp if I try to pull this off early. Okay, that's all we need. So it's only a certain number of... The void. Hello? Is there anybody out there? Oh, that's right. We unviewed that, and then we unview our sketches, and now we've got everything. Okay, there we go. That's our John. Yeah, if somebody claims their camera has no fisheye, either they're lying or it's a very expensive lens. I don't trust people with expensive camera gear anyway, so they're probably just always lying. Never trust anyone. Yoink. There's a panel. That's it. All we needed to do. Okay, so the reason that I'm printing this is because I don't want to solder down my connectors until I have something that puts them in the right positions. So now that we have this, I can print it, slice it and print it, and then we can actually proceed with this. Now, again, my settings got all weird on this thing, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to put this in the stream projects section. So I'm going to look at the body directly and rename it to filter 1. Filter 1, and I'm going to I'm going to save as mesh and not change any of the settings. And so that's going to go into Super Slicer. Obviously, you don't have to use Super Slicer. Apparently, it's so old. It's such an old program. Nobody likes Super Slicer. Everybody hates it. But it's what I use. It's what I've had working. It's what I got working. And being that I got it working, the principles state that if it works, I'm not going to mess with it. Although all of this sort of Linux influence of having constant updates for everything has bled over into 3D printing. So you constantly update this and that and the other thing. All right, so we got to get the printer working. So what I'm going to do is go to Octopi Local. I got to move the simulator setup. This is the car seat sitting between me and my gaming rig, my super duper gaming computer. So Octoprompt, right now, nothing is connected. I'm gonna just for the heck of it, I'm gonna reboot the system. When I turn off that printer over there, it's like a pile of crap. It's sitting in the middle of a pile of just refuse. The printer over there, when I turn it on, it only turns on the microcontroller board. It does not turn on the Raspberry Pi. I thought that would be a great idea because then Octoprint would always be running. Well, it turns out when you use Octo Clipper, Clipper always expects to be connected to the microcontroller. So turning off most of the printer and leaving the Raspberry Pi running kind of trips it up. I gotta see if mainsail is gonna be like that. I've put in password reset. I thought I undid that. I thought I set that in the settings, but it's like what's going on? Wrong password. Come on, man. Are you sure? Yeah. Okay, so I've output the file on Fusion. I need to get it into Super Slicer, so I'm gonna transferring it. I am going to transfer it using the most boomer method possible available to me, which is just to drag and drop it into Discord. It's not the best way to do things. The file server's permissions are all screwed up. Yeah, if I could do a floppy disk, that would actually be fascinating to do. Firewire. Firewire. Activate. No, I'm boomering it through Discord. Through Discord, and then this thing will probably be ready to go by the time I'm done that. Let's get it from the admin section here with all the salacious messages in it. Downloaded. Octoprint. Let's start up Super Slicer. You guys just get like a weird view of my computer screen. It's not the most professional thing in the world. I could probably have Fusion send it automatically to Super Slicer. I don't really know how to set that stuff up. Where's temp prints? All the way down here. And then... oh, right. It would be in downloads. Sorry. Boom. Okay, so which end is which on this thing? I want to make sure that I print the right part of it on the right side. I think... why not such and such slicer is what everybody says on Twitch. They always want you to use what they're using, and they're always using the most modern and super duper awesome featureful slicer. Mine's old, but it works. Everybody wants me to use their slicer. I have not upgraded since switching over to Super Slicer. Orca Slicer is the best. You run a commercial print farm, holy shit. Yeah, I don't. Super Slicer works. It's just what I'm using. It's what I've been using for years. So I haven't wanted to migrate settings. That's really the reason, is because I'm lazy. Now there's like nothing on this side. All the components are on this side. Some of the components are in areas that the potentiometer could still be soldered in and facilitate, but okay, the Funky Cons, no. So the front side is this side. This is the one that I have to have the holes in. So the isolated holes are on their own to the left. So this side, I need to be facing the print bed. So in the slicer, I need the gap to be on the left. And that's how I figure that out. I'll catch up with chat in just a sec. Hold on. I gotta come over here and do this. Yeah, I simply have not switched. Oh, gap's on the left. This is perfect. Ooh, sorry. Knocked my mic. Okay, so this is ready to go. I just need to put it on the part of the printer that doesn't have like pulled up glass, which is the front left at this point. I have another sheet of glass to go onto the printer. I've been lazy about doing it. I'm getting every ounce out of this glass before I have to swap it out. I print with PETG, which is like soda bottle plastic. It's very sticky. It's very strong. It will stick to glass and pull up glass fibers if you force the print off of the bed early. So I don't want to pull up glass fibers, and I don't want this part to warp. So we're going to wait for it to cool fully, and then the difference in the shrinkage of the glass and the plastic are microscopically different, and so this will actually be completely loose on the platform. The thing is, it's a coated surface. It's got like a Teflon coating on it so that this doesn't stick as hard. But the flattest surface is going to be on the print bed itself. That's what we're going to cover in vinyl covering, and then we'll cut out all the holes, and then we'll make label maker labels for it. So that's how we're going to do that part of it. So I'm going to slice this. We're going to figure out how long that's going to take, but my printer still doesn't work again because of the stupid thing that I do. And there's a lot of stupid things that I do. You guys have got to, like, I don't know, just you got to get used to this. It's a lot of really dumb stuff. The MCU, the microcontroller, and the Raspberry Pi are not connected to one another. So I need to hit connect, but now they might still not be connected. So I need to send the BL touch sensor down and up to make sure that all my connections are good. I heard a click. I heard another click. We're ready to go. Okay, there we go. Now, yes, I could probably change all of my software and avoid all these problems, but for now, everything works on this printer, and that's what I'm going for, is the fact that I can hit Control P and eventually get this thing up and running. I do need to change slicers and stuff, but... oh, you have a license, I see. A viewer gifted me a license to one of those good slicers, but it turns out the paid slicer was not as good as the free slicers are. It didn't have, like, it didn't get features as quickly and stuff. That was, oh yeah, Simplify. Yeah, that's Simplify. Yo, stumbled in here from YouTube subbed. Hey, thanks, Sloth Tech. I wasn't catching up with chat because my 3D printer situation has gotten weird, and I haven't been able to dedicate the time to fix it. To find out what a good slicer is, one that has the demon tentacles that come up and hold up your part, the tree supports and stuff like that. I don't have those. So guessing you're a machinist. No, I was an electrical engineer. I left the circuit. I'm an electrical engineer, but I left the circuit board behind. I need to go get the circuit board we're building. So this is going to print in like 20 minutes, and it's going to take a significant amount of time to cool. so that we can get all of our positions in. And in the meantime, we can do all of the other circuit elements on this. I made the mistake of purchasing Simplify 3D back in 2020. It sucked. Went to Prusa very fast. Super Slicer is an offset of Prusa that was supported and then not supported and then supported again. But it's like all this stuff, man, all these slicers and the 3D printer software and this and that and the other thing. It's like, I haven't kept up, and like I don't feel bad about that because it's just a lot of bullshit that you have to deal with, right? I am here building a thing right now. I don't want to deal with all that. And I know dealing with it means that you're not going to have as many problems, but if I kick this machine in just the right part, all the little gubbins fall into place and I end up printing what I wanted to print. So, I mean, at some point, yeah, maybe I should migrate to all those things. That's a great idea. Every time I try to do something on the channel, people tell me I'm using the wrong stuff. You need to know concepts and theories, and slicers don't matter unless you're doing large volumes. Why? So the features are what I've been left behind with, right? I want those tentacles. I want the demon hands that hold up your part, because that's better on your filament and it's better support. So yeah, I am getting left behind by not updating all my shit. But the not updating my shit means that I know exactly where to kick the machine to get it to do what I want it to do. So, you know, 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. If I hold out long enough, maybe I'll be popular enough that Bamboo will be like, we should send them a printer and lock them into our walled garden. Yeah, the tree supports seem really cool. Super Slicer, I think, is supported now, and I think I could probably get the newer version of Super Slicer. I think that's a thing that I could do. Why do I have 5? I can't even count basic numbers. Oh my God. How's everybody else's week stacking up? We're in Thirsty Thursdays. Thirsty Thursdays. What was this part? What did I grab? A TL074. Okay, so surface mount build. We have an instruction and we could follow the instructions, or we could just go from lowest to tallest. So we'll do things like the chips and the resistors and the capacitors, and then we'll move up to the other components that are required here. These look like 0805, but the thing about 0805 is that it can also fit 0603s. What is this one? One slicer to rule them all, and in the darkness bite them. Ow, why'd you bite me? Jeez. Who bites somebody? What's wrong with you? I know it's bind. What are these? I just found these on the upper row. All right, so we could use 0603 resistors, and for 0603 resistors, I have this handy dandy book. This handy dandy 0603 resistor sample book, and it's just full of 0603 resistors. These will be a little bit small on these pads. 0805s would fit much better. My 0805s are in a different organizational system, and it's actually kind of prohibitive. It's not very good for building stuff, and I probably should reevaluate. Do you have a battery charge tester? I have a bunch. Why? I don't have a particular one that I like, if that's what you're wondering. Let me catch up with a little bit of chat here, because you guys, there's a lot of scroll up. So let's see. This is the one thing I don't like about Fusion Design. In Prol or now Creo, you drop a hole and dimension show up for a reference point. Well, with Fusion, you get to choose your reference point. I think that's kind of an important thing, because you can measure from different pieces. Are they expensive? It depends on what you're trying to get out of a battery monitor. You battery tender, battery monitor. The purview of that question is huge. Someone claims camera. Okay, we got that. Floppy disks. A YouTube viewer has been caught. Yeah, I appreciate it. Hand draw, scan it, fax. That's a good way to do it, yeah. A company ran IT for used tape backups 12 years ago. It was painful, I would imagine. Those are relatively unreliable at best, and now you've got the only ones left are like made by discounts. They're all the same. Let's see. Doubles on the left according to the image. Yeah, but I need it to be on. I think I got it right. I think I got the right surface on the right part. How you guys doing? Yeah, we got YouTube up. I just saw the mics hanging on the wall. Do you have Mitutoyos? Oh, these are terrible Chinese micrometers. They're awful. My brother bought them, and then he gave me this big wooden case filled with micrometers. So what I did is probably not what you should be doing with micrometers, and putting magnets on them and just hanging them on the wall. They're not good. They're not good. I don't trust them at all. I just design parts to be as little supports as I can. That's what I do, yeah. When I'm designing a part, I'm always thinking of the print bed and whether I'm using additive or subtractive manufacturing. If so, I think about that print bed and I think about how the part can be oriented in order to have no supports. That's sort of the best way, the best practice. 2 YouTube viewers. Yeah, we're moving up in the world. We're getting popular. I'm going to leave you guys all behind and forget my roots, forget who got me to where I'm going. You're looking at the next Mr. Beast. That's right. I'm going to have a soulless smile and no light in my eyes. And I'm going to start throwing cars at each other for fun because that's what the algorithm demands. In Creo, you define, oh yeah, you draw your 2D layout. You can pick if you want the edge as a reference. So it forces you into having an exact, yeah, perfect teeth, Botox, no wrinkles at the corners, and you know, especially not from laughing or anything like that. No circles under the eyes. We're gonna tape scalpels to cars, yeah, and we'll give $1 million to the person that ends the test with all of their vital organs, because that's what the algorithm wants. And the algorithm always gets what it wants. Is that a YouTube emote? Rarely see those. All right, what value is this resistor? Let's test it real quick. Figure out what this mysterious grouping of resistors is that I've got sitting on top of the bench. I don't know, it's a loading thing. You saw it. See that? I mean, everybody's trying to be Twitch again, and YouTube is the better player, so... Twitch is just where you hold on to your crowd. Oh, these are 24.9K. These are a special value for using microcontrollers with modular synthesizers. And I've got like a bin full of them, but... What are we building? We're building a Eurorack modular synthesizer filter from nonlinear circuits. Okay, now I know what that is. All right, so shortest to tallest. Just take a quick gander to see if there are any notes about changes, because these nonlinear circuit builds can tend to have edits on them. So looking through the bill of material setup, the 100K trim pot sets the operating. Okay, so this is theory of operation. Q pot will get the module to self-oscillate. If you turn the pot too high, the signal clips. Notes, through hole, 0805, 0805, JFET. VCF is based on the ARP4023 VCF. It's one of the 2 most common VCF designs around, the others being the ladder filter. I've made a ladder filter on occasion. It has great sound, very wide ranging, and is happy to self-oscillate when the Q pot is cranked. Picks of the complete build module. Okay, so no edits on this. We've got all the right stuff here. So now it's just up to me to gather and solder in all the things. Now, I prefer surface mount to through hole. Surface mount is much easier to work with in the long run. It's easier to remove parts. It's easier to add parts. It's easier to rework. It's easier to work from the first place. We're not going to do this all in one go. We're going to do this part by part. And so when we're doing it part by part, I'm going to be using just my typical soldering iron tip, which is just a slightly smaller tip. This thing is good down to the really small sizes of surface mount. I generally don't have troubles with this one. We shouldn't really have to swap it out. I can probably also do the through-hole stuff through this. And then we're going to have just solder, but I have a slightly thinner solder. The stuff that I normally use is this, what is it? 0.6 millimeter. This is, gotta find the number on it, 0.4. I recently switched to the 0.4 for surface mount stuff. This just keeps you from globbing on way too much. We're not going to pick and place this one. I've been working on the pick and place, and I've got a little bit of progress into it. I think I need to rethink the mechanics on the pick and place, because this is what we got. This is just a test rig for the pick and place, but I use these Heim joints, and they will keep these two parallel, but because these are Heim joints, they've got that extra, they got the extra axis movement, and so this kind of boogies around. It does a little bit of dancing. So I think I need to rethink this. I think I need to use belts, timing belts, so that all the stuff stays in place better and a little bit more parallel. And then because I did slip fits on these, I didn't do press fit. Because of that, they've got a little bit of wiggle room, a little wiggle. So it's still as close to what I need to have happen on the pick and place. I need it to be very, very light, and I need it to return back to the upwards position, because then you would maneuver it into position and lower your part and, you know, cut off the suction air. So we're getting close on the pick and place, but I don't know if this is the design. I'm not sure. Adulting sucks. Okay. Yeah, I hear you. This is a fun little launcher though. Boink. Okay, get this out of the way. Now I could put this in the vise. I could put this into something that'll keep it stable, but I think we can solder it directly on the board here, directly on the table here without too much trouble. And then I'll just pull the solder out, keep this nearby, get the calipers out of the way. We don't need those. We no longer need calipers, never again. Oh, that's gonna print in gray. Ah, darn it. Well, it's already printing. Can't do anything about it. Ah! Simple 3D printer mechanics. I am trying to replicate a $5,000 pick and place machine, and there's a reason why it's designed the way it is. It's got the X and the Y axis with the wrist rest, and that's the fundamental part of the pick and place that I've already got. It's sitting on the table over there. I just haven't shown it yet. Then this is the mechanism that I'm trying to replicate, which is the piece that floats this little syringe tip that stays parallel to your work surface. So this is not an automated, everybody wants to do an automated pick and place, but I don't want that level of software, and I want to be able to just build the circuits myself. So instead, we're building something like this, and I'm doing it with the parts that I have and 3D printing. So is it the best way to do things? Sure, why not? If you're always concerned about doing things at their utmost and utter best, I don't know, it's just not a nice way to live. Not a nice way to live your life. All right, 104 is actually a 0.1 microfarad capacitor. So let me find some 0.1s here. And I've got them, certainly got them in bulk. That's 39 point something or other K. Yeah, the hand-operated pick and place is automating the pick and place is one thing. They're very slow. You need computer vision and all that. But doing it by hand is fast, and it helps you create lots and lots of. You can basically manufacture circuit boards, or you can make one circuit board that looks professional, and so that's sort of what I'm going for. Oh my God! Hold on. I need to do like a whole thing. The 0.1 UF caps I've got plenty of. It's just they're in the drawer, TM, and so we've got to extract them. Bother? Are you sure? Are you sure? Are you sure? Are you sure? Are you sure, Bother? Are you sure? Are you sure? Are you sure, Bother? Are you sure? Are you sure? Are you sure? Are you sure about that? Are you sure? 10 microfarad. Okay, here we go. This is the right one. Have fun yard working. It's me, the cabinet gremlin. Okay. 0.1 UF. I have like 10,000 of these things in here. How many do I need? Yoink, capacitors are 470K. 1 nuff, 100 puff is 0.1 uff. Really, only 2? 101, actually, 100 nuff is what, I hate this. Firefox's little PDF. Hey, do you want to write on your PDF? No, I don't. Please get the thing out of the way. There we go. So which one is it? 0.1. I think that's 100 nanofarad, right? Yeah, it's 100 nanofarad. Okay. Did they really not give me a calculator on that and they let AI answer? Vaporizing a small village's water. 0805. Sorry, it doesn't matter the size. 100 NFs. So we got four of these guys in here. Four of these things. Where are my tweezers? They're right here. They're buried. Okay, 4 of those. We're gonna have to go capacitor hunting for some of these others, and hopefully we have the right values, because audio stuff sometimes requires weird capacitor values. So those are the first things I saw was 104. That's typically used to describe the value of a capacitor. So we're going to take this. We are going to put a little bit of solder on the board, and then we just slide this little buggy into place. We do not get the system where surface tension centers the parts. We don't get to have that for hand soldered surface mount. When you do pick and place over solder paste, well, you don't really need the pick and place even to do that. When you do solder paste, all of your parts will actually change the orientation based on the surface tension of the terminals. So the liquid metal has a very high amount of surface tension, and so this will sort of arrange your parts in place. But when we're doing it this way by hand, we don't get that. We don't get to do that. 0805 is a nice like hand solderable size. When you get down to like 0402, things start to get really hard to solder. This stuff, if you buy just a simple embroidery magnifying headpiece, you can see this pretty well and orient everything properly. I mean, I don't need this to be super duper centered, but I can do that. And also the parallax of the camera comes into play. Where are the other 104s? We're now hunting for Waldo because of the way this board is. Also, when you do Q1, Q2, R1, R2, you know, F1, F2, etc., I can generally get the location of the component by the size of the number. So if we're looking for F104 and I know that the bill of materials starts with F100, I know it's going to be in one corner of the board because these things are not labeled by component value. They're labeled by a designator. It's a much better way to do things. Could the vacuum foot pedal? Could the vacuum be foot pedal operated? Yeah, that's actually the what do you call it? That's the plan. That's what the old one or the real world one is like. It has a vacuum operator, a foot pedal operated vacuum. Although I was going to see if I could sneak a button onto the control handle, but it really doesn't need that. Where's 104? I don't know what these are. What is these? We'll have to look those up. 104, 104, 101. 1? What the hell? $100R cutoff 224. Where in the heck? 2.7K, 200K, which is up here, which is kind of an odd thing to do. 10U. Remember, these were designed very quickly. You know, one design a month for Eurorack is kind of crazy. So all this stuff is really just thrown together, and it's a wonder that it works, but it's kind of cool the way it was put together. So all of my complaints are not considering the amount of time it took to put this, you know, that's a 101. What am I missing here? There's a fourth 104. $100K, 150, 100, 556. One might expect this to be a 104. Look at decoupler on that chip. 5656. Ball. Okay, 150. Nothing. Minus 12. What the heck? Am I blind? 104 there. I got that one. Something, something. 101. Is my bill of materials wrong? 100R, 27K. Because there's nothing on the other side. This is totally blank. $104, are you sure? Where the... this is going to slow me down. Oh, we got weed whackers coming by. That's 200K. Transistors, 50K. 62, 56, 100. Hut, hike. Could that be the one of a 104 that's been cut off? Maybe. I mean, if the other two are here and that one's here, I wonder if that's where it goes. Or if it's out here. 470K, thingy wingy. All right, let's take a look at where that fourth one is. Oh my God, the circuit's hard to read. Looking for a capacitor. 100 picofarad there. 470, 470. Is this not a complete schematic? Come on! This couldn't be any more frustrating. 100 pico, 56K resistor. Ugh, come on. So they're decoupling something, but we're not allowed to know what they are. It's probably the power supply, but that's not represented in the schematic. Holy hell. Fine. I don't need you. Four 0805s for 104. All right, one more sweep. $56. I don't know what these are. Like the ones with the little, they might be diodes, but I think they are. Let's look at, yeah, in the circuit, there are diodes, but the diodes are through hole, or are they? Those must be the diodes, yeah. They're in kind of a ladder configuration. Or no, there's three diodes. Okay, hold on. Yeah, Q6, Q8, Q7, and then we've got DDD to V minus. Are there other, yeah, there's the two diodes here. So I think those are diodes. Probably 1N4148 equivalents. So, you know, two there, couple down here. Probably put surface mount ones there. I got the transistors. 200K. A lot of diodes, though. How many diodes in total are we actually putting into the circuit? SOIC, JFET, MPN, PNP, 1N4148. We've got 5 of those. Well, then what's the... That says through hole, but then there's a bunch of surface mount stuff. Quite the ADHD screen? What do you mean? Oh, sorry, I put up the all cam. Yeah, this one is for all cameras at once. Everything going on all at the same time. Oh my God. Sorry. 4148 diode is there. It doesn't say anything about a surface mount diode. I might switch over to resistors just so I can get a win, because this is the first component's going down and I'm already... Oh my God, my folder. Like, I'm looking for something that's labeled 104. This is my worst nightmare. As an electrical engineer, as a purveyor of creating circuits and putting stuff together, you have a component that's labeled number 1, and I don't know what the hell that is. I don't know. And then this one has a little, like, oh, it's got just a little circle. I don't know what that is. That's really frustrating. I gotta say. Let's check out what the person that we were linked to, John B. 101, different one there. Is that a 0 ohm resistor? Is that just a jumper? Is that what that is? Might be. Well, what are those? The ones labeled with the number 1. Oh my goodness. That's 224. I think there's only 3 of these, and what's throwing me off is that they've planned on there being... They've said there were 4, but there's not. Why a 0 ohm and not just a trace? I know. Maybe so you can activate and deactivate parts of the circuit. I mean, they didn't say anything about doing that. First, solder in the IC. Oh, so they're dealing with a kit that had all the surface mount stuff already populated. Andrew F. usually uses B pots on most of his modules except for the ADSR. It's very easy to solder a resistor across the 2 pins if you wish to turn a B into a linear and an A into a log. This way you can adjust the slope to suit your needs. Is that what some of these are? Like the zeros here are something you would solder across the leads in order to make it into a linear? That might be what it is. What does it call for these? I don't know which one it calls for. What do we have? We have B pots. Andrew F. usually uses B pots. Okay, so we got the right type of pot. There's A, B, and then there's logarithmic. I think. Is it A and B logarithmic? I don't know. There's different potentiometers. It's weird. It's a weird scheme. I'm starting to get hungry. I'm going to actually be very hungry for this stream. Okay, so, man, this is just very frustrating to... These are always like this, though. This is what I signed up for. I mean, it looks like they're building the same thing. I just wish I knew what some of these components were. Like 1001. Some of the ones that are just labeled with like a semicircle, like that one, 1003. So that's 100K there. So are all the ones with a weird symbol 100K? Are there notes about that over here? Where's that? Where did it go? Where did it go? Hold on. Where did it go? Where'd the page go that I was looking at? What the? Oh man. Am I too stupid to do this today? Yes, always. Close that one. It's confusing me. This one is a screen. I'm going to put that all the way over here. Wait, where did the whole like bill of materials that I had open go? I'm sorry, opening up an old window. I must have run over another. Oh wait, that was the one. That's what I was looking for. I must have closed it in my anger. 100K parentheses C. What the? Well, what's the one then? 1K. Uh-huh, uh-huh, uh-huh. Let's solder those first, because that's pissing me off. This feels like putting together a barbecue. Always best to have a leftover part at the end. That's how my brother used to build stuff. Whenever we do like Lego sets, he would have all these extra parts. And back in the day, sometimes there would be extra parts in the Lego bags. But I don't think as often as he would have extra parts. It always kind of felt like, why do you have all these extra parts? Like, what did you do? Because he would skip steps. Yeah, they're not test points. No, I know this from the other nonlinear circuits, is when you have weird stuff like this going on, this is a particular value assignment. So it's not a really good practice, and it's pervasive on the older stuff. Hopefully, more recently, he's gone over to using symbols. You know, your designators, your R1s, your C1s, because it gives you more than just one piece of information. It gives you location, and it gives you value in a decently designed kit circuit. Where'd the third one go? Oh, it's right here. All right, so 1Ks are numbered 1. I've got a big collection of 1 kilo ohm resistors. I spilled coffee on these many, many years ago, so they kind of stick to each other. But otherwise, they're good. Where did my tweezers go? I was just holding them there. How many 1Ks am I going to need? 2? Oh, okay. That's kind of disappointing. In digital electronics, you'll find 1Ks all over the place, but in analog, I guess it's a little bit less needed. So these are stuck together. Unstick yourselves. Unstick! I said, I bestow upon the unsticulator. What's the ad situation going on right now? Are we running an ad right now? Let me check. I'm gonna check. 40 minutes until the next one. So did well, nothing lit up when the ad ran, huh? What's up, JFix? How you doing? We're building a nonlinear circuit, so there's a lot to complain about. At the same time, I mean, these are pretty cool little circuits. I'm going to discard this 1K. I can see a little bit of coffee on it. I spilled iced coffee onto those 1Ks, so they're stuck together in clusters. Same with the 10Ks. They're kind of, they still work. They still work just fine. Anyway, 1K is going down. All right. So we need to look for the ones that are labeled with the number 1 for the 1Ks, because for some reason it's okay to use a symbol for 100Ks and 1Ks, but not for any of the other things that we're going to give a direct value for. Drives me absolutely batshit insane. It's like you always need to have a bill of materials when you're building something like this. So why not just do regular parts designation? Oh, that sounds too much like the man. That's too unradical and fun. I'm fun. I put values. Well, this creates a lot of extra work for the rest of us. I guess it's not really the concern of people selling their boards like this. The main draw, the thing that I like the most about building boards like this, is that it's basically like, here's the circuit, good luck, bye. It just leaves you out to figure it all out on your own. So you can make substitutions, you can use good parts, you can use bad parts, you can do whatever you want to build this circuit. It is yours, you own it. I think we're going to use those 603 resistors. I'm not sure though. I may want to do 0805s because they fit so nice on this board. They look real nice. They fit real good. There's one 1K. We got to find the other 1K. So we got to go searching for it. And I have no data points on this at all. Oh, it smells a little bit like coffee. There it is. What are you building? This is from Nonlinear Circuits. And this is a voltage-controlled filter, a VCF, that mimics a pretty common topography of filter in Eurorack and synthesizer design. I didn't have any filters on my Eurorack setup, and so I was criticized. Now, Julian came over and he was like, you need filters. You don't have any filters. So I got a filter. I got clouds. My clouds doesn't even work. So Coffee-infused circuit board soldering stream, yeah. I should send those out with, if I ever figure out what the electronics kit is that I'm gonna make, I should send a bunch out with the coffee resistors, so people are soldering and they're going, man, I could really use a cup of Joe right now. I have filters on my furnace. Wrong thing. It's a Sid Heresy stream, yeah, pretty much. Sid Heresy is rated a couple times. So these ones with the like little O symbol, these ones with the little O symbol, those are actually 100K. So let's go find our 100s. Chips per minute. If we were doing the proper pick and place thing, I would have already gotten the bill of materials all lined up and in bins like this, and then we could just go whoop-de-doop and just pick them up, put them down again. That's usually the way you would do things if you're making multiple circuit boards or if you're making an important prototype. And then what happens is, because you have solder paste on all those pins, you would move this over to either a hot plate or an oven, and then it would solder everything all at once. And when you do that, it looks really, really professional. It looks really, really nice. All right, so our next thing we're gonna do is 100K, because they're labeled weird and it annoys me. It gets me mad. Yeah, I gotta like send Sid Heresy some modules or something. Maybe you can help me figure out what the hell I've built. What have I done? What did I do? What did I build? Oh my God. Is this ethical? I don't know. Oh, the humanity. How many 100Ks do we need? 10? Really hampering my supply of 100Ks. 2, 3. I'm using 0805. They're harder to find in my shop, just because I've organized them in this system instead of one of these handy dandy binders. These are really the best way. They're so easy to just, okay, there's that, and you take your part out. But yeah, this is not a great way to organize it. I need to actually like buy a binder of 0805s and then use these for parts storage. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This is the very limit of my ability to count. I can only count to 10. That's 11. 100Ks. All right. And I don't think these are 1% either. So when I use them, I'm getting a sort of statistical anomaly of weird values. Yeah, the binders are so cool. I'm glad I found them. This is the 0603 binder, but it's just a sample binder of components. It's really a handy way to keep your stuff together. I like it a lot. All right. So anything that's labeled with a C gets a 100K. Which is the worst system possible. I'm going to constantly complain about it. I've already made my reasons clear. You and you. You can buy blank binders. Maybe I need to do that. Oh, that's going to be a lot of work though, because these components are just loose. So it's not like I can put the 0805s back. Push that in a little bit more. Yeah, so this is what we're doing today. It's just a chill out, hang out, solder stuff while Bother complains about things. We get a little bit of visual asthma with the soldering. And then in the end, hopefully I have something that will work as a filter. All right, you know, it's just got to come in here and somebody's just got to come in here and rip ass in the middle of my... If you guys don't know, Twitch has something called channel points, whereby watching the stream, participating, leaving comments, things like that, just engagement bait kind of stuff, you earn CP. And when you have a lot of CP on a hard drive, no, that's not, no. When you earn channel points, you can use them on various things. You can highlight your comments and do all kinds of little glitzy things like that. Well, I decided to give you guys a little bit more control over the real world. And so what they're able to do in my stream is use channel points in order to activate a fart machine. And the fart machine is a dollar store fart noise maker with 9 sounds that you can randomly trigger the Willow picture is another one that is on there, and then the Idealite is a third thing that's a real world interaction. But the fart box makes an actual physical fart noise that goes in through my microphone and out to your ears. So if you hear those farts, those are happening in real life. And these guys get 2 farts a stream, so the economy is pretty crazy. Just mentioning it is enough to make them all set it off. And then the Idealite too. On Sid's stream, I suggested your partnership on a new module idea he has, module with chat influence. I already had that idea. We're working on that. I'm literally going to turn my one of my boards into a chat board, because that's easy enough for me to do. But the problem is that it'll be using my Node-RED interface. So the Node-RED interface relies on having that Node-RED interface nearby. So giving it to another streamer would kind of be difficult. I would need to make it its own bot. But I'm going to use this CV input, and this can do audio waves out, but I can also make it just do like waveform out using the, what's it called, Salin key filter that it has. And we can use in the Seed Studio Zhao format, I can put in one of the ESP32 modules. And so we'll have enough computing power and the ability to get on Wi-Fi networks. I could probably make a spin-off of it that will also be able to register as a Twitch bot and get into the channel, or just look at the other one. Reach out to Sid. I'm not working on it yet. I've got a lot of other stuff to work on. What is that? Poiple gifted a tier 1 sub to Kindergarten Kitten, which also has it looks like kanji next to it. But hey, almost an engineer. Thank you for gifting Kindergarten Kitten a sub. I really appreciate that very, very much indeed. That's very nice of you. 7 is best value for money. Oh, the seventh fart. They've characterized all the farts. I randomly assign them, but if you can also just trigger a random fart. But if you give it a number, if you give it any other information, it's going to go random. But if you give it a number 0 through 9, 0 being random, it will set off one of the assigned farts. So you guys have sort of mapped it on your own. I haven't given you any information about that at all, and you guys have figured out which farts are which. Almost an engineer. Thank you so much for the gift sub. I really appreciate that very much. Very, very much. I have a little more disposable with the new job. Pay off your debts. Pay the debts. Pay the debts. All right. What the? An anonymous gifter gifted a sub to I Have a Small PP. Thank you so much for the gifted sub. Oh, you thought there would be shame involved in that? No, no, no. No, no, no. That we don't need to feed into that fetish. All right, let's get these things started. Oh, hey, it's almost time for my stream. I gotta go, guys. You see, and if I was streaming at my normal time, I would not have gotten anything done by now. Team Double Down, yeah. Here's your puppy dog. Yeah, we made that one recently. That was just a quick Node-RED thing, just to activate a slideshow that basically just gives us a random Willow picture from a folder on my desktop every time. Pretty cool. I'll have to put more photos in there. How's everybody doing today? Hey, I'm doing pretty good. I'm doing pretty good. Can't speak for everybody else. The wooden drawers. Sorry, I missed the YouTube comment about the wooden drawers. I like the wooden drawers. The wooden drawers are from Grizzly, and I don't know if they sell them anymore. I'm not sure they sell them anymore. This is just like a little... I tried to get another set of these because they would match the height. that would have, because there's ones that have just 2 drawers and then there's a big like open area for you to stage stuff. Pretty cool way to like place your tools around. For me, this holds all of my soldering tools, right? These are all the things I use to solder and some test point stuff. And then of course, this is just my Duresto, I don't know what the fuck to call it. Anyway, to just hold that in the background so people know where this stuff is. The idea light. Can I give you a stream idea? Listen, ideas are cheap. Actually doing the stuff is where it's at. I get nothing but ideas thrown at me all day. You're welcome to tell me about the stream idea, though. I would be fascinated to hear it. But, like, I hear a lot of ideas, man. And I've already got... I'm not starved for content. Make your own neon sign. I used to know a guy who could do the glass blowing like that, but it's not something that I can do. It's not something that I can really... I mean, I'm an engineer. Never mind. I can do anything. I'm invincible. I can do whatever I want. I'm an engineer. I know how to do that. Of course I know how to do that. But I'm not set up to do glass blowing. What I would do is use those neon-like LEDs. Those are apparently, those LED strips or whatever, those are apparently pretty hot. People do a lot of cool stuff with that. These are going to be uneven. I'm just telling you guys this right now. The resistors are not going to be centered. They're going to be all over the place. It's just the reality of what we're doing. But yeah, there's this like LED rope that's a little bit expensive, but apparently that is a good substitute for neon. I would like to have a big neon sign that says ad running that would, you know, fly down from the sky when we're running an ad. We've got like 30 minutes until another one runs. And during the ads, once I get my indicators working properly, during ads, I'm just not going to be doing anything worth watching. I may continue building stuff. My soldering iron just turned off. I may continue doing what I was doing, but I'm not going to be giving advice or, you know, any particularly deep or interesting content. It's just going to be kind of like, you know, well, we're here. Because I really want stuff to happen for everybody, not just the people who sub. It's putting up a, you know, paywall where I don't want one. 73 months for Wayne Johnson. Wayne Johnson, thank you so much for the sub. And listen, if ads piss you off enough, hop over to YouTube, because YouTube doesn't do anything like that, from what I know. If they do, then we need to set up some kind of a YouTube ad indicator, in which case the 2 auto ads are going to fight each other. The reason I'm running the ads is so that I don't have pre-roll ads, because apparently that hurts your discoverability. And I'm already seeing, and it may be just by virtue of the fact that I'm streaming longer today, slightly larger viewer numbers as a result. Slightly larger viewer numbers. And so that's what I was going for. You should stream longer every stream. I try. If I get to a logical conclusion, there's a thing that streamers can kind of milk, and that's sort of the natural storytelling element of having a beginning, middle, and end of what you're doing. And if you're playing a video game, that's built into it automatically. And so you get all of those wonderful human experience kind of things of having a natural progression of a plot. Whereas with what I do, that's not the case. And so we can have sort of either something come to a logical conclusion or to a stalling point, and things to kind of linger. That is unfortunately how things happen. And so if I come to some type of a logical conclusion that where the next steps are going to be longer than the rest of the stream, I will stop streaming. That's just something that I do. And it means that we don't do the uninteresting thing for the rest of stream and then kind of leave things off. I would rather do less and have a more satisfying stream. And Uo's Lab is really good at that. He may not know what any of that I just said means, but that's sort of what he does on his stream. Uo's Lab, very good at improvising projects and getting them done. And it's something that I don't generally, I'm not very skilled with that sort of thing. We kind of like to ponderously engineer things and get it right and all that stuff. But getting it wrong is sometimes a very interesting way to conclude things. It's just, you know, a little difference between the two of our streams. All right, what you got? He likes to milk people. Wait, what the fuck are you, what are you talking about? My pre-rolls are annoying when you're hopping around channels. Yes, they are. Looks like I got one too few resistors out. We'll just check to see if there's one on the, like, stuck to something. What are you working on? So this is for the modular synthesizer. This is a, oh wait, do we have enough? Wait, I got them all. I got them all. We are building a filter module for the modular synthesizer, the Eurorack modular synthesizer. And this one that we're building right now, I've got two of them, but the one that we're building right now comes from a place called Nonlinear Circuits. And Nonlinear Circuits builds about a module every month, which is an insane amount of output. Nonlinear Circuits also does stuff in kind of a little bit of a weird way. All these synthesizer builders kind of pour their personalities into their various creations, but this one especially, it's like nothing is on a grid. All the traces are crazy. They don't label parts with designators. They label parts with values. All these things drive me up the wall, but these are good modules. They work really well. So that's what we're just building one. I'm bringing you guys through the process, and we're having a kind of a chill stream of it. I'm just sort of taking my time, trying not to go too quickly on any of this, so that when I'm done building it, it actually works. That's sort of an important thing. I'm just checking to see that I've soldered everybody. All right, next on the chopping block. I guess we should go through all the resistors and just make sure we get them down. 4 100 ohm resistors. All right, let's go through value by value. 100 ohm. Those are capacitors. I'm going to actually put capacitors over here right now because we'll come back to caps. $900 ohms. 0 ohms. Okay, here we go. This was a really bad way to organize these because they're actually hard to wield. The notebook organization is much better. $27. Oh no, we're not even close. Hold on. $100. Need 4 of these. Yeah, I need to look into getting a different slicer for my 3D prints, I guess. I really don't want to migrate all my settings though. I got things working, which is a rare thing indeed. Yeah, module testing module and 2 filters. But the this one is taking us a while, so this is it's just gonna eat up all our time. I have a lot to build, so tomorrow's stream will be more of the same. So what I'm looking for is 100R, and there's 4 of them. There we go. 100, 100, 100, 100. So they're all right here around the LM113700. So this is a voltage controlled amplifier. Basically, you take the audio signal and you move it into the amplitude domain, or sorry, the amp domain, which is where instead of having voltage levels, you have amp levels that describe your audio wibbling about, that describe your audio waves. And once you do that, apparently you can use a bunch of transistors, which is what the 13700 is, in order to fade it in and out. Look at the printing on that. It's like all the way over to the side. What is, it's like uneven. It's weird. Now this is of course the job another project of mine could do, which is the pick and place machine, but the pick and place machine is not far along enough. I've got like bits of prototypes for the pick and place. And it's a manual pick and place. It is not automated in any way. Which will be pretty fun to use. I don't know if I'll put a camera on it or not. You can get these little like endoscope cameras pretty easily. And I have one, but I don't know if I want to go to the trouble. If I can get it on this microscope, that would, oh, my neck just cracked. It's just like, pow, when I looked up. Oh, weird. If I could get it on this microscope, I mean, that would be satisfactory enough. Or on the Logitech Brio, because then it'll be 1080p. That's funny. I got all the North American people that were going to work by going on early. They're like, yeah, I'm about to leave for work. What are you doing online? Usually I start up around noon, which is the early evening time for the Euros. But no chime changes or anything. I'm just streaming earlier. Decided to actually be a streamer instead of skipping streams like I've already done this week. A lot of the stuff that I was waiting for came in the mail too, so that gave me the go-ahead to start working on these other circuits. And what these will do is finally complete my synthesizer. My Eurorack synthesizer will be partially or somewhat, or I don't know, we can kind of start to call it complete, in that I have all of my amplifiers, my oscillators, my low frequency oscillators, my filters, etc. Okay, that's the 100 ohms. After 1 hundo, we have 1Ks, which we already put in. Those are marked with the number 1 for some reason. Now we have 2K2. 2K2. Where's my mouse? Where's my mouse? There it is. 2K2. 27 ohms. Okay, we're not getting there on this one. Wait, I thought I had the 100 ohm one. 820 is what this one doesn't go up to the Ks. Okay. I'm going to guess that it's the one at the bottom of the stack again. $30K. What are we looking for? 1K, 2K. Okay, so we're not here yet. We'll get there. Here we go. This is where we are. 2.2K. We need 2. With these analog circuits, you're going to run into a lot of weird value components, ones that are less common. So there's a lot of part bin humping. Actually, we're going to need the higher values, so I'm going to put that aside. That'll come back in a minute. Okay, so now we're looking for 2K2. It's pretty much like Where's Waldo? Or Wally if you're across the pond. There's 2K2, one of them. Thinking symmetrically. Oh, there's the other one, never mind. The real cool thing that I want to capture is with the pick and place, getting all the components onto a board and then soldering them with the hot plate. Everything kind of surface tensions itself into position. It's a really cool thing to watch. And it shows up on the front page of Reddit all the time. I want that. I want that. Mine. I'm still waiting on the motors for the air raid siren. That would be for if a channel raids in, we can actually have something go and do like the whole air raid thing. But I need quiet outrunner motors to do that. Quiet, I think I can achieve with the speed controller that I have. Okay, I just seem to not be able to get that one into position properly. Did I miss? I missed a hi from Wayne Johnson, who subscribed for 73 months. Thank you for the sub. I think I got that. Didn't I say that? I probably got it. If I miss your sub, let me know. I'd be happy to read it off again. This one's all the way over to the side. And kind of like coax it. There. That's what surface tension is. Ooh, I hear clicking from the 3D printer. The clicking is the plastic breaking off of the glass surface. All right, go. Thanks for the second shout out. Damn, I'm gonna have to ignore your next sub. Marked for ignoring. 2.7K. I need one. Oh god, the next couple resistors you only have one of each one. That's so weird. 2.7K. Luckily we've got plenty of these. Is this one of those? No, it is labeled 272. Where are you? 2.7K. Oh, you're right there. Towards the diode laddery kind of thing that's going on here. I don't know the principal operation of the filter. I kind of want to read up on it. Figure out how it's doing what it's doing. Way too far over to the side. The good thing about nonlinear is they're built to hand build. They're not using, you know, the smallest resistor sizes, and the pads aren't directly underneath. It's enough that you can get the soldering iron on it and everything. I feel seen. I feel like they're actually helping me to build a thing. Okay, 2.7. Moving on, 8.2. Okay. Plenty of those. I mean, I'd say, hey, we're using up some of these weird values that I have, but I've got like 50 of the 8.2Ks in here. When have I ever used an 8.2K? I don't know. I don't know. What do I do with 8.2 kilo ohms, 8,200 ohms? What am I doing with that? Hmm. 12, 150, 200, 56, 33, 62. It sounds like I'm sending a signal. It's an encrypted signal. 101. Wait, is that 100 ohm that I missed? Uh-oh. Oh no, these are capacitors. That's right. That's right. 470. 27. I'm taking crazy pills. That's what it is. That's what it. Oh, there it is. It's. See, there's a via in the way, so part of the silk screen is cut off. If this was R4, that wouldn't have been a problem. I would have been able to just see R4. I gotta stop complaining about that, but it just keeps coming up. Instances where it would save me just a little bit of time having a designator instead of a value. Hopefully my dog's doing okay. Willow is not banned from the shop. She just doesn't like to come down here when I'm yelling at the furniture. I don't blame her, but at the same time, I really could use a dog sleeping under the desk during stream. It would be very cute, and I could set up her own little like CCD camera, a little glitchy feed with the dog sleeping. I think that would be very, very cute. But I'm not going to force the dog to do anything like that. So that's where we're at. All right, so the 8.2K is in. These are all like the individual resistors, so the weird tuning values that are deployed in this design. 12K, one resistor. Jeez, this is 12K, one resistor. I'm just glad I have all of these. You know, we spent the past year and a half, 2 years, building up all of these parts. And not really the resistors. I've always had the resistors. You kind of know that you need that no matter what you do. No matter what you're coming up with and building on stream, right? But a lot of the electronics that we did was digital. And digital stuff requires a lot of 1Ks, a lot of 10Ks, but you're not doing a lot of like level shifting and advanced kind of stuff. So you're just kind of throwing stuff at the wall. This one was what, 12K? 12K should be, well, there's the 15, but the 12 is like just around the corner here. That is 1, 2, right? Yeah, 1, 2, 3, which is 12 with 3 zeros after it. So when you're doing digital stuff, it's a lot of just like, well, I just need something here to block in case current decides to flow really hard in this direction. All I need is like a 1K resistor just to make sure that I'm not completely leaching all of the amperage that this like transistor can put out. But with analog stuff, you've got shifting levels and voltages. It's just all kinds of mess that you will need to like deal with a bunch of high value and low value resistors. So that you're getting a lot more of these weird values. So, but then generally with modular synthesizers, there's also a lot of other components that I just simply haven't had, like, you know, the potentiometers and stuff. So with digital, you still deal with potentiometers, but they're mostly all the same value because all you're trying to do is make a voltage divider that goes into an analog pin that reads that voltage. All right, 15K. So over the past year or so, year plus, I have been gathering the parts and ordering extras of everything. So now I can buy how to get fitting beeping music through resistors. I've managed to buy all of the weird support components that make up modular synthesizer stuff. And so I can grab a PCB off the shelf and eventually, through sheer attrition and playing an infinite game of Where's Waldo, piece together these modules in working shape. I really wish they used the surface mount 13700 because that I have that. I had to order some of the through-hole ones. Yeah, the next part for me is to make the pleasing beeples. All of the beeping and the booping have to happen at some point, and I need to stop putting it off. I've been learning how to use the 505, which was not invented by human beings. It was made by weird fluorescent aliens that glow in blacklight. But I've been learning their language and culture, and eventually I will be able to make bleeping and blooping noises such as they make on the 505. 505 is probably going to have a little bit of like a wooden 90s sound to it. It's going to be a little bit rigid, but I think overall it'll be pretty cool. You can make some pretty transformative stuff with it. The presets are actually a really bad representation of what the 505 is capable of. It is a live instrument, though. It's something that you would use to make live sound. So that I think will be kind of a neat part about it. 27 kilo ohms. Ooh, we're all the way at the end of the bin. I got plenty. I only need one. Unlike games that involve electronics, we actually have to attach this thing and not just drop it onto the board. That went all the way over there. All right, 27K. You can buy partially built kits too, ones that have already done all of the surface mount soldering. So you're just tasked with putting all the through-hole stuff in, or just attaching all of the potentiometers and stuff. There are different levels of kits that you can buy for modular, but in the end, the cheapest is going to be building it all from scratch. Oh, and there's 27K. It's right by me. What the hell's going on upstairs? People going in and out. In and out, in and out, in and out. For making of the pleasurable beepings. Oh, I think we have buddies over. I hear somebody giving out treats. Okay, there's that. Let's get the other end. All right, 27K. That one's in. What are we on to? 33K. Jeez, this does not stop. What are all these resistors doing? What are they here for? 33. I'm out of 30s, so if we had to use a 30, I'd have to see what the effect of the resistor was in the circuit and figure out whether or not I can scunge the part and use something else. Or if I can use an 0603 in there. 0603s are slightly smaller. It's the number designation is actually the dimensions of the resistor chip in microns, which is an inch unit, which is very annoying that the legacy of electronics having been invented in America only by Americans and absolutely just completely an American invention. I'm waiting for somebody to be annoyed at that in chat because it probably isn't. But anyway, the dimensions and all this stuff is derived from English units originally. Some of the surface mount stuff that we've moved on to now actually does use metric finally. And there is a surface mount metric designation for these things. As a studying to be MIT, I do micron sometimes. I really should have applied for MIT. I think I probably could have gotten in. Maybe. I don't know. My math was terrible. MLT. Oh, sorry. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Those letters are so different from one another. Yeah, I was considering applying to MIT. I was like, I just try, but I didn't. I got into Drexel University, which pretty much just accepted everybody. Math is the reason I'm still almost an engineer. I mean, you know, I was terrible at math, but I went directly into, wait, 470 ohms. We never did that one. Oh, I skipped it. And we only need one. Oh, geez. Okay, let's find 470. Yeah, my math was always awful. I had to do a lot of tutoring in order to bolster my math skills. And I went into one of the more mathy disciplines of electrical engineering, which is control systems and robotics. It's basically all matrix algebra. But I got good grades finally because of the result of all of the tutoring. It's just that if you're bad at math during the sort of sequence of events that lead you eventually to college, it can really kind of hamstring your efforts. And it's like, I never lacked the intelligence to be able to do it. It's just, again, nobody taught in a good way. Nobody taught it really nicely for me to sit down and get to know. And so I always felt kind of left behind in those subjects. And I always did really terribly. I had a quiz where, just for fun, I changed all of the definitions of the axes because we were just doing like basic plotting. And I got a terrible grade on the test, and I tried to confront the teacher about it, and he got really, 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 really mad at me. Like, really, really, really mad at me. And this is supposed to be like the fun math teacher. He just was real nettled by the fact that I was still right. I just displayed the problem wrong. Math is what scares me with engineering. I would have a blast messing with this shit. Yeah, I mean, there's, you know, it's levels of stuff. I mean, the math informs what we're doing on this. Why are there two 33Ks? Oh, because it says two 33Ks on the bill of materials. I missed that. Okay, 33K, 33. We need one more. Okay, that's still out. Luckily, I can get to it quickly. I was like, answer me this, circuit. Why am I seeing this? Yeah, I mean, there's, you know, different levels of it, and you don't necessarily really have to do all the crazy math. What we're doing right now is building something, which is also a rarity in university engineering. Actually, building the thing was the thing that I was always extremely good at, which is, I guess, not as emphasized from university engineering because you end up designing things and running numbers and doing the math. You don't really end up actually physically building the thing very often. But I think engineering curriculums, of course, corrected a little bit on that. I know many professors that were extremely annoyed at the fact that their grads did not know how to solder. It's like, I just need you to put this sensor together. because we're cheap and we're not going to buy it pre-built. And they weren't able to really do a decent job of that. Isn't that 30 yet? Yeah. Where did I put the 33K? Where the 62K goes. Dope. I did indeed. So I'm just going to put a little pressure on the side there. 1, 2, 1, and a 2. A 1, a 2. Oh, okay. A 1, a 2. A 1, and a 2. And then for the 62, I'm going to clean up the pads using solder braid. Desoldering braid is the visual asthma of the soldering world. If I zoom in more, you guys can see it wicking all that solder onto the area in between all of the copper there. So you're basically tinning the copper, and it's braided just to give it a huge amount of surface area, and then that'll suck all your solder up. And in turn flatten the pad so that I can put another resistor in there easily. You know, if I look at the circuit, I could actually determine whether or not I could just swap these two parts and what the effect would be. I will not be doing that because it's a little too nerdy. I'd like to try surface mount eventually, so observing these techniques is helpful. So the things that I stress on camera, the reason that there's a hand camera in general is just because placing your wrist against a solid thing will give you the most advantage over the surface mount stuff. So sliding the chips into place and then applying a very minimal amount of solder is part of it, but basically, just like in welding, being comfortable is really, really important to keeping steady hands. Then yeah, eventually the rest of the stuff is just personal and otherwise techniques that I've picked up or invented to move things properly. See if you can get, I don't think I'm going to be able to here. Yeah, there we go, a little bit there. Just by bouncing from lead to lead quickly, I'm trying to get both of these to be molten solder at the same time. And if they are, the surface tension is going to pull this thing into proper orientation. Okay, so there's 33, now we're on to 56. 5, 6, we got 2 of those. 56. You can buy surface mount like practice kits too, if you want to try some of these techniques. They sell these cheap little boards and you just basically have a bunch of pads where you can solder to stuff, and it's good to learn on something like that what the limits are, because if your temperature controlled soldering iron is a little loosey-goosey with the temperatures and gets a little too hot, you can actually burn the traces off of the bottom of the board. They'll start to move around. And so from there are techniques that you can still deploy to keep things from going completely south if your traces start to lift up. I've had times where I've actually had to just solder back down on a loose trace and just be like, ha ha ha, nobody check under there. Multiple different times. 57 was that? 56K, modulating my own voice. It's these two right here. Oops, too tall. 56, 56. Let's get this thing down. I'm wondering if I should have done the ICs first. Sort of 6 of one, half a dozen of the other, I think. Close enough. Where's the other one? Before I lose it. Before I lose my marbles. Okay. 2 56s coming up. Yeah, there we go. Oh, that one was bad. These are like generally misaligned, everything's sloppy. But as long as I get the solder, so what I'm looking for is for the solder to wick all the way to the top part of the chip, because the pad sort of encompasses the whole of the edge of the chip. Sometimes there's a little too much solder, and there's a little too little solder. Actually, I don't have that problem. I only have the too much problem. Crap. Crap, crap cracker. Crap cakes. Crap bones. There we go. Good enough. I'm gonna move on. All right, after 56K, what resistor is it? 62. Yeah, we don't need this to be space grade. This is synthesizer grade. Which means, is there an electrical connection? Kinda. Okay, that's good enough. Let's see, we got, those are 62? No, we need 62. Okay, 62. No! No! 62! Where have you gone? Oh my God. What are the 62s doing? What are they doing in the circuit? We need 2 of them. 100, 100, 62. It's our pull-up for, oh my God, some weird filter thing. Okay, so we actually do need to get a 62 kilo ohm resistor in there. So like I said before, what I can do is just drop down in size. So I've got the whole kit of 0603. And so we'll find 62 kilo ohms roughly towards the back end. I don't know. 62K. Looks like I've used up a lot of them already. Looks like this is a fairly common analog resistor. So these are tiny. I can still find them by naked eye. Mark 1 eyeball. 1 and a 2. There we go. Now, getting these in poses a slight challenge. Poses a slight challenge, but not much of one. We just got to make sure that it bridges the gap between the 2 pads. So these are going where 62Ks go, which we all know is right. Oh, there, right there. There's one. Where's the other one? The other thing I'm looking for is sometimes you can see a little line on the solder. I way too much solder on a lot of these. I would consider coming back in with the braid and maybe sucking a little bit from each of these. But if you can see a little line, that means that it's a cold joint. Oh, the 62 is where we were just a minute ago. I see. I should order some 62K 0805s because I haven't been keeping up with my records that I don't have these parts on hand. I should. I'm a bad shop dad. All right, so when I do the first pad, I'm not too concerned about whether or not the solder is properly all over that end, although I did drag it kind of to the left there. What I'm doing is just anchoring it down. This will be good solder because it'll come with all the rosin that's on the that's inside of the solder that I buy. So the rosin will come with it, and that'll make a nice solder joint. So just do this, and I poke it, and that did not solder. So a couple things could be happening here. One is that the chip could be tilting upwards, and I am not aware of whether or not it is because I'm looking at it through the same mechanisms that you are, the same apparatus. So we've got a top-down view that doesn't give us any information about whether or not this thing is tilted at all. So one technique that I will do is just press down on the top of the chip, but you need to make sure that you're only anchored in one spot. So we'll use the tweezers to kind of push down on the very top of the chip while heating up the one pad that it has, and that should settle it down a little bit. The other way, I guess I could press down on it and see if I can get both pads molten at the same time. You got to be careful because the little end links, the little end solderable things on the resistor, they come off pretty easily if you mechanically challenge the thing. Resistors have a really good adhesion to the board. I mean, they're really well attached. They're low profile, so they can really withstand a lot of mechanical force. But if you have just one pad soldered and you press down on the chip, you can actually rip off the individual end pad because it's not adhered to the resistor itself. With the strong stuff, all the strength is through the fact that the solder wraps around the resistor. my hands kind of freaking out and twitching like that are the reason I'm building the pick and place in the first place. We have a really fascinating filter to build. Not this one, it's a one that's sitting up above. The circuit board's sitting over there. I really want to build that filter, but I really want to build it using the pick and place because I think it'll... What? Where's the thing I was just soldering? Wait a minute. I completely lost my mind. Looking for the other one of these guys. It's down here. There it is. I just got lost for a minute. The temptation when you're designing stuff in CAD is to use the smallest part possible so that you can make your circuit super dense. It's very annoying if your resistors are all this big. Very, very annoying. Okay, so that was 63 or whatever. We did 100K, we're doing 150K. I need 2 of them. 2 of those guys. 150K. 160. 150. There he is. 1 and a 2. It's very, very quiet. I don't hear any dogs barking. I wonder what's going on. We've got the yard, people doing the yards here, so that might be what's going on. I think all the dogs are scared or something of all the mechanized cleaning equipment. Normally, Willow would be barking up a storm, so I don't know what's the deal with that is. Somebody's having a Zoom conference and then somebody's leaving to get their hair done, so I don't know what the scheduling is on all that. They're petrified of leaving the dog on her own. She's gonna poop the whole house. I'm like, you could just leave her with me, it's fine. But she really doesn't like me yelling at the furniture. She cannot tolerate that. Which when I am sitting here at the shop and she's sleeping under the desk, I'll come over here to get something from my desk, and just that alone is enough for her to go, no, I don't need to be here. I'm gonna mosey on out of here. She just kind of leaves, just kind of walks out. It's like, all right, guess you don't want to hang out. I wish she was a little bit more tolerant of that. It would be nice to have the dog in here sleeping, but she sits at the front door and barks at stuff. She sits there and she just borks and borks. Now for the diodes, I would actually like to use a surface mount equivalent. So maybe we'll put a piece of tape behind those so that they don't just act weird when we solder them. And we'll just solder a diode in there. What's going on? We got getting more viewers. It's actually nice. How's everybody's Thursday looking up? Where was the component that I just saw? Oh, it's right there. It's just slid all the way to the side. If you say Willow's name in chat, there's a brief picture of her that shows up down there. Eat dog. No, I'm good. We're not in the situation where I need to do that. It's like that PETA poster where it's like, where do you draw the line? And someone was like, oh, right there. And actually, I would draw the line a little bit over there, but then, you know, I would eat horse. It's like Willow idea test. Yeah, they all activated at once. The idea light is a little bit further away. Maybe we could move that into the shot a little bit more. It's like 120 volts sitting right here. Why is that cable so twisted? Don't get it twisted. There you go, that's better. There, now we have the idea light, just like right here. Right front and center. Okay, 150K, we're done. 200K, we need 1. God damn it. This circuit, man, this circuit needs 1 resistor of every value. Rigatoni pasta. Rigatoni is delicious. I used to have this recipe for rigatoni. I was going to make a joke about Tony, but I decided against it. No, I used to have this recipe for a rigatoni dish that predates the tomato's existence in Italy, which you go, Italian food without tomato. How can that be? Well, it's how that used to be. It's how it used to be. And the recipe is essentially a French onion soup with beef. So you take the beef, I don't know what beef, I forget now, the recipe is from so long ago. You tie it up into bondage gear, and then you like sear it a little bit, and then you put it in a pot with an entire bag of onions. Chop up a bag of onions, which is not an enviable task. That's an awful thing to do to a bag of onions. Terrible for your eyes. But, and then you slow cook it for like an entire day. And at the very end, you add like a little bit of white wine and a bunch of other stuff. I don't know what. I forget because I don't have the recipe anymore, but it would make this like pulled beef, because it would just shred afterwards. It would completely cook down all the collagen and turn it into jelly. And it was absolutely delicious. You serve it over rigatoni, and it's like a French onion, beefy. It was very good. It was very good. I should have like my boomer parents, I should have printed out the recipe and gone, oh, I have that recipe in a book somewhere. But I thought at the time, well, the internet's forever, right? Nothing is ever going to vanish from the internet. Turns out that's completely wrong. Stuff disappears all the damn time. Corned beef. You just type in corned beef into my chat. Do you think that's allowed in the rules that I've set? That you can just say corned beef? How dare you? That didn't do so well. Whatever. I keep trying to not add too much solder, and then I add too much solder, and so they all have these sort of like bubbles at the ends. It's such as fate. All right, that was 200K, 470K. Ah, jeez, this is unrelenting. You know, there should be other kinds of soldering on this task, but there's not. These are my least favorite resistors, and you never know what you're going to get when you order just resistors from a place. Ones that don't have any kind of markings on them. I hate this. The whole purpose, well, one of the biggest advantages of the surface mount resistors is that we've got something where you can laser a little value onto it. These have nothing. What are we even doing here, huh? Okay, 470K goes where? Right there. I think we can move on from here. 31 minutes. Wait, were we running an ab? Nobody tells me these things. Use a food processor. What? To do what? Oh, slice up the onions. I guess that is a good idea. Yeah, that's a good application for that. You're right. You're right. Because, yeah, it doesn't need to be like any special cut. Because you're just cooking them down until they become soup with the beef. Soup beef. Certainly do not use a mandolin. Pretty much never use a mandolin for anything in the kitchen. Those things freak me out. The last time I used a mandolin, I was making some pickled jalapenos, and I sliced off a little tiny tip of my finger. Which is just the thing mandolins do. Ha ha ha. Funny. I couldn't use the little hand holder because you know, Peppers is shaped the wrong way. I don't know which finger it was. One of my index fingers has like a flat spot. That seems like I probably healed from that. It was not enough finger for it to really make any meaningful difference in the operation of my life. I think it was this one. It was like the it was very small incision and a very sharp tool doing it. So luckily I got away with it, but shouldn't have. Okay, that's it for resistors. Hooray. So we got some caps that we need to work into this thing. So PF and NF and microfarad, UF, they've got nicknames, and because I occasionally watch Milton T. Pike 1, I'm starting to call them PEEF and PAF, which is not a good, that's not a thing. Nobody does that. Bracket indicate labeling on PCB. C is equal to 100K. This is the biggest weirdness of these nonlinear circuits that I... What? No, that's not what I wanted to do. Get out of here. Why is that a link? C equaling 100K. Nobody does that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't ever do that. Anyway, 100 puff is what we call this. 100 nuff is what I call it. And then like 110 uff is what we call that. That's sort of the vernacular for, you know, the guys in the industry who are building these things. If you want to talk to another electrical engineering person, you don't say 100 microfarads because it's annoying. You say puff and peef and paff and poof. Maybe not poof. No, that's wrong. That's not overseas. That's not going to fly. Component values should be in Roman numerals. Listen, even that would be superior to putting the value itself down on the board. Unless the value itself down on the board was in Roman numerals, because that would just be torture. It should be a code that represents the component location in a bill of materials. That's just the way things should be done. They don't do it on these. It annoys me. 100 peef and poof and paff. 100 picofarad. I don't think I've installed yet. Let's find where one of them goes. 100 PF. 100R. 27K. 102. 102 is a through hole, so we're not doing that one yet. I can't do PopCat because my lips are too dry. Like, theoretically, there's 100 PF that goes in here somewhere. I would assume. It's 224. Those are 10 micro. 10 ohm resistor goes right here? I'm going to do that myself. Actually, no, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to put diodes there as a protection scheme. These are just for current regulation. I don't really need that. Maybe. I don't think I need that. Where do my peefs go, man? Where is my peef? My peevers? My poobles? That one looks weird. Well, that's fine. It's just weird. Huh. Let's just get that to... I think it's because the text is like warped. Okay. 101. How many do you need? 2. So these are the only 2. So I need 2 100 peefs. These are resistors. Those goes away. Those go away. This goes away. Those goes. All right. Blah, 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 blah. I've been running my mouth for 4.5 hours. 100 peef. There we go. None. Dun, dun, dun. Okay, we've got a couple other sources of capacitors here. And I gotta dig them out of the drawers. It's this guy. SMD capacitor. 100 peef, 101J. 475, 105. Where's 101J? 102. 102 is 1 NF. We're going to need 2 of those anyway. Oh, those are through hole. Wait a minute. What is the voltage on this? 50. I could probably use these. Well, okay, let's not worry about that right now. I need 101s. All right, let me guess. You're the 101s. 105. No. 101. 475. Some value that I can't read. 226. Why is it always the last one? 106. Do we not have that in this kit? Did I use them up? Or did I just miss it? It's 101. 100 beef. Don't tell me I gotta get another one of these kits. 103. That's 102. It's a way off. Wait, there's 2 102s. Oh, that's what happened. Oh no, this is 105. It's not 102. It's he's messing me up. 6, 101. There we go. And I need 2. I have 1. Oh no. We're going to need to use the capacitor tester in order to figure out which one of these is, because there's a couple here that are loose. There's one down there. We're going to figure out if that's the right value. I think it might be, but 101s are dead. Where's my marker? Get my Sharpie. I think I did order another one of these kits at some point. I probably have one that's a little bit more full. I think I have a big book of capacitors too. There might be one in the big book of capacitors if we're super put out for finding this. I bought a new one of these tools that you can pinch on the thing and it'll give you the value of the component. This is the old one. Where's the new one? I bought a new one. Where's the new one? The new hot stuff in town. Oh boy, that's a hell of a drawer. Is it above that drawer? What happened to it? I had this whole thing, and it was this nice tool that I had with a little screen on it. And it was rechargeable. And I could pinch electronics, and they would tell me what value they were. And they go, ah! It's this drawer. There's a lot of test stuff in here. Manuals and Ethernet cables, some of my light switches, and no pinchy tool. What did I do with that thing, huh? I remember it suddenly. Oh, let's see. That was the signal. That was a cool tool. That one thing that went there. You guys may not be able to see what I'm doing, but I'm just listlessly going through my drawers trying to find a particular electrical testing tool what would allow me to measure the value of this capacitor. My normal multimeter does not have capacitance testing abilities, so I got one of these cheapo little sets of component testing tweezers, which are they actually in the, oh, they're still in the, okay, I know where they're. I see them. They're actually still in this pencil bin. Hello, what are you working on? Man, why is your accent so thick? Weird. Anyway, what I'm working on is a nonlinear circuits voltage controlled filter. This one is particularly, it is called, and this is from memory, it's called the ARP 4023 voltage control filter. It's actually one of the most common VCF designs. Around it, you know, the other being the ladder filter. It's great sound, very wide range. It's happy to self-oscillate with the Q. Anyway, act like I actually remember things. So right now we're looking for 2 capacitors, and I got this like Zoe component tester, so we can figure out if this is in fact 102, 100 piefs. Shit, I almost sent it into orbit. Is it 100 pief? How many pief are you? Oh, this is exactly what we needed. So I was right. The one that was rattling around inside of the bin was exactly the value that we needed. This thing is pretty useful. These are cheap. These are like 30 bucks. And it'll tell you resistors, capacitors, and whatnots in surface mount. Now that's not considering that you may, what happened there? Why is there like a dent? Oh, is this a protecting screen? Nope. Okay, well, whatever. This thing will return to the earth faster than anything else. Yeah, just a simple little rechargeable doodad that'll help you test. But then when you've got capacitors that are in situ and they're actually in the circuit, their values might sway, especially if they're in like parallel with another capacitor. It's kind of not great practice to double up on the caps in order to get larger values, but that is a thing that you can do. And I've seen it done in a lot of modular synthesizers. In order to get big filter capacitors on your inputs, they'll double and triple up on smaller value components. But then if one of your small value components fails, it can cascade and cause a dangerous situation where you way over voltage or over exert influence upon voltage influence upon a component, being the last one left alive. It's the same thing. So this is like, if you're doubling up on transistors in order to get a higher current count, that the tiny little bits of switching difference between the first one in a row and the last one in a row to get enough voltage in it to switch, that microsecond difference means that your one transistor is responsible for basically throwing a whole bunch of inrush current into your circuit, and it can cause damage to your cascaded components, and it will blow one up, and when one blows up, all the others have to take up that current, and they might blow up, and then the ones down the line, et cetera, causes a cascade failure of devices. I've seen people be very confident about having multiple transistors switching a high current load, and I'm like, okay. And then it fails like pretty quickly, because it'll make you think it's okay, but it's not. All right, good enough. So those are in. Cool. I'm glad we actually found the right value too. These transistors are going to be very annoying to find. We'll use the transistor book for that and the diodes. So I think we're on to transistors and diodes, because everything else is, 224, what are you? 220 nano farad. So where's that kit? Why'd I put the kit away? What's wrong with you, chat? What'd you do? 225, 224. Apparently they're in here. Although you can never be sure. Are you sure? Bother. Are you sure? That's what happens whenever I open up a 3D printer slicer, or if I ever talk about Linux. Are you sure? Bother? 225. Nope. Looking for 224. 103. Not even close. I think this is it. Yeah. Yeah. 224. We only need one. Just the one. Plop. Oh, I need to send... Where's the other capacitor that was hanging out? Here it is. To the cat dimension. Gone. Get that out of here. I don't want to mistake value sitting on the desk, because I'll go, ooh, and then I'll grab it and I'll install it, and the circuit will blow up. It'll explode, and everybody will die. All right, 224. 224 coming up. This is a big one. It's a huge capacitor. Beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. Factory fresh. No, this isn't part of the module tester. This is something else. This is just a filter for my own Eurorack purposes. Oh God, it's horrible. Wait, it's all topsy-turvy. Oh, my iron turned off. That's what was going on. I was like, this doesn't feel right. I don't feel like I'm moving the solder at all when I brush the ends of the component. What's up, Remy Cap? How you doing? Whoa, hold on. See, I got in parts for both these filters and the module testing module, so I figured I'd work on all of them all at once. And considering my ambition and getting stuff done, we've really only worked on this so far. Had a good time at a field day. I love field days, man. When I was doing the architectural engineering job, we would occasionally have the need to go out into the field, and it was my favorite thing to do. I was labeled ADHD kid by my coworker because I got a bouncy ball, and we were in this like brick hallway, and I just like let the thing fucking fly. I was bouncing all over the place to like dodge it. This is I never thought I'd use these, but they're just resistor holders for surface mount components. And what I was going to do Not a field day, at field day, ARRL, field day. What does that mean? Like sports day? Is that what? I don't know what you're talking about. The module for the module tester. Yeah, this is a modular module for the module testing module. Oh, that's ham radio stuff. I see, that's ARRL. I have a kit for some low rad stuff that I need to get into. I need to set up like a node or something like that. I don't even know where to begin with this stuff. I need like a how-to. How did you find a ham using a radio? Yeah, that stuff, Laura. For setting up like some kind of like a chat node or something. Anyway, these are I'm going to use with the amplifier circuits for wire wrapping. And so I'll have everything sort of out and in the open. I was hoping these would be a little larger. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to get these resistors off of here. I'll put them on something like this, and then I can wire wrap to everything. So it'll just be this big mess, but it'll be the whole amplifier circuit. I spend most of the time working on Prox Mox. You guys have your own like language, it's acronyms, and none of us know what the hell you're talking about. We just don't know. You come in here and you say, hey, a field day with the Prox Mox and the NRRL, and those aren't words. We never said that those were words. That one's standing up quite a bit. This is what happens when you solder your own surface mount. Sometimes things kind of stand up a little weird. Not that that's the end of the world. I mean, it's okay that they're like that. I thought you know Prox Mox as you know TrueMax. TrueMax, I've brushed up against these words before. that's the maximum level of involvement. TLO72, let's get that in because we got it sitting right here and it's getting in the way. We're gonna have to do a transistor search and we're gonna have to do a search for some of the other stuff that's on this board. It's just gonna be a thing. Yeah, I run TrueNAS, yes. Just because I run TrueNAS doesn't mean I know what all of the components of it are. I had a drunken diabetic friend come over and set it up while drinking, and he didn't explain a goddamn thing to me while he did. So later on down the line, when I had to go from FreeNAS to TrueNAS, I had to pick up on most of this stuff. But I can tell you, I don't know what I'm talking about. He was the worst. He didn't teach me a single goddamn thing about what he was doing. And I'm like, you know this is going to have some really important files on it. It would be nice if I knew what a cron job was. I said, oh, it's just a cron job. What are you talking about? My life has been ruined by people who don't know how to teach things, or that it's okay to not know something as long as you're willing to learn. Yoink. So I'm doing individual pins. You can drag solder stuff like this. I find it easier with the SO8s, the SOIC sizes, to just do individual pins. And so I try to heat up the pin and the pad, and then I put the solder on the pin and the pad, and I let it wick out all over all that stuff, tinning it and attaching it. So now that's on there for, not for good actually. Learning cost, time, resource, sure. But everything's a, what do you call it? Something. A hypothetical, there we go. Everything's a hypothetical. Why do you work from right to left and not otherwise? What do you mean? This is just how I'm used to doing it. I'm right-handed. And it really is whatever is comfortable. You know, the principles of right-handed, left-handed, or going from one end to the other in a particular order are just out the window when you're building a kit like this. Doing surface mount, putting your design together, it's just whatever is in front of you at the time. What we did is we went down the bill of materials and did all the resistors in order And it doesn't matter which hand I'm holding the soldering iron in or the solder. Because I'm right-handed, I generally like to have the soldering iron in my right hand. But the order of pads is just whichever is going to be more comfortable for me to use the tweezers to slide the component in. I never considered whether it should be right to left or left to right. It just is. It just works. 2 hands means 2 soldering iron, means faster work. You know, I can switch hands. This is just how I'm used to doing it. Sometimes you have to in order to get into stuff. Okay, those are the 2 chips, and they're in the right orientation and everything. The LM13700 we're not going to do until we do through hole. Is this an LM13700? It better not be. Why did I leave that out? I could use one of those circuit adapters in order to make that into that, but I don't think that's a good way to do things. I'm just going to use the through hole ones that I have, so I will be putting one of these chips in. What is this? Oh, it's got a weird latch on it. Okay, do that so I don't lose it. I don't know what this one's doing here. This is for the other circuit. Okay, transistors and then diodes. So I have a whole book of transistors. Let's get that out. What's the temperature of the iron? I solder at 666 degrees Fahrenheit. 666. And I use a 60-40 mix of lead to whatever. So there's a little bit of lead in there. I don't think it's necessary to have lead in your solder these days. If you get a modern formulation of lead-free solder, they're fine. They're totally fine to use. You can use them at normal temperatures. You may have to go a little hotter on the iron, but they're totally functional and fine. So you don't expose yourself to a lot of lead. Of course, whenever I start talking about this, I start getting people in here that say, well, I chew on lead every day. I make sure to start my day by inserting a lead butt plug. And I wear that throughout my entire day until the end of the day when I remove it and I chew on it. But like, really, you don't want to be exposed to lead. That's just like a fundamental. Okay, so what are we looking for? If you have the illegal solder, we won't tell. This is North America. I can do whatever the hell I want. I can do whatever the hell I want, and I can buy all the lead I want, and I can chew on it every day. Okay, 1N4148 diode. They want through hole. I'm going to put in an equivalent surface mount. So it's either from the sample book or I've got a kit of diodes somewhere around here. Let me see if I can find it. I would rather take it out of the kit. Actually, you know what? I think I ordered a bunch of 4148s. I did, and they ended up in the little organizing bins. So let's see if we can find my 1N4148 equivalent. Oh, here we go. So these we're going to put in place of the diodes that go on this thing. How many of these do we need? 5. 5 of these little suckers. 1, 2, 2, 3, 4. 5 minutes to an ad. I don't know why my little ad thing isn't working. Okay, this is 5 diodes for the 1N4148s. And I'm going to keep an eye on this ad break. I want to see what's happening with Node Red. I know you. Yeah, there's transistors, there's diodes, there's Zener diodes. There's all kinds of those books that have the samples in them. I don't need this. This I need for other projects. That I need for other projects. That, not really, but I'll keep it up. Okay, there. So the ads indicator, this is on. Every single chat message is going into this. I'm going to clear the deck and figure out what the heck is going on here. Because when the ad break begins, this should be setting that to now green on the Idealite. Those fine books are modern collectibles? Are they? 4 minutes and 4 seconds to go. Oh, now I hear Willow barking. So for replacing through-hole components with surface mount, I'm going to put... do I really need to do that? I guess what I can do is solder them on top of this FR4 board, and that way I'm not burning into... This is like a real easy-to-melt plastic. So if I were to solder onto the vias on top of it, I can make little pock marks in this. So I need to have something that'll take the heat. So I can either put a piece of Kapton tape on those holes, or I could just put it on top of another piece of FR4. And that should solder pretty decently. It's a little frustrating though to put the surface mount in where the through hole should go, because the little pins will just be sitting in this big chasm and like nothing will link up. 3 minutes and 17 seconds. But generally it should be okay. I should be able to work with it this way. So anywhere that there is at one end 4148, so I'm going to guess 1, 2, and then it's 3, 4, 5. So 3 there, 2 over here. 3 minutes. 2 minutes and 57 seconds. I need that countdown on something. I'll have to like build a thing that has the ad countdown on it or something. Well, I could also make the light do something on that timing. Although I don't think I have access to it on the API. So let's just give it a minute here. We're going to run an ad break in just a second. I'll make sure I don't share any knowledge while I do it. This is just to kill pre-roll ads so that if somebody's flipping through, channel by channel, they can actually see my stream. And we're not sort of... we get more viewers this way, I think. 2 minutes and 17 seconds. Okay, the reason that I'm counting down on this is that we are testing a thing. I want to make sure that this goes green during an ad. This light should light up, and so for the duration of the ad, it should remain lit. According to what I've put together in Node-RED, that should be totally possible. I told the bulb to go orange, and nothing happened. And then we've had it hooked up on green for a while, but we might have had like an hour between ads. I think it's at the top of the hour that it runs. Yeah, 42. So it's at the end of the... So 1 minute and 50 seconds, 44 seconds rather. So we're just gonna hang out for just a second here, and I'm gonna wait to see if my thing go green. And if it doesn't, I can at least get the message in Node-RED and see what it contains. Also, this ad thing has not been too accurate in its timings. So it tells me we've got about 1:20. And during that ad, I'm just not gonna do anything. We're just gonna hang out. I should be like, so what are you guys up to today? But then, now we all want ads to see if this works. We all got ads. Yeah, my stream got ads. 1 minute. Running 3 minutes manually will remove the upcoming auto ad. So I could like double up on the ad break and go get a glass of water. Actually, I've got seltzer sitting behind me. I'll go get that when the ad runs. I want to see if this thing works first. It for adds value? It adds value by removing pre-roll ads. It just makes it easier to channel surf into the channel. 28, 27, 26. Ugh, I hate waiting on timers, man. I could just click to run the ad right now. 17, 16. True, I could just run it and then that would give me a break. But hold on, let's just see. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You son of a bitch. Okay, that didn't work. Wait, it hasn't run the ad yet. Okay, the timer's off by quite a bit, huh? There it is. Channel ad begin. Nothing. Is this thing on? It is. Channel ad break begin. That's what we designed the whole thing around. So, node debug 2, message payload object. Inside of object, we have the event type. And this is the same way that we've been getting the other stuff here. message, payload, event type, redeem. That's all in lowercase. Channel subscription message. So if ad break begin, if event type message dot payload dot event type, and that's all correct, event type equals channel ad break begin. So let's take a look at what's happening after that node. So I'm going to turn off this debug, throw all that out. We're going to grab it. We're going to put one after ad break begin to see if we get past that node and what may or may not be happening there. So I'm just going to let that ride. So we got 1 minute and 20 seconds. I'm going to get some seltzer water. 1 minute, 20 seconds. And I'll try to make like a big overlay that I can put up on what you call it? On OBS. I'll have a scene that activates that'll say ad break, doing nothing, ad break, screw Twitch, something like that. Because it does really kind of rob other viewers of a good experience watching the stream. Not everybody has to be subscribed to you, you know? 40 seconds until we're back. This will get less clunky in the future. It'll be more automated and it'll be more subtle what I'm doing. I'm just letting you guys know that, you know, I made the big change and all that stuff. So do I need to deploy? I need to deploy. Boink. Because, yeah, this thing over here should be showing that there's activity on the node, and it's not. 10 seconds. 2, 1. And we're back. Okay, cool. So something didn't work, so I'm putting a debug node after the sort of routing node here. Because as far as I can tell, what we could see, channel ad break begin, that was exactly what is in that node. That's what's in the event type. So that should be triggering a flow to hit this debug. So we're going to check here and see if the debug actually gets to this location. Otherwise, I think everything else I have set up is correct. So I don't know what the heck is going on with all the other nodes here. The front panel's done. It turns out that we took a long time to build this thing, and so I've got the front panel sitting here, and so this will sit this way with the smooth part forward, and this sits this way. Yep, that's correct. Okay. So presumably when we install the stuff, this will just fit right over, and we'll just make sure that's aligned for me to solder all that. Let's get these diodes in. I feel like I've been streaming for 9 hours. Well, it's been 5. That'll probably be an 8-hour stream. Yeah, probably about 8 hours until I pass out. Oh, and these also will get Schottky diodes. So let's find Schottky's. I think I got Schottky's in here. Right here, Schottky's. Or I could do the SOD323. Are these the same size? Oh, I've only got one of those. I guess we'll use these. These are going to be my protection diodes, and I have used these in modular before. So these are able to actually protect a module. I hope they don't explode. If anything explodes on this, it'll be these diodes. I'm going to put them in here instead of these resistors. So the direction would be from positive to negative, the arrow in the direction of current. Is that correct? Hold on. Oh, you know what? I've already got a circuit open that'll have those. We don't need the pictures anymore. I don't really even need the tutorial anymore, to be honest. Don't need that. Here. So this. Where are your power? Where's your power? There it is. So yeah, from positive to negative is where the arrow points, and the arrow points towards the line. How you remember all that stuff. So from positive 12 out. So that is in the correct direction. So let's move it slightly and then move it back in. Thing about diodes is that they drop you 0.7 of a volt. And so if you really need something to have a lot of resistance in the opposite direction, but also not sap off all of your voltage, the Schottky diode is typically what people use. Because that has a drop of, I believe, 0.1 volt. So it's a little kinder to your voltage supply. That one goes that way. This one goes, so one that way and the other would be this way. There goes Willow barking away. Man, I gotta wait 44 minutes to test this thing again. Jeez. Could you wire wrap those diode legs? No. You don't do that. Yeah, technically you could wrap a wire around it, but I don't know why you would. Could you milk me? I have nipples. I get it from Meet the Fockers. Remember comedy movies? Okay, anyway. Anyway. Oh, well, you would think that you've got a bunch of high-value targets in here. She really protects this house. I mean, one thing that I can see happening is that the Schottky diodes, well, because they have resistors there, that's just current limiting. These are voltage limiting, I guess. So maybe that voltage drop could be deleterious to the operation of the rest of the circuit. But I don't know. Having current limiting resistors on the inlet of the circuit, I think, is kind of a weird thing to do. It is a form of circuit protection, but it's also a form of wasted energy. I suppose these represent that as well. There's not much of a difference. We haven't had any raids today. Huh. Haven't had a chance to show off the raid light. I mean, I could also activate the raid light for ad breaks. What did that just do? That was weird. Ah, jeez. Fingers are not folding up properly because of diabetes. Lactic acid buildup. Glucose levels are totally normal. It's just, what the? I think that other lead wasn't soldered. I think it was just floating. See, I could solder it like offset a little bit. Well, all the electronics are going to be on the back here, so I've got to make sure that these are far enough away that they don't interfere with the shrouded 10-pin connector. Oh my God, this is frustrating. This is very frustrating. Because I got the wrong tool in the wrong hand. Good enough. Good enough, it's soldered in. I'll futz with it later. See, when you do that, the bottom can tend to like balloon outwards. These didn't. So if I control the amount of solder that I use, it should be okay. We got a bunch more diodes to do like this though. What's the board for? This is for a Eurorack setup, and it is a filter. It is a 40 something. Hold on, let's put the page. I should just keep this page up because when people come in, because again, I'm running ads so that we don't have pre-rolls, so that people can just roll on into the stream and go, hey, Bother, what are you building? And then I can be all sassy at them. I can be like, well, wouldn't you like to know? No, but what it actually is a nonlinear circuits version of the ARP 4023 voltage controlled filter. And this is supposedly supposed to make my beautiful blips and bloops sound nice. So, you know, you can have your really harsh bleeps and bloops coming out of your Eurorack setup, but it won't sound cool until you put a cool filter on it. Then it'll sound real cool. Why is the solder not cooperating? I just want to move you over a little bit, bud. Please, just move over just a little bit. Please, please. I don't think I'm like melting that solder. I don't know what's going on there. No, this is nonlinear circuits. Nonlinear circuits design this. I could have done that, but time is money and all that. I haven't had the good idea. I haven't had the good ideas to you know, come up with a module design of my own. One sec, I'm gonna cough. Oh, I'm stifling a cough while trying to move this thing. That looks a little better. Okay, 1 sec. Okay, the idea that I was thinking of for a module involves something, again, from Milton T. Pike 1's stream. I was thinking I could do a Neural Johnson bot module. So Neural Johnson is a bot, it's a chat member on Milton T. Pike 1's stream. And what Neural Johnson does is it reads the chat and it makes a message that it feels is sufficiently unique. So it tries to use a neural network, not necessarily AI. It uses a neural network in order to come up with a unique set of words that are something like a chat message. I think it would be really neat if you had a Eurorack module with one of these ESP32s. Probably have to run a program on your computer and point it towards a chat. My chats aren't popular enough. That guy and his brother have a lot of viewers. I don't know how they do it. I don't have enough viewers or chat messages, but Johnson who? Yeah, Neural Johnson. What it would be is you would have like a gate that would generate the phrase. So after a little while, you say, I want a new sample in this song, and you generate the phrase by giving it a gate. And once you do that, it would take a little while for it to do its magic and make a chat message. Once it makes a chat message, it would be cool to be able to give it, what the hell is going on with this? It's that the solder doesn't bridge over to the leads of this thing. But you would give it another gate to speak either a word or multiple words of that message. And then you would give it a CV to describe the word speed. So you would be, and then another one to reset. That would be another gate to reset from the beginning. And so what you would be able to do is send it a bunch of signals from the modular synthesizer and have it do what you typically would do with a sample, which is to play the whole thing and then play segments of the thing. And then you could have another CV that would make it sound more or less like actual words. So it would be like an organization kind of thing. So you would have it able to generate phrases automatically and then say the phrases at particular times automatically. And you could put that through like a sequencer or something that's creating more complex quantized voltage signals and stuff, and have it actually like do cool stuff with a weird phrase in the middle of you know, your synthesizer noises. I think that would be kind of a neat little module. Ah, damn it, that wasn't soldered. What the hell? My little technique here of putting the diodes up above the through-hole pads is not really working that well. It's like you don't really know if either of these leads are properly soldered because you can't see them. I do have a pack of 1N4148s, but I don't know, these are fine. Oh, and then my iron turns off. Thank you, iron, I appreciate that. Okay, there we go, that's a little better. This is a weird technique that I've had to do in order to put through hole or put surface mount on through hole pads. You can also offset it. You could put it to the side, and that way it's sitting on two leads. It's sitting on the flat pad. All right, now we got to do these. Get out of here, dog hair. Willow's blowing her coat. There's hair everywhere. It's ridiculous. We brushed her, and there was an entire dog in the bristles of the brush. Oh man, now it smells like burnt dog hair. Yoink. There you go. Are those directional? Yes, there's a little line that you see me checking for. See that little line? That little line is the line that the arrow points to. And so the anode is the beginning of the arrow and the cathode is the end of the arrow. And so you want to get them in a particular order. For this one, it's to bleed voltage out of a particular part of the circuit. So we've got 3 in line, so you need to have 0.7 per. So 0.7, 1.4, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So 2.1 volts it's bleeding away into ground, apparently. I'm colorblind. We're looking for a line. What are you talking about? Load that up with way too much solder. And then punch this sucker right there. There's a discoloration. It doesn't matter what the color is, but there's just a little marking on it. You can just see it's the difference between matte and semi-gloss. Matte, semi-gloss. There's a line. This is ableist. I'm colorblind from matte to shiny. My eyes don't have the cones and the rods to see shiny versus... Yeah, the smudge. It is pretty much a smudge. It gets very, very difficult to differentiate sometimes, especially when they're not paying for good lasers to make the markings. I haven't drawn on the PC at all. I don't draw any lines on the PCs. Ah, where did it go? It just got brushed by my solder. Yeah, see, shining, the most reliable way to see the markings is by shining a little bit of light on the side. They sell these ring lights where you can turn on the different LEDs in the ring, and that'll create like a side source of light so that you can read markings better. But I don't have anything like that, so I just kind of tilt it a little bit and use my desk lights to illuminate. Whew, okay, there we go. Choosing to do this on a Thursday was cursed. I probably should have done this Tuesday because it's closer to the day that I take the Ozempic. So I'm feeling, Ozempic day is tomorrow, so I'm feeling a little peckish at the moment. Usually I don't feel it. I'm considering whether or not I want a half dose, but I don't think you can measure half doses on the pens that I have. Oh, damn it. I pushed a little too hard because I don't have anything holding the PCB down. Usually I'll have something that holds the PCB in place. And I actually do have Captain tape right here that I could... Oh, now it's soldered on that lead. Weird. Here, let's do this. I'm just going to throw tape over the corners. Actually, that's not really going to hold it in place. Never mind. Never mind. Wait, did I deploy the Node-RED after we did? I think that was afterwards, right? So we're waiting again for another another ad break so that I can test my ad indicator. Magical land, hotel of my dreams. Disgusting and putrid and ugliest I've ever seen. Ah! That's the ideal light right in my face. Jeez. You know what? Some rubber grommets that fit through the lead holes, the lead holes, is a good idea. What? I mean, I guess if I don't want this to slide around, but I've got, I mean, this whole thing is a circuit board clamp. Like I could just clamp this into the circuit board clamp and then it would have a little bit more inertia. Typically with the Eurorack stuff, sometimes it's small enough that I can actually get it into my miniature precision machine vise. And that way it'll have a lot of weight to it. See, now there's little bumps on the underside, so I probably should have put Captain tape down. It's not too bad. It just means that the board kind of, you can feel it jiggle unevenly on the thing. That's fine. We're almost done all the surface mount stuff. Let me just get it into the board proper. Just smoosh, smoosh, and then we smoosh again. Well, you know what? Going side by side is probably better on this. God, this is the thing I hate. I need a different fastener here. I need something with a big, like a huge wheel or just like a big lever arm coming out of the side so that I can tighten it better. Or I need to machine these out a little further so they're easier to clamp. So loading one of these is kind of annoying. That's why I like the vise better. But this stuff is just big enough that I think it's too large for the vise. And then I really, yeah, ow. There. Of course, Gonad would tell me to use blue tack. That's what he uses on everything. Blue tack this, blue tack that. Okay, what are we doing now? Those diodes would be the biggest failure point for the whole board because they didn't solder in amazingly easily, and there's a potential for them not to be connected. BC85, this Firefox highlighting thing, BC857, which is, I guess, label 3 and 6, PNP SOT23. Now, is there anything else about that I need to worry about? Okay, BC857 and 847. We'll see if I've got these in the transistor sample book. If I don't, we'll have to see what their equivalents of 2N3904 or whatever else. Oh, man, okay. BC817, 807, BA, S, BA, be really useful if this thing actually had the transistors that I was looking for, huh? That was weird. The little sample book fell on the keyboard and went to like a random scene, and it also unseated my glasses. I've got some transistors that I ordered, but I don't know what they are. I don't really know what they are. I think one of these has transistors in them. What are those? TL04 what? I think it's something else. Somewhere around here. There's like a lot of them. Those are RP2040s. No. Oh, these are the 13700s. I have so many of them. I have nowhere to put them. Nope. Yeah, I remember getting something that had a bunch of these BC. Yeah, Raspberry Pi CPU. Yep. These are supposed to go into the keyboard project that I have, but I haven't been able to get them in there yet. Now that the smoke is somewhat clearing on PCB design, we can probably get back into that one and actually order PCBs. I haven't labeled these yet, which is kind of a problem, especially when you have stuff that doesn't have a good label on it. Like those. I don't know what those are. I think those are 3-volt regulators. Can't be sure. Oh, dear God. What are you? What are those? Those might be 2222's equivalents, but I'm not sure. Oh, God. I don't know what they are. I do have a transistor tester, though, so maybe I can take a look, but... So what am I looking for? I'm looking for transistors of a particular flavor. And these are BCs, which have the 857 and the 847, I believe are equivalent to 3902 and 3904. I think I can swap them in. We'll double check that, but first I gotta actually find the components. Nope, none of that. None of that stuff. That collection of transistors, I feel like I need to buy a new one of those, or at least just like a sleeve to put my own in, because they're just not, don't think they're the right thing. I need those BC whatevers as part of that, because those are the more common audio stuff kind of thing. 3904, no, that's not it. That's a quad. X308. I'm gonna have to turn one of these into a pinout thing. X inverter, level transistor, opto isolators. Nope, none of that. Weird regulators, shunt resistor, miscellaneous, trim pots. Oh God. None of this. We're going through all of my parts right now to try to find one single thing, and it seems like, I don't know, did I pass over it? I guess I did. Oh no, there's 2 more bins down here. Way at the bottom. And all the other bins are starting to fall in around it. It's like trying to dig a hole in dirt. Gate driver, LPF, FET driver, tri-free motor drivers. Nope, none of this stuff. It's all my LEDs in this one. Is there a toggle switch there? These are all sockets. Nope, I must have passed over it. Okay, hold on. I know I have the parts. Just gotta find them. Isn't that always the mantra? Yeah, those can stay there. Okay, cool. All right, let's see here. Somewhere there's either 3904 or 3906. I'm having trouble finding it. Oh, maybe it's over here. It is. That's what I was looking for. God damn it. The one that was already out. It was already out on the table. Okay. Bada bing. Oh, we don't need this anymore either. These things are ticking time bombs. If I drop this, it'll explode and send components everywhere. You just gotta be careful with them. Ow, pinch my knee. Okay, so I only have so many different components and FETs and whatnots. And we gotta see if, you know, the 3904s or the PMOS FET and the whatevers, we gotta see if those actually are equivalents to these. BC857 and BC847, because I think I have through-hole BC847, but I don't have surface mount. Been trying to get into mechatronics. I have a Raspberry Pi breadboard and kit basic electrical components. I'm interested in sensors and motors. Are there any kits you recommend? Kits? I'm not sure. Breadboard sensor breakouts are pretty good. And looking for the most common things in mechatronics. It's hard to name. I don't know what exactly. Finding like a project that you want to do and then moving from there is always good. I bought this 301 sensor kit for breadboarding, but I'm a freak. Of course, I'm going to use a lot of those sensors, and that eventually became my microcontroller and breadboarding bin. The breadboard is really a good thing to work off of, but eventually in mechatronics, it's not going to be good enough because things will disconnect from it. But I think there's a lot of really popular kits out there. Just find what I think people are getting into the most. Checking out, I don't know, a site like Reddit where it's gonna sort of percolate, or rather, what is it called? Yeah, percolate. The best suggestions are gonna percolate to the top for things that other people, like solutions other people's want for their projects. So you're looking at like, how do I move a motor, or how do I turn on a fan? How do I make a computer fan go faster and slower? Things like that. Yeah, RC cars, little robot kits and stuff. There's all kinds of good stuff out there. I'm not dealing with that, so I don't really know what the good stuff is. That's why I'm saying, like, just lurk somewhere where you're going to learn about what people are generally doing, because there is sort of like a commonality. People do a lot of the same stuff, and then if you do the same stuff that a lot of other people are doing, you have plenty of support when you have a question about what to do. BC857 and BC847 equivalent. So there's a space in there. Equivalent, and then let's put in Euro rack just for fun. Oh, this website, I don't know if it's a great website. I haven't really checked it out closely. Substitution. It doesn't like give you the answers. This is like way too information-y. I would like to know what an equivalent is. Let's go to like let's see, a synthesizer. Synth DIY, and you've got, yeah, this is, unfortunately, this is the barrel that we are staring down right now. I think we ran into this last time with somebody asking this question. BC547 NPN SOT23 equivalent is equal to BC847. 3904, 3946. Why are you just... Jelly bean's about the same as 3904, 3906. There we go. So that's 817807, but we're looking for 857. 857 and 847. So let's try 857. Oh, whoops, I'm putting spaces into the search, my bad. Let's see, where else are we talking about it? I like the 3904, 3906 because of the small geometry. But when in need of a higher beta, the 547, 557, 847, 857 in B or C grade are good. For real low current, I like the 5807, 5809. The other end of the current scale, family are good. Just as common. Those are there. Can I get an answer, please? Here's what I have so far in the condensed table. What? Oh, this is supposed to be in a table. That would be very helpful if it was, but it's not. Ay, ay, ay. So, 857, 309. 8675309. Okay, 857. Is that even in here? Where is it? 847, 857. So the last one in the row. 3906. So I think we can get away with that. Maybe. I really am kind of just doubling down on my own biases here and not really listening to what everybody's saying. 3904 NPN. Do we have 3906? I have a 3904, but not a 3906. What the hell is wrong with me? What the hell is wrong with me, chat? What am I doing? What are we doing here? Why do I only have... Okay. Back to the book of disappointment. What up, JK? So 807 and 817. BC 817 is the NPN. And this one's the PNP. And they're listed. So I might be able to use these. $3904, $3906. Here's 3904 and 3906. So we could technically use these, although I'm not sure what the spec differences are between them. And we've got this sort of hastily delivered table. So for the 857, 309, 8675309. 807 is the fourth entry in this. 3906 is the fourth entry in this. And then the other ones were what? These are 807 and 817. So 807 is the fourth entry in this one. So the difference is, I would love to know the 857, which is BC 857 versus the BC 807. Gold dope, naturally CMOS. SOT23 with 223, blah, blah, blah. Low noise. BC 850, 860 as the low noise members of the BC 847, 4849. What are we looking at again? We're looking at BC 807, 817. And we're looking to replace 857. BC 850 and BC 860. To have those, I have 807. You know, low noise is low noise, but okay, I'm just gonna give up and put whatever I have in front of me into this thing, and hopefully it is somewhat acceptable, because we've got all of this information, but none of it is specific enough for our purposes. These guys are talking about gold doping and shit. Apparently, this is a perfectly acceptable comment on this forum. It's just to list out a bunch of part numbers and have one sentence. Figured that some power types should be added as well. Are you adding to the table of equivalence? What's going on here? Or is this just a listing transistors forum? Hey guys, transistors, transistors, transistors. I was really hoping to get something at least a little bit equivalent, but okay, I guess I'm just going to put random shit in and hopefully nothing explodes and my device works at all. Sure, why not? So in place of the 857, well, let me scroll back to where that thing was, a quote-unquote table. 857, 807. What was the other one? It was 847. One of these. Hold on a second. I want to get this right. So 857, that becomes 807. That's 3 and 6. And then the other ones will be, and just to double check, the 817. Sorry, 847 is the second entry, which is 817. Okay, so 807 we start with, 807, 3 and 6. Come on. Curse you. "10 minutes to an ad." I mean, this is kind of fun. I might do this again another day. I'm not going to go all day tomorrow because I have a feeling I'll piss off everybody else in the house. I have certain responsibilities around the dog and around feeding people and doing dishes and stuff like that, where I can't do a full marathon, unfortunately, in the situation that I'm in. But it's nice to tune everybody out for a whole day and actually get some work done here that I've been meaning to do. So 3 and 6. So there's 6 right there. 3 is the other one. Like, why label it like this? Just put, it's like, this is like flirting with the right answer. That's what bugs me the most, is having these symbols for certain resistors and having a singular number for certain transistors. It is so much trying to not be like the man, but needing to do the thing that the man does. So it's just petulant. It feels petulant, is kind of what it feels like. Where it's like, I'm not going to do it your way, I'm going to do it my way. And it's like, well, listen, the other way exists because of its utility. Ah, jeez, I'm making it worse. We number things in electronics in a particular way just because it makes it easy. And if we all do it the same way, that means we can more easily troubleshoot each other's designs. There's a functional sort of community thing behind why we would do things in a particular strange way. If I see a component that's labeled L5 and it looks a little bit like a resistor, I can assume that it's some kind of a coil just by marking. I can't be totally confident about that until I test it, but still, the solution is somewhat there already, right? 7 minutes until an ad. So again, these are just singular pin soldering jobs. Just go from one thing to the next. Just give it a little boost of solder. I'm not rushing this. I'm trying to take it easy and hang out with you guys, which is why this thing is taking so long to build. I'm sure putting down solder paste and just depositing all these things on one thing, and then you go, and then your components fly in every direction. I'm sure that's faster, but still. Okay, so the rest of these are 817, and I need 4. That's 4. The only problem with all the Toby Fox music that I've got in my head is that the 505, I guess I can detune the 505. I don't know if I can get it to the same scale that Toby uses in all that music. I was thinking about if I wanted to get the 8-bit music thing for the Eurorack module, but I don't know. I don't know if I'll be able to figure stuff out with that. But I guess I can use the tuning knob to kind of detune a little bit and get to that right scale that he uses. It's that special Nintendo scale where it's like not on the typical stanza. There's 4, right? Where's the 4th? Oh, it's under this. 4. F-A-W-A-R, 4. Working with these little goobers is nice. They're pretty easy to align. You just have to make sure they're upright, which is hard to tell. You know, these little booties that they have on the pins have to be facing downwards, otherwise you're not really going to be able to solder to it. Well, and your pins will be backwards. Ah, stupid. The IntelliHeat is so annoying. We're at a day and age where you could sneak an accelerometer into the soldering iron handle to figure out whether or not it's still in use. They should probably be doing that. They probably are doing that with the newer ones. This is an older design. It works very, very well, though. It's a 300 watts, so it's kind of a bruiser, which means that I don't run into the situation where you have a sudden solder bridge, when you're adding solder to something, and it suddenly bridges to a ground, and the ground ends up being a heat sink, and so your solder solidifies and your iron gets captured, and your iron's unable to provide enough heat to release itself. I've had that happen before. You have to go get a blowtorch to release things, or a blowtorch soldering iron, which is a thing that I have in the drawer. The blowtorch soldering iron allows you to get tons of BTU into your big joints and get it in there fast so that it doesn't propagate through the system and blow up any plastic elements that might be connected to your board. If you can get away with it, preheating the board is also a way to avoid that sort of thing. Getting a board preheater and having your board have a little bit of energy in it already helps greatly with big heatsink connections. But typically that's really not necessary, and most of the time just running and getting either the precision blowtorch or a butane iron are the solution. Whoops. That is too far up, but my hands were getting tired. Okay. Whew. A little cluster of diodes. Oh, 2 minutes. 2 minutes, and we'll see if I can get whatever signal it is on the other end of my node red and figure out what the error is. Why is there an error? One's already soldered. Over here. I will stop working as soon as the ad break starts. You know, they'd let you customize your page, but it still includes create a clip, which is, why would I want to do, I'm the broadcaster, why would I want to do that? That was way too much solder on those. These should have just a little tiny bit of solder on them. They should look like they're just barely kind of getting wet. Am I melting this? Try to hold it at a higher angle. 2 minutes. All right. That was a little sloppy. Not too proud about that. All right, 1 minute, 50 seconds. Let me get ready here and see what Node Red's doing. Do we deploy? I'm going to deploy. Ooh, that was right in time. 1 minute and 30 seconds until the ad break. So I've got my debugger deployed there. This one should be off. Yes. Okay. I'll clear that. And so now we're looking to see if our ad break gets down to this node here and actually gets through. If it gets through the node, we should by all means see something appear there. But if something appeared there, then by all means, it should have set the duration and turned on the lamp. So if it's not getting here, we've got to take a closer look at this node and see what the hell's going on. It's weird though, because we can find the actual thing in our log just fine, and I'm putting in exactly the right stuff for it to get sort of filtered through to that destination. All right, about 30 seconds, and then, you know, there's kind of like a weird time where it like begins to think about running an ad. We'll see if this works. Well, now it's 30 seconds. Come on, bud. God, I need to do all the oh bother maintenance. I need to get a haircut. I need to trim my beard and all that stuff. I'm looking a little scrazzled lately, huh? 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And then there's like a question mark, question mark, question mark. And then it finally drops a couple seconds later. Or not. Come on. Any second now. Ad's starting soon. What do you need to do in order to start the ad? Why is there so much drama? There it is. Pre-rolls. Ad break ends in 2 minutes. Nothing. Nothing! So it's not getting through there. Oh, man. Okay, so the next ad we're going to get on the main log. And then I guess we'll get rid of debug 5. Well, we still need debug 5, but why isn't it getting that? Message payload event type. Payload dot, just double check. Payload dot event type. Payload dot event type channel ad break begin, and that was exactly what we got in our debug list. Channel ad break begin. Message dot payload dot event capital type. Yeah, that should, and that's ad break begin. Let's double check that it's connected. Oh, that was yeah. Hey, what's up, Untitled Goose? And that's connected there, and that's the same thing that's coming through debug. And all of our other nodes work, so why doesn't this ad break begin get the beginning of the ad break? So we'll take a look at what the ad break begin looks like again over here. I mean, I could manually make an ad happen at some point. So we'll get back to soldering once the ad break is over. They've still got a minute. How's it going? Pretty good. I mean, what we're trying to do right now is capture a channel ad break beginning so that I can make some kind of like an indicator light for myself. So I know to be boring. I don't want to do anything cool and exciting during an ad break, you know, when most of my viewers are off watching ads. You guys subs, I don't think, do you still get ads when you sub? I don't think you do. But some people out there will, you know, either have me drop down to 480p because their ad blocking script does that, or just simply have, you know, my mean mug mugging at them. No, I have an actual ad play, and then I'm relegated to a tiny little window in the corner. So I want to have an overlay that just says ad break right in the middle of the screen, so I can still run these ads, so we can get rid of pre-roll ads, so I have a little bit more discovery, so more people can find the stream. You see here, I dropped like 5 people left because of the ad. 1 second. All right, we're done the ad. We're done. We've finished. So we got another 50 minutes until one of these goobers runs. So I'll probably come back to this at some point. But anyway, now we are done with the transistors. What's the next component? Because something weird was not happening with our stuff. Okay, everything else is through hole. See, they like to use KobeCon. I like to use ThonkeyCon. These are easy to break, these components. Okay, so we need to do the Eurorack power and then the couple of thingies. So Eurorack power, let's open this up because we're going to be doing through hole now. Ow! I hate this thing. Sucks. This is the back end of a GeForce 4. The particular... Wait. Was it GeForce? Yeah, I think it was GeForce. That particular card had a very long profile, and in older computers, actually not even computers of this day, the previous generations would have the other side of the card rack where the other side of the card was supposed to be suspended. That didn't really get used in anything because nothing had a long enough card. We were able to make the electronics light and not, you know, bounce around when you move the computer. But when it came to graphics cards, they just started to get large enough to need fans, to need coolers, and to have enough weight that jiggling movement started to become a problem. And of course, in 4 or 5 generations ago, that became a big problem, to the point where instead of adding to the case a little card rack to capture the ends of the cards and suspend them better, they instead armored the sockets themselves so that they wouldn't get pulled out by the rest of the car. And people have to run little, Atlas Shrugged things to hold up the corners of their cards. GeForce, this one came out so long ago, some computers still had that card rack, and so this would fit in to the front of the computer card rack in order to support the rest of it. So that means there's this big section of unused PCB. I chopped it off, and now I use it as a soldering surface. Everything's got a history. Bro, what did you do? You soldered components down. Okay, so let's get the LM13700. This is the pièce de résistance. The entire point of this whole thing is that we are able to make some kind of a cutoff filter by putting a chip into this thing and having voltage controlled amplification. What I'm doing is I am rolling the chip. This is a long forgotten technique where you bend all of the pins at once on a flat surface. I pinch, I put my fingers on there, and then I roll with my fingers very, very carefully, because it takes a bit of force to bend all the pins at once, but then it takes only slightly more force to completely bend them over onto themselves. If you slip while doing this, that'll just ruin the chip. You get one bend out of these pins. They're so cheap that if you bend them once, anything after that is a statistical anomaly. And I'd show you guys if I had a 555 here, I would show you guys you bend, done, and it just falls off. So we get one bend, and when these chips come out of the sleeve or packaging or whatever, they're often much wider than what's on the circuit board. Can you warm them? Why would I warm them? Warming them wouldn't do anything for bending. It's this pig metal, this potash metal that they use. Absolutely terrible stuff. Been used historically on these things. You don't find good metal on chips. You find solderable conducting metal on these things. It's just what they do. Every single chip is like that. But they come with the chips with the legs bowed out a little bit. So that bending technique is a long forgotten thing. There are tools that you can buy that will bend the pins, but those are generally only great for like repair and stuff like that. So I do my little roll technique, and then if you do it right and you're careful, mostly falls in place. Just because of this one here. Your chip should fall right into where it goes. Now, some people would say you need a socket on these, but I'm not some people. This will be fine. We'll solder this fast enough that I don't think it'll need a socket. First thing I do is hold the through-hole thing with a finger on the other end. You could burn yourself doing this, but if you're not burning yourself, are you really soldering? So getting an anchor chip, I'm going to do opposite ends on opposite rows, and the solder will kind of dictate itself. It'll sort of penis potato itself. Sorry, dictate. The small solder I need a lot more on. Now you should hold heat on the pin for a little while because it's got to get all the way through that via and give you a good connection. But I guess as long as you've got solder to cover the pad, it should be fine. And you can feel the chip getting a little bit hot on the other end. That was probably like a ground pin or something. And of course there's a little notch, and that little notch is actually emulating what you would get in a vacuum tube. Way back in the day, we used to have vacuum tubes, and vacuum tubes are not square. They're not even a little bit square. I don't know why you would think the vacuum tube would even partially resemble a square. That was a very strange thing to think. This is a triac from stereo that is pretty much dead. There's really no shine to it anymore. It doesn't really work all that well anymore. But anyway, so this is an old audio transistor. Vacuum tubes had pins in a circle, and you would have a gap in the pins. So Pin 1 is right here. 2, 3, 4. So you keep going around the circle like that, right? Pin 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, etc. When we moved transistors onto PCBs and we started to get different packages for them, we put them in metal cans. And the metal cans were circular and they resembled this thing. And they had a gap, but then they also had a little piece of metal jutting out the side to tell you where pin 1 was. Then we moved to transistors in epoxy. Transistors in epoxy are square. And so you have pins on one side and you have pins on the other. Sometimes you have pins around all 4 sides. You have a notch that will tell you where pin 1 is, and then they put a square pad in just to be nice. And so you have pin 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And because we are coming from transistors, or from vacuum tubes and transistors, pin 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. So pin 1 and pin 16 are right across the gap from one another. There happens to be a gap back here. Who cares? But anyway, you count from pin 1 up on one side, and then you go to the other and count back the other direction. So that's why that is that way, just from the evolution of the electronics technology. And you guys say you never learn anything here. Actually, nobody says that. I have never heard that. Not even a little. Why is there still a capacitor sitting on the board? Why is that here? Oh, I thought I just dropped it there. Why is there still a capacitor? Did I forget to install something? Oh, gate drain source. So there's some kind of a transistor right there. Sorry, some kind of a FET. We'll have to get that in a second. And are we missing a capacitor? I think I failed to dispose of the 0.1 UF that was sitting around. Yeah, we're just missing one thingy-majig. Those are soldered in? Yeah, those are soldered in. I'm gonna watch those guys. All right, what are these two? What is R? What R is? JFET SOT23, J310, which is a JFET. Got an NFET. Logic NFET. We're looking for JFET. J and N, because everybody's got to be different. This is a PFET. A PF. Schottky. Triac. Quad. SOT23. NFET. PFET. Logic N. Ferrite beads. It's ferrite beads. Don't think it's ferrite beads. I don't know why you guys think it's something else. Maybe something that's hard to find. What was the name? LM? No, sorry. J310. I'm gonna use J310. It says or similar. I think I had a couple JFETs somewhere around here, but I don't know. Okay, JFET equivalent. J310. Equivalente. Cookies. I have an existing circuit that uses 2 J310s. That's very familiar. That's a very familiar sampler. That's very familiar. J310G. J211. None of these are parts that I have. J201 or 202. What is it doing in the circuit? Wait, what does it do? These nonlinear circuits are hard to figure out sometimes. Is that... Oh, here it's okay to call them Q1, Q2, Q3, and Q4. But when it comes to label... Oh my god, this drives me nuts. This drives me nuts. Which one is the... Which one is J310? Oh man. Okay, well, great. That's great. I can't identify anything. Don't know what goes to what. Could they be here? Could they be here? Could they be over here? Sure. Yeah, they could be anywhere. Nothing is labeled. Nothing matters. God damn it. All right, so J310, J201, J202. I believe you switched the currency to US dollars. Not what I'm interested in. Two with the arrows in the middle are JFET. That would be out here. So these are the transistors that are turning us back into voltage mode from current mode, I think. But actually, that's what, I mean, they say in the data sheet to use this guy right here. Yeah, why does the LM13700 need that kind of a buffer? I mean, in the data sheet, they didn't have anything like that. What did I do in my circuit? I might actually have JFETs. Hold on a second. One sec. Give me a sec. Yeah, the LM13700 uses those because the LM13700 operates in amp domain, and they have to get back into voltage domain, which is a weird thing that it does. It's just how it's able to do its job so effectively. And I guess these are buffering in there, but what did I do when I used the LM13700? I just went straight into the amplifier. I didn't have a JFET setup, and it was fine. I wonder if I could just bypass those. Well, somewhere around here, I think I have a bunch of JFETs. Hold on a second. The LM13700 is integrated buffers, but they decided to use JFETs. This is just this guy, how this guy does stuff. I don't know why. Maybe they're copying it from the actual synthesizer design. I think these might be JFETs. Not totally sure, but they might. Not really much of a way to tell, other than that I ordered it from Amazon. So I can look through my order history, maybe, and find when I ordered JFETs. That one time. It's in the place I hid that thing that time. It's in that place I put that thing that time. Would you get off of my desk? 0.1 cap is driving me nuts. JFET. Okay, so we're gonna use that. we're just gonna use this. This is gonna have to do. Why is there a vacuum tube on my desk? What year is it? Done. Okay, we're just gonna blast this thing with heat. We're just gonna blast this thing with heat until it goes away. And we'll call any JFET in a storm, okay? Also, J310 is an RF JFET with a high VGS off, which is a terrible choice for the buffer. Huh. You guys know more than I do then. Yeah, I haven't looked at the individual specs for these kinds of things in a while. I don't really know. Like, as soon as I did audio, I decided to turn my brain off. And actually, the thing is that terrible choice might be what, like, a principle of operation for the whole thing. The terrible choice might be where all the good filtering happens. So if we build this to engineering spec, we might miss out on the cool buzzing noises that it would be able to make. It's funny that it says JFET on one end and it says BJT on the other, huh? What could it be? Pretty sure these are JFETs. These are like the only JFETs I could find on Amazon because I live in an Amazon warehouse. I dodge robots at night, and shipping is just extremely fast for that. So I decided to do that. If I did DigiKey, it would take like a couple days to get the part. So I wang-jangled it through Amazon, and then it got fired out of a potato cannon through my window, and I was able to put these into whatever circuit I was using JFETs on. But it didn't make it into my mixer design. Ooh, get it off the heat. Get off, get off. Okay. Acquired JFETs. Acquired 2 blank circuit boards. Those are going in the garbage because I have too many of those because I've already eviscerated a bunch of these guys. What model JFET? I don't know. I don't know. I don't actually know. Let me just check real quick. You guys aren't allowed to see my Amazon.thong, and then we go to orders, and then we look up my orders, and then I search for JFET, and then I see J201 is what I'm going to be putting in there. J201. Is that? It's definitely not a J310. J210, 211, 311. FJ201. Yeah, nothing. JFET. Highly popular N-channel JFET. Widely used in audio preamps. Okay. High impedance buffer circuits and DIY guitar effects pedals. Okay, cool. So this is an actual audio JFET. So I don't know if that's like a bad choice or what. It made plenty of bad choices though. Should continue on as tradition. We should continue on as tradition. Okay, so, load up the soldering iron with a bunch of solder. Jerk. All right. Tweezers. I don't know what repercussions there will be of loading this thing with different JFETs, or if the FET operation is going to be somehow crucial towards the operation of this filter, if having some kind of an RF FET is going to affect audio in any way. I think there's solder coming down off of the pins of that. Okay, and then we can do all the through-hole stuff. I just didn't catch these before. Bill of materials hid them from us. Hey, maybe it'll work better. Although with an audio filter, is working better really good? Is that really worth it? Or do you want it to be absolutely terrible and that's part of your signature sound? That pin is way above where it should be. Wait a minute, what's going on here? Upside down. How did that even solder in the first place? Its little legs are in the air. We flip it. Flip it. And now we can put it in. All right? I I don't feel it hitting anything though. Oh, my peef and path, it's upside down. Again. How did that happen? What's the name of the module? Hold on, it's a nonlinear circuit, so everything is crazy. Everything is just mad. It's just mercurial madness. We should have called it that. Maybe my module will be called that. Hold on. So module name is the let's see. From memory, it's based on an ARP 4023. It's the nonlinear circuit series filter, star series filter. Which is, hey, cool, very serious. You know, we're going to be very serious about this one. Nonlinear series filter, which is copying an ARP 4023 VCF. And yeah, I guess we've got different transistors as usual, and we've got different FETs. I really need like a pack of the British FETs that everybody likes to use, or equivalents. I need like a pack that I can get that just has all of that stuff. What I should have been doing is taking notes on all this and make like the DIY synthesizer like pack. Dear God. What is going on with this? Sir, I need you to sit down. A little better. What is going on there? Is this one upside down too? Yes. Yes. They're both upside down. Oh, dear God. This is the annoying part about doing these individual transistors. It is difficult to tell where up and down is. None of my other flip techniques have worked, so I decided to just pinch the damn thing. Enhance. Enhance. Oh, just print the damn thing. Okay. Yeah, the BCs, aren't they British? That's what I thought they were. That's why B is in the name. I don't think that's right, Bother. I think you have a weird assumptions. Weird assumes. Oh, way too much solder. European. How dare you fucking come onto my stream and call me a peon? I will not allow for that sort of slander on my stream. On my stream. Conformete Europeani. Hey, that wasn't necessary. Ah, I just loaded up the thing with solder. Okay. So there, we got our FETs on, and they're exactly the right kind of FET that we should have used all along. Okay, let's get to finishing the IC, and I would really like to put this in something to kind of hold it up. From Europistan. I see, the old country. Anyway, yeah, the BCs have like other equivalents. Back in that day, we were all manufacturing electronics before, you know, it all moved over to China. So we had different part numbers for similar devices. And so a lot of the audio guys, they love using their European standard transistor kind of part numbers and everything. And it helps to know equivalents, but you know, sometimes the equivalents are like subtle and they have different properties for different equivalents. So it gets kind of confusing to try to sort of swap stuff in. I'm wondering if there's like a white paper or anything on that somewhere, because it's a common problem when you're doing all these DIY Euro modules, is that your transistors need to be slightly different transistors in order for you to be able to actually source them at all. And you got to go and ask the peonies what they think. And they're like, oh, hon, you silly, filthy American. And then they start just making fun of you. They punch their hand through the holes of their house, through the walls of their houses, saying that ours are paper. And I don't know what to say to that. It's crazy. I mean, you can get them to stop talking pretty easily. You just tell them to plug in an air conditioner, and that'll keep them busy for a little while. The small solder does not make the big through-hole stuff. Let's get the big through-hole solder. That little difference in width of solder makes such a big difference in the work that it takes to get solder onto the pins. I feel like I need to use even thinner stuff, but that thin stuff actually, under its own weight, will break. So this is nice and easy. It's just boop. Yeah, you know, solder, I was trying to gas you up for everybody, and you had to go and do that. Sitting here singing the praise. Stupid question, but why does American follow British units of measurement? Because you know, we used to be British colonies. That's where we came from. What do you mean, why does it use British units? It's the same reason that everybody holds their nose up at us and says, why do you call it soccer, mate? And it's like, bro, you fucking called it that, and we continued to call it that, and then we made a separate sport called football. We call that football, and they go, oh, you're so dumb. American dumb, haha, dumb, dumb American, haha, dumb, dumb, dumb. You did it. You did it. You brought it over here. We kept it. Because people in the 70s were too stupid to go back to metric. All of our standards are still in metric, though. All of our weights and standards and stuff are in metric units. It's just that we use English for that. Linear Systems makes JFETs suitable for audio. For example, the LSK170, that's a sub for the 2SK170. Audiophiles seem to love that one. If anything, I do not want to go anywhere near audiophile stuff because these are toys. You know, the modular synthesizer, while it can be used in professional audio quite easily, is a toy. You keep it with toy stuff. You don't use your most expensive. You know, these are my finest transistors. You can't handle my finest transistors, traveler. You don't need them in a toy. So yeah, that's modular synthesizers are just supposed to be fun. You know, little putsy little bleepers that make all kinds of cool noises. I don't feel the need to be putting the nicest of the JFETs into it. All right, that's our 13700 in. What are next? Well, the 10-pin connector. Yes, I did happen to have that just right there. I gotta get that in the right orientation, and it'll probably be easier to solder without the two pots just sitting right directly next to it. Then I need the 2 through-hole trim pots, and I happen to have a kit of these, so I was able to get the right ones. So I guess we'll start with this connector. Now, let's get it right. I put transistors on there that weren't originally in the circuit. Wait, where'd my stuff go? I put transistors on the thing that weren't originally on the circuit. They're instead of the what are they? The like 100 ohm current limiting resistors. Instead of current limiting, I put diodes on the power supply. So this one has, NPN, PNP, etc. Okay, so let's see. Where is a picture of the board? We closed the window that had all the pictures of the board. Eurorack power. Pin out. That's all I need. Yeah, okay, so with the thing on the right, positive is up above, so this goes this way. And of course, if I had a power cable near me, I would be able to see which one was striped. But that's going to block a bunch of stuff, but it looks like it doesn't quite hit our diodes. It barely misses the diodes, so that'll be okay. I prefer to use these shrouded, oh, it does actually. I prefer to use the shrouded ones because those, idiots, my friends, I mean, idiots, don't plug things in backwards when I have the shrouded connectors on. I'm just gonna file away the corner a little bit here. Filing away. There you go. Diabetic hand muscle cramps. Ah! Yeah, that's what my fingers want to do. They just want to, like, go backwards. We have to go back. Okay, take that. Put that in there. Hello? Go. Now that fits flat. I don't know, it kind of seemed like it fit flat earlier. Seems like my cut didn't really do anything. I guess it somewhat avoids the pins, but it's really like way out here that it needs to be flattened a little bit more. I'm just gonna take that at an angle. Plastic gives up really easily, doesn't it? All right, that should clearance the pin. The diode, rather. Yeah, cool. Okay. Get that in. I should plug a power pin in to solder this, but I think if I'm just fast enough, I can get away with soldering it without unseating the pins. Yeah, that's pretty good. I'll burn my finger if I do the lower one, so let me just lean it up against this. Hello? Try again. Go. Double check. We're flat. We're flat. Plus 12, minus 12, correct? Okay, got it. Cool. It's always a disaster if, you know, you get to this stage and you're tired, and so you go to solder everything in, and then last second it's like, oh, I soldered in power backwards and everything blows up. It happens. Happens to the best of us. Mostly, though, to the worst of us. How's everybody doing out there in TV land? Anything going on? No new drama? I didn't say anything that Moist Critical is going to make a video about me on. Although, to be fair, well, that's not the way I want to go about it, but it would be quite a boon for the channel. What's it saying? 15 minutes until another ad, and we can get to the next stage of what we're trying to discover with this Node Red thing. So at least I'm going to be, even if I decide that I hate advertisements enough to completely destroy the ad stuff in this channel, I would at least like to run them all the way up until I get this Node Red thing functioning. Thing is, like, those components are going to stick out here. It would be a good thing to do all the capacitors and stuff on the other side. The adjustments definitely need to be on this side of the board, though. All right, so which one is this? E5? Is there another marking on here? No. I got this wireless soldering iron, and it works freaking amazing for small stuff. Is it one of those, like, what do you call it? Okay, 104. So this is the 50K. Where do they go? Hold on. Actually, they're just labeled on the thing. 100K and 50K. He has the same picture for both of them. This is false. Fantic. I want to look that up. I hit the Windows key. That was the wrong key. That does seem very small. It's got a nice thick handle, although it seems a little too thick for me. By the way, I found out that my soldering iron is the one that's in Hail Mary. The movie, Hail Mary. It's my soldering iron. If you look at the scene where he's making a thing with the soldering iron, this is what he's holding. It's got the blue, the smooth blue front and the little blue ring at the back. Both false. 103 should be 10K. Oh yeah, 104. So they're both the wrong thing. And then 503 is 50K. Yeah, I was like watching the movie and I was like, whoa, shit. Of course, I fell asleep during the movie. That's on me, though. I was too tired. Well, of course, you were too tired. You fell asleep, Father. We got to do the 102s as well. I've got precision caps for these. And then those two 10 micro. Those are going to be hard to find. Where's our 10? There it is. These are a little bit nicer. They kind of fall into place and hold themselves in place for you to solder, but they are kind of annoying to adjust. Adjustment on those is very annoying because they're one turn. I like to use instrumentation multi-turn, the 25 turn pots, because they, one of the things I could have done, I could have put all the through-hole stuff on the other side. Okay, I'm hiccuping. Put the through-hole stuff on the other side of the panel and made a little cutout in the front panel where you can adjust this from. So you don't have to remove this in order to get to the potentiometers. I've done that before. It's kind of a fun thing to do. I guess I'm not going to end up doing that in this one because this would have to cohabitate with the connectors, and that's not going to fly. So I might need to cut the leads short on that one. Let's get these in there though. The house is rumbling. I don't know what the hell's going on outside. Is it the end of the world? It's probably just a helicopter going by. For some reason, we have a lot of helicopter traffic, and I think there's a small airport just far enough away, but it shakes the whole house. Like there's this almost subsonic rumble that's going on right now. Yeah, the iron was probably just whatever they had lying around, but it would be kind of cool if they were like, hey, Bother, we saw your stream, and here's a check for $1 million. And they're like, yeah, thanks, finally. The recognition I deserve. Okay, so there's our adjustment pots that'll tune this thing up. Now we need to find capacitors. I have a whole bin of capacitors, but I don't know how many 10 UFs I have. Then again, that doesn't need to be precise. That's not a precision part. Those 10 UF caps are just there for audio filtration. Sorry, power supply filtration to keep it from getting to your audio. Now, as we've done in the past, we can just kind of fudge a similar value. I don't even remember what I bought to have all these caps, but we need to make sure that the voltage tolerance of the capacitor is enough for our circuit. So what are those? Those are 10 UF, I think. Hold on, let me just go back to the page. Where the hell's my through holes? Hold on. Yeah, 10 UF through hole, 4.5 millimeter spacing, and a voltage tolerance that won't end up blowing up my house. How big are they on here? Probably about this size. It's about the size. So this one's 4.7. I'm tempted to use it. 3.3. What voltage is this? 4.7, 50 volts is good. 24 volts, so somewhere around 30 volts, because we have a maximum of 24 on this board because it's plus minus 12. 6.8, 50 volts, that's probably a little better, a little larger value. If I have more than one, it would be nice. Oh, 10 UF 50 volts. Okay, let's find another one of those. I do have some gold caps, but I never used them in anything, really. That was 1 UF. A 100 UF 16 volts. Nope. Not gonna do it. 3.3. There's got to be another 10 UF 50 volts in here. 3.3. Welcome to classical capacitor hunting. One UF. I've seen a couple use 1 UF. That done. Nothing changed. What'd you do? You got all that car work done? But nothing changed? 10 UF, 50 volts. Done. Okay, cool. Those are the two cap. That was the easiest cap hunt I've had in a while. They didn't change anything? Okay, so I've got a little plus sign that marks the plus, and then I've got a band on the capacitor that marks minus. So we make sure we get that right, or else we will have little bits of paper all over the place from exploded capacitors. So let's just anchor that one in by soldering one pin with my thumb on the other end of the cap, just so that it's definitely pushed all the way in. So I don't, so I don't accidentally knock into this and knock it off of the board. Really, technically, it should be facing inwards, because that would protect it from getting knocked off by the wayward synthesizer enthusiast. And of course, my fingers are trying to fold up due to lactic acid buildup because I have diabetes. Type 1. Don't type 1 into chat. Don't do that. Don't type 1 into chat. Stop typing 1. I said I had type 1 diabetes. It doesn't have anything to do with typing. Stop it. Stop doing that. Oh, we're about to get hovercrafts by here. I have to keep the window open during the summer and during the winter. During the winter to keep it cold in here, and during the summer to keep it warm, because the air conditioner is just in the next room, and it super cools this whole place. I get very, very cold if I work with the without having the window open. Roman numeral 1. How can you tell? Okay, so 2 caps sitting in a PCB 6 feet apart. Cool. I'm gonna flush cut these ahead of time. The flush cutters. All right, get this soldered in. Oh, almost desoldered. We good? We're good. Pretty rigid. Pretty rigid. 201, which is the beginning of a phone number of a friend of mine. All right, 201. From the precision caps. Which one's 201? 201, 102, 101, 104, 10. Oh, or this is 102, it's not 201. Oh, I was reading it upside down. 102. 1 nanofarad. They're yellow. I'm rusty. If I didn't have PTSD, would have did spark plugs, but one was looking rusty. Ooh, rusty spark plugs is bad. That's water. Don't know if it's an instant write-off or anything like that, but these might be the wrong. Oh no, they fit in pretty well. Hopefully it doesn't explode in any way. Or maybe hopefully it does explode. Ah, I just bent it over. The leads, circular, like round leads that aren't integrated chip leads do get more than one bend. It's just those chip leads that are made out of like the worst metal. Traditionally and modern ones are exactly the same. They all use this terrible, terrible metal. So you can bend them once, and then that's it. Yeah, I have neglected to do all of my paperwork for my car. I need to register it, and then I need to get it, like, all of its stuff, like the antique plates I need to sign up for, which requires me to take a picture of it, so I've been reluctant to do that. Okay. Through hole is vexing. Might actually be able to finish this thing today. Although we substituted in so many different parts. I'm going to go over these again and just make sure they're in there. Ad starts in 2 minutes. Yeah, I've been negligent in keeping my car on the road. I haven't needed it for anything though. That's the problem. I can just borrow a much nicer car. And none of my friends do anything anymore. They're all a drive away. Maybe they just don't include me in any of their plans anymore. Then again, they all have kids, so they're all in a different situation. They're all busy. I should probably smoke a bunch of meat and invite them over. Order them over. I should order them all over here. You will get to my house. If I did this in the opposite direction, so the input was on the right and the output was on the left, it almost could be that I could have all the components here and then the back would be just blank. But instead, there's just kind of this no man's zone there, which I guess is fine, because if I need to poke around and test on this thing, it's better to have it on the other side of the front panel. But for general population, to use your synthesizer, it's a much better idea. Oh, wait a minute, I can't use... Well, I mean, I can use them. It's just that if you poke on this side of the board, it'll do this. So all things considered, I probably should be using the Alps pots because they have the threaded bung holes. Probably means I need to pop off the little dot. Because that way, this whole thing will be supported, and if you go to twiddle the knobs and push them in, that doesn't really matter. That doesn't really matter. Let's just use these. We've got two here, and that'll hold it pretty well. It's just that the whole thing, this whole top of the circuit board is going to be wibbling in the breeze. But you know what? That's fine. It's fine. Totally fine. Oh, some of these have solder on the bottom of them, which makes them a little harder to plug in. They all have it. See if I can find clean ones. That's not the one I want. I want this bin full of cool stuff. Whoa, cool stuff. Oh, there's the ad. Ad in progress. Channel ad break begin. Oh. I think this is why it was not working. There was a single space at the end of channel ad break begin. So if we double check the spelling, Channel, Channel, ad, capital B break, capital begin, with no space. I think that was it. I think that was it. We can't tell for another 40 minutes. So we'll see. We'll see if we get, I guess we'll know. It'll just turn on. We'll know. I'll still keep this, but we'll know. Oh, that's so annoying. One singular space after channel ad break begin is enough to break the entire flow. And programming wise, that makes sense because it's looking for a particular array, a string array. Still, very annoying. I could use the little short goobers, but I don't think the little shorty goobers make it through the panel when you use the Thonky Cons. Let's just double check that. So if I've got a Thonk here, welcome back everybody. So the problem that we found, or that I found for this was that there was, I'm jealous of your potentiometer collection. This is only a recent one. Some of them are still there from the old instrumentation days, but there was a singular space after channel break add begin or whatever, one singular space. And I think that might have been enough to break everything. So in about 47 minutes, we'll find out. We're running ads. The reason I'm doing that is so that we don't have pre-rolls, because the pre-rolls kill your discoverability. This is many, many years of collecting, but most recently, these are from doing modular synthesizers. Playing around with the modular synthesizers. This is crooked and it's bugging me. It's just like that? Wait a minute. That's a little better. Good old electronics, huh? Yeah, I don't know how much I spent on all these. There was one big DigiKey order that got me the one big DigiKey order that got me a whole bunch of the wrong type. So some of this stuff is all right. You know, everybody's a critic. Jeez, what have I ever done to you? Just run in here, fart in my face, and then run away. Tee-hee-hee-hee, run away. Sheesh. These nonlinear circuits are very, very bold about the size of the pins for everything. The pinnis. So the pinnies go there, this go here, and if I attach that like that, then that's like a wee little knob to tweak. It's just a wee little guy. It is kind of enough to grip though. I am getting my grippers on it. I just got into audio electronics. It's very cool. Oh, welcome to the fray. If you're at a level where you kind of can read circuits and read schematic diagrams decently, you might want to check out Mutable Instruments Eurorack modules. You're going to be doing Eurorack. Mutable Instruments has a lot of the basic building blocks for things that happen in the modern Eurorack kind of dealio. If you're going to be using microcontrollers a lot in order to control things, and let's be honest, who isn't? It's 2026. A lot of the circuits that Mutable Instruments has in some of her later designs are very much akin to what we would use. It's a lot of the stuff that I put into my own stuff. General analog audio electronics, I say good luck. There's a lot out there. I don't have any good resources for that because it's crazy. Everything under the sun exists, and all kinds of iterations of stuff, and people have like a preference for certain components, and it's all over the place. 100K. Okay, that's two that have never been installed in a thing before. I'm looking for never been installed in a thing before because they don't have solder all over the leads, and they'll go into these things much easier. Yeah, there we go. There's all four. I'm using the weird ones because I like using the weird potentiometers on nonlinear designs. Nonlinear designs, the nonlinear circuits puts out a design like every 5 minutes. They make a new one every month. Supposedly, I don't know if they're still up to that pace, but that means that I should also build these very hastily. And all of my little errors come from weird substitutions of components. Thonky cons. And I've said this before, I'll do the spiel again. If your connector is not a Thonky con connector, it is simply a sparkling plug. Thonk.co.uk sells the Thonky cons, the correct ones, the cheapest I can find. And I'm in North America, so shipping is still terrible, but these are the good ones. And the reason that they're the good ones is because they have, oh, this is one of the bad ones. I can actually show exactly the difference now. Good, we can have the full display. The thonk.co.uk is this one here. You can see that there's a little bit of metal at the bottom of the connector. And what that metal does is that takes all the force from the nut. The nut. Can you just say that normally? No. It takes all the force from the nut. Without that, the hastily riveted ground connector, ground pin mount will extrude out the end of your connector and the little bent piece of metal that holds it in. So this entire thing will get pulled out and it'll render this completely useless. So you want to have the good stuff. You want to have the real ThonkyCon connector. Thonk.co.uk carries this. There's a Chinese part number that describes this connector. And I found that from Thingiverse, where they have a very nice model of a ThonkyCon connector. Thingiverse is a big free archive of 3D models for Fusion and other modeling software. It doesn't matter. You just get the files from them. Typically, a lot of things are like step files and stuff, but that's where I get a lot of my modeling career from. So anyway, the ones with the shoulders are the ones that you should be looking for. Thonk sells them by the burlap sack. So it's that, I think it's the best place to get them. Found out that my now former landlord can't get into rental property because we locked the keys inside, left via the garage door, but also he never set up an account for himself with the electric company. The garage door opener doesn't have power. Oh, geez. You could drill into the garage at a particular location, feed in a grabby tool, pull down the lock, and then open the garage door. No, I don't know. That's crazy. You'd think the landlord in some capacity would be able to get into their units, but I guess it's good that they can't. Okay, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 2 more. I have a righteous collection of many, many thonks. That's his problem? I guess so. Well, I mean, it would be your problem too if they had to get in there to shut off water or something. But I guess you're not really supposed to, your landlord's not really supposed to have that kind of access. This is going to be a kind of a weird thing to do. I need to get all these things aligned, so I'm going to plug them all in and then solder them. Oh yeah, wrong side. Yoink. Problem with doing this is that as soon as I move anything, it's all going to blow up. And if I wanted to plug this back the other way, I guess I need to do it that way. Okay, so good to know LT Spice saved me because breadboarding with no clue what I'm doing was frustrating. It can be. Yeah, I don't know. I don't like, Spice was a practical joke against electrical engineers from computer engineers. At least that's what it used to be. It's much better now. It works much better now. But I never had good model sim kind of stuff, so I never really used it. I would play around on breadboards, and if you're doing the right stuff, it can be less stressful. But electronics can be very frustrating. I very much understand that, because things don't go right, things don't work. That's it. You don't get any say in the matter. It's a big old binary 1 or 0 with some circuits. Digital and Arduino stuff really saved my electronics interests over the years. Being able to just sit down and write code very quickly and easily and get that to do something in the physical world really helped me out with a lot of different things. It really kept my interest going in building cool stuff. Of course, Julian has been pressuring me to get into Eurorack for about 30 years. It's been a long time. Julian has been just on my back about it. So having deleted the one spacebar, do we think that the add light is going to work? Is this thing going to turn on green for the duration of the ad? It's going to be off by a few seconds because that message rolls in. Well, actually, the message rolls in accurately. It's the tool that I have on my dashboard that's actually what's inaccurate. It's so weird. Okay, get this last one in. We're doing this because these solder pads for these thonks are huge. And we're going to need to put a lot of solder into them. I guess we'll probably test it maybe tomorrow. Or we'll hook it up and see if it blows up. I've got the module tester sitting behind me after all. This has taken a long time, and I think in the future, when we do the more complicated filter, this guy here, I think what I'll want to do is dedicate bins to the parts and have the pick and place so we can go through very quickly and build up that more complicated filter. That's going to be the cooler of these. The cooler filter. Filter, cooler filter. Just wearing sunglasses. Okay, get all these in alignment. Alignment. And assuming that all the numbers that I put into CAD earlier today were correct when all of you were asleep, this should fit in decently well. And given the amount of wiggle room that I've got on all these things, I don't think there's any contingency where they don't fit. But, you know who. Now we got to deploy tweezers to get to those the ENAs. All right, there we go. So that fits in. It looks like I probably need to have the potentiometers in here, at least just clicked into place to hold it relatively stably, which means womp womp. I got to get that out of there. Okay, so the problem is I can't put it flat down on the table. You got me. I have the stream up on YouTube and Twitch so I can see if the light works. You'll still be able to see if the light works though, because it'll pull, like, the stream will be put onto like a small window, and this thing is bright. I should have it be like a giant spotlight. Ka-chung. And then it like floods the whole room with light. I'll be sure to put it on camera, but yeah, you guys can pull it up on YouTube at the same time if you want to avoid Twitch ads. I know, like, hey, get paid there, player, but it's like, I can't live my life like that. I can't subject my fans to that sort of thing. We have a moral obligation to make the world a better place, and ads are not it. Oh, on the phone, it takes up the whole screen. What the hell? Hey, let's make phone usage more miserable. I mean, I also find it unbelievable that people watch me on their phones, but maybe if you're in like a waiting room or something, that's fine. It's crazy. More power to you. All right, there's our 4 adjustment knobs. So we can get these onto the Funky Cons at the same time as we get them onto our potentiometer holes. No, we can't. Okay, this has got to do it the dumb way, which is to lower it directly down and then use the tweezers to bend each of the leads in. We're about 30 minutes from the next ad, so it's good to see that the YouTube chat still works. I was getting a little worried. I was going to check on it in a minute. Yeah, welcome to the less busy side of Twitch. Those went in. What the? Wow, those went directly. That was weird. Okay, 6.2 was not a lot of room, but these still spin all right. They might not spin all right. Well, no, when I do the vinyl, I cut it. It'll be cut like right at the top, so. Do you get anything from YouTube Premium watches? I haven't been able to monetize YouTube yet. I'm just not popular enough. I'm not like some of these streamers that can just go make a VOD channel and have everything be perfect. It looks like the lead for this potentiometer is in kind of a bad place. Oh no, it's in between the two. Okay. Never mind. I was going to cut that really short because it could have potentially gotten in the way of a plug plugging into it. Yeah, I haven't been able to monetize anything on YouTube, unfortunately. I don't have the stats yet. Although I have been on the platform long enough, maybe they can, I don't know. I'll have to check up on that stuff. I missed a pin, and so now I've got to back everybody out. Okay, that's in. Everybody's in. All right, so now we can solder one of the pins. Whew, this is a hell of a thing. And if I put it down like that, it'll go into the wrong spot. So I'm going to hold it here where I can put pressure on it and then do the three-handed maneuver. That's not really going to hold it, is it? Iron's off. Damn it. Now, see, look at that. Ugh. Some bitch. Okay, let's push down on it. Yeah, this is what I hate about these non-linear ones, is that they've got these huge vias for all of the connectors, and so you can put stuff in like sideways and it doesn't care. These middle connectors are like bent. Ugh. It's bad. It's real bad out here, guys. See if I can get... No, see, they all moved when I did that. I'm just going to get a bunch of solder into one of these. And if I hold heat on these for too long, they'll end up warping the plastic. Okay, that'll do for that one. Let's get the one over here. Make sure everybody's straight. Yeah, they have too much wiggle room. In my own design, the mixer that I made, I used pins that barely fit the metal. They were oval shaped. All right, so that's anchored in. Let's get the solder to the rest of these. I think we're almost done. Getting close. It's going to require quite a lit. Quite a bit. Quite a lit, bro. Ugh. Hopefully I don't distort any of these with all the heat that I got to put into them, because you got to make a big like solder bridge on the whole thing, and these pins that, you know, they're not made for hot soldering irons. They're made for soldering irons at all. Although they are soldered connectors, you apply heat very briefly to them. But I wanted to have a nonlinear circuits design, you know, they're fun to build. They're kooky and hastily built, and they got weird parts on them. They sort of contribute to a lot of conversation on stream. Like, for instance, having an RF JFET for some reason. I think the JFET thing I was familiar with because the MC303, the Eurorack equivalent 303 module, has a JFET like that in the path. And I think that's why I have those packs of JFETs, so I could replace the JFET and try to see if I could get the module working again, but they did not. They did not work again. I don't know why. That's one of the most vexing. The M303 is one of the most vexing things I have. I have a user and a personal friend that has sent me the module, so I've got two of them, and they both don't work in the same way. They've got very quiet output. And so I've pivoted and worked on other stuff in the meantime, and I can come back with a much more knowledgeable base in order to try to fix them again, because I think I know a little bit more about the operations of these circuits after piddling around with a bunch of different designs. There we go. Nonlinear circuits, ThonkyCon, soldering marathon. Those are always a little bit awkward and stressful to get in. All right, so now for the pots. All of my potentiometers. Almost shouldn't solder these anchors, just so they're easier to remove. I haven't heard a lot of dog today. I don't know what's going on there. She was barky a little bit before. Hopefully she's having a fulfilled day. She'll probably be glued to me this evening when I come upstairs. She's like, oh my God, where have you been all day? It's a long stream today. I wanted to get like a full build of something done. I don't know how I'm going to test this. I don't really have an audio source. We have the tester. We have a like 1 kilohertz sine wave we could put in. But that's not really going to tell us what's going on frequency-wise. So, you know, maybe for tomorrow we'll figure out how to test this and get a good college try, get a good test in so we can see it in operation. And I'll have the rest of my synthesizer I can hook up to it. I'm doing this without magnification and just by hand, just because I know what to do. Know how long to hold the iron there and how to melt the solder on properly in order to get a good joint, a good John. Good one of these Johns. Good one of these Johns. I would have gone late into the evening, but this is doing pretty well. What does the module do? It is a filter. Beyond that, I'm not really sure. I bought it because nonlinear circuits and because filter. And Julian said I needed more filters. So supposedly, I'm guessing that this is like a frequency cutoff kind of thing. You know, like the diode ladder filter sort of made things go and sort of had different frequencies cutting off. As you twiddle the knob, it makes for kind of a cool sounding filtration on your audio. I assume this does the same thing, but with a slightly different principle. Now that is scraping a little bit on the 3D print. It's barely detectable. It's detectable, but it's barely detectable. I think that's okay. These aren't moving anywhere, so. Okay, well, did I forget anything? I don't think so. That's our full audio filter. We still need to do labels and stuff on that, but I can put that for another day, although we do have 25 minutes to burn here. Although I could just run the ad right now. That would be so cheap for you guys. I'm sorry. Do you get... Oh, I already read that. Yeah. Okay, so let's see. What are we doing? I think that single space bar was the culprit, though. So this is the nonlinear circuit series filter. A little blurb says this VCF voltage-controlled filter is based on an ARP4023 voltage-controlled filter. It's one of the 2 most common VCF, voltage-controlled filter, designs around, the other being a diode ladder, which we've made. It has great sound, very wide-ranging, and is happy to self-oscillate when the Q pod is cranked. Pics of the completed module, and you basically have... We'll have to make labels for this. TM1 frequency CV, and this is the sensitivity to the CV, and then resonance. And in 1 CV1, in 2 CV2, out BP and out LP. I don't know what that means. BP and LP? Let's see. Oh, there's all kinds of weird noises going on. Band pass and low pass, thank you. No, so it's, you know, audio and RF stuff. Look at this. This is exactly what I thought would happen with mine. Where the circuit board is just completely sideways like that. So we're band passing and we're low passing. That's what's making it go. Pretty cool. So we'll have to see. We'll have to see what this does when we can get it all together and into the Eurorack module. Now, okay, so I spent all day soldering it. I'm going to power it up. We're going to at least power it up and see if it blows up or takes too much current. It's still early in the afternoon and I wanted to do a long stream and I thought I'd get to multiple of these devices and I guess we just didn't. But we can hook it up to the synthesizer tomorrow and actually see it in action. I won't be able to do anything cool with it because I'm not cool. I'm not cool. So let's clean up some of our toys here. Especially these. These always make me nervous, the flush cutters, because they'll sit here like this. They're like, oh, nothing doing. I'm just sitting here, you know, cradling your precious soldering iron's umbilical cable. No need to worry about me cutting that line, causing a giant electrical spark and maybe starting a fire. No. Everything's great. Everything's groovy. Okay, so. I always clean up in case something explodes. I do really like these nonlinear circuit boards because it's just like a simple PCB. It's like simple electronics that perform one very simple task. And that's sort of how I see modular synthesizers. I don't like this and what is it, the microcrimes and ornamentations module, things like that. I don't know. Philosophically, it doesn't really agree with what I kind of want to accomplish out of a modular synthesizer, which is to have a bunch of analog electronics coming together in order to make cool noises. But then if you want to get into really cool stuff like quantization and weird things like that, the utility of having programmable electronics is much higher. And so with this one, at least, we can make a module that responds to control voltages, but also responds to chat. We'll be able to make something that'll be able to either output control voltages or audio effects or something that is in relation to whatever the hell chat's up to in that particular day. We can show it self-oscillating on the oscilloscope. On the oscilloscope. Perhaps. If it even works. But yeah, we can get into the self-oscillation. I haven't done any adjustments yet. There's no real word on what I need to do adjustment-wise. We need to power it and make sure that it doesn't blow up. That's sort of our first task. I'm going to wait for the scope to boot so that we have the scope to boot. Get it? Because it's like, yeah, to boot. Do you guys get the boot? Do you get that? Did you get it? Did you get the joke? You got the joke. You got the joke. You guys got it. You guys got it. I know you did. Cool. I have another nonlinear circuits module. How'd that go? I just simulated it on Spice. Very cool circuit. J201 works well too. That is very good to know. Yeah, simulating in Spice is a very powerful thing to do. I appreciate doing it physically in the real world because all of the explosions are moments in time in our lives that we will remember. And any explosion is a boon to the channel. Boon coming to the channel would be a boon to the channel too. Turn off channel 2. I did not mean for that to line up like that, but it did. Okay, so scope. So scope. There we go. All right. Boone is one of those streamer people. So here I've got my module tester set up. It's going to eventually get a much better setup here. This is powered by USB-C. So I get in a power cable, plug it in. That makes 15 volts, and then the 15 volts makes the plus minus 12. I then also have a 5 volt and a 3 volt regulator on this thing in order so that we can make various output voltages. Here are the currents, and they're in milliamps, and they're very low value because modular synthesizers are often wibbling voltage levels and not doing any actual work, just like a musician. So we don't need super duper, wah! What the heck? Tootsie, T2SDE. I am unfamiliar with you, with your game that you have. How is our done? What are doing? Who are? This is the raid light that we built recently. I've got a second one that I need to actually build, but this is an indicator of a raid. You get 30 seconds of emergency raid. Later on, we're gonna do more stuff with that, like turn off the shop lights and stuff like that. T2, wow. Okay, so I've got wows in here. I'm unfamiliar with the channel. Welcome to Twitch's Oh Bother. This is where I work on all kinds of my own little weirdo projects in electronics, and today it's Eurorack synthesizers. Previously on Oh Bother, many moons ago, I had a board on the wall what burnt the name of subscribers onto itself with a blue laser. It's coming back, but I haven't worked on that. I haven't done stuff in a couple years. T2linux.com. Here, let's give a shout out to T2C. T2STD. I'll give a shout out. Hold on, let's just gotta, I don't trust myself. T2STE. Hey, how do I work? PDF, what is that? Shout, no, slash, it's slash on Twitch. Shout out T2STE. Bada bing. Gotta run for dinner. Oh yeah, go do your thing, man. Hopefully I can do right by your intrepid viewers to keep them entertained or just laughing at me. They're just gonna laugh at me. Cool, you got a whole website. All right, I'll check that out later. Thanks for the raid, I really appreciate it. We do all kinds of stuff with microcontrollers here. A lot of programming microcontrollers, a little bit of motor control stuff, but recently we've been doing a little bit more on the analog electronicsy side of things. I have been wiring together Eurorack stuff, and today was a marathon stream. I am on hour 7 of building one single Eurorack module. The cool thing about Eurorack modules, apart from the standardization of synthesizer elements that allows you to have any kind of topography on your synth, and by topography I mean when you hit a button and you hear a cool music noise, you have all kinds of parameters that go into that music noise, and there are a lot of commonalities from synthesizer to synthesizer. So Eurorack said, hon hon, let us drink cappuccino, and if you have all the same voltages on these things and similar voltages and everything is tolerant, you're in your own little walled garden where you can just wire up whatever you want, have that attenuated to an output so you don't blow up your other electronics, and you've got a nice, crisp, you know, easy to use, cool thing where you can put together a myriad of different musical designs that will either make crazy sounds or completely automate the task of twiddling a knob. So, in that vein, I have built myself a module testing module. I have also built all kinds of other Eurorack stuff, and actually over on the table behind me is all of my Eurorack stuff. This is as much as I have, all that I own, and I built it all myself. I put it all together, I soldered it all, and I ordered knobs off of Alibaba that I liked, and then we used vinyl to make the front panels, and then I bought a 505, which is totally unrelated to the rest of that. But anyway, the whole thing is 7+ hours online. Are you okay? My brain are working good. I fine. Anyway, back over to here. This is the module testing module. It's a Teensy 4.0 that uses I2S modules to output music audio wave thingies. Basically, it makes the consumer level voltage and then it's boosted up by an amplifier in order to get it to the plus/minus 10 volt range. So I'm able to make all kinds of gate signals. I can't measure anything yet with this. The upgrade to it is in the works. It's in the works. It's going to be a 6-channel module. It's going to take up a lot of space here, has a very fancy screen, and hopefully I'll be able to get inputs and outputs through this thing. But that's not done yet. That's a whole wire wrapping thing. So today I decided that I would, you know, wake up early, drink a bucket of piss, and then get to soldering and solder all day. So we have built this nonlinear circuits filter, and I've gotten just about every part in there. Some of the parts I had to improvise. I've been collecting, amassing, growing collection of parts for modular synthesizers for some time. So it's good to flex every now and then and just figure out if you're able to actually build something. A friend of mine came over and he looked at all the synth stuff that I had and he said, you need a filter. So I have one filter and it's clouds and it doesn't work. So this one is the Nonlinear Circuits Sirius filter. And this is from a, hold on, what is it from? It's Nonlinear Circuits Sirius filter. That's low pass gate. That's the wrong one. That's a different one. Teensy. No, that's a pick and place for building. No, that's the wrong thing. That's the wrong thing. That's the wrong thing. Oh, it was actually off of this page. There we go. Sirius filter. VCF is based on the ARP 4023 voltage controlled filter. No idea what any of that means. I don't know a lot of stuff about modular. I've just been building it. And we are now at the very, very first power on of this device. So if we see either of these spike, we're in trouble. We don't really use this. These two are what we want to look at. And we want to have a very small spike. And then at the same time, we are going to take advantage of the fact that I have thermal imagery on this stream. We have a Lepton. Ow, I just scraped my hand on all those. Ow. We have a Lepton 3.5 thermal imaging unit. and that is connected to a Group Gets webcam module, and that allows us to have this very low resolution but decently speedy thermal imaging. You can see where all my veins are. Yeah, look at all those veins. Cool. So when I turn this thing on, the main killer of electronics is heat. We're going to look for anything that gets hot on this board. We're going to be very careful about it. I'm probably going to try to run an ad at the very end of stream because I don't know if I'm going to make it out. We got 13 minutes until another one. So, all right, ready? Here we go. 3, 2, 1, go. Nothing blew up. Did anything blow up? Is it getting hot? It's almost concerning when things don't get hot. It doesn't necessarily mean that it works. Do we have any current usage? I'm not seeing any current usage. It's possible that power isn't getting out to the rest of the board. To be fair, it's even not 10 by 10 pixel heat cams, so that's something. Feds, get him because he has a heat tech. The frame rate limitations are because of federal, what is it called? ITAR restrictions. See, look, even this gets warm in operation. You can see the heat on all the modules. So I'm wondering if maybe, well, there's a little bit of, we got something right here in the op amp. So there's a little bit of something going on in the op amp. This is fairly analog, so there may be very little going on here. So let's try our high pass filter and see if we can get it to wobulate. A little bit of movement. Some. Wait, did that have a center detent? No. Try go this way. Ah, ha, ha. Ah. Take out that time base. Oops, that's voltage. Time. We've got wobulations. And they are full spread plus minus 10 volts. So that is good. That's a good thing. That mean work. That might work. That might mean work. Oh, this one's cutting off. Which means I think I adjust one or the other of these. I'm just making this up as I go along, by the way, chat. I don't know what I'm actually doing. That's the frequency. In some way, shape, or form. Oh, that's the roundness. Whoa. So that cutoff is not really something that I can control. It might be due to the statistical anomalies in the different thingy-wingies that I'm doing. And there's the frequency. Doesn't look like it gets too high frequency, but I guess I adjust that over here. You guys can probably, you might be able to hear stuff on the mic if I touch the wrong things. Yeah, like if I go there, then this will have more. Oop, that's amplitude. It's not actually what it's supposed to do, but I am letting it oscillate. Well, okay, so confirmed for at least initially working. We'll be able to test it a little bit more tomorrow. I don't know, let's stick around for 10 minutes to see if the ad light works, or I could just, I'm gonna manually run an ad, because I think this is a logical conclusion to the stream. It's gonna take more than 10 minutes for us to finish testing and labeling this thing, but as far as I know, I've mostly built the circuit correctly. There may still be some like, you know, weird solder joints and stuff on the back of this. I will have to investigate that. Luckily, this is in an era of technology, sort of the transition from through-hole to surface mount, where I excel. The early surface mount stuff, very easy to solder and maneuver around. It's actually kind of fun to build circuits of this nature. That's why I'm really drawn towards the nonlinear circuits. I like them a lot for these reasons, but we'll be able to test it with actual like audio. I'll get my attenuator over here so I don't blow up my house, and we'll be able to actually test some like real stuff on this. Good stuff. You guys got here just in time for the conclusion to it all. I'm gonna run an ad, and while I'm running an ad, I'm just gonna take a look to see. Yeah, it's self-oscillate. That's all I can really test right now. without sending an audio signal into it. So anyway, like, here's what I want to do. I'm going to manually run an ad, and while I do that, I'll look to see if there's any streams that are worth rating right now. There probably are. There are probably a couple of people that went online, because I am. We're ending a little bit early. I mean, I would like to go till 5:30, but I haven't seen my dog all day, so that's now my priority. So what we're going to do is run a quick little ad. I will be here the whole time, I promise. I'll hold your hand. It'll be fine. We'll all make it out of this alive. Let me just run that ad, and what I'm looking for is to see that, if you guys don't know, I've got all kinds of real world like operation stuff going on. If something happens on Twitch, I like to have it have a physical, like a reminder, or a light turns on, or a fart noise is emitted. You guys can actually set off fart noises in the real world, which go through a dollar store fart noise maker that I hooked up to a Harman Kardon speaker. And those cost channel points. So you spend your, yeah, there they are. Those are actually physically in the real world. They're not like a soundboard playing on something online. So here's the idea. Here's the idea light. If somebody says idea in chat, the idea light lights up because somebody had a beautiful, wonderfully bright idea. What a great idea. Thank you, chat member, for your idea. So, and if somebody says Willow, a little picture of Willow turns up right there, who's the dog that I am desperate to see. I can just manually do that. I have a button for it. There she is. She's dead. We killed her. You killed her. It's your fault. Oop. There's another picture of her. Back when she was alive. Where's like a head-on? There we go. There's your puppy dog. There's the puppy. Raid notification does not do anything if you say raid notification in chat. That's not a thing. So anyway, what I've hooked up and what we're going to eventually have is when an ad is playing right now, this light will turn on green and remain green for the duration of the ad. In the future, I will hook it up to a giant overlay. So it just says like Twitch ad playing, big obnoxious letters in the middle of the screen, so that we know not to do stuff, right? We know not to sit here and do things that are too interesting. I'll just talk with the subscribers basically for a little bit, and then we can jump back into the project when the ad's over. What that does is not make me money. There's no way I'm gonna make like $1 off of the ads. We're not pushing that to make money. I'm pushing that because my discoverability goes up. People who are channel surfing can just click in and watch. They don't have to wait for an ad to expire in order to watch what I'm doing. That's why I'm doing this. So, that said, you guys get to make the sacrifice of getting an ad right about now. Hold on one sec. We'll do that. Okay. Run ad. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. It takes a minute. It takes a minute to actually propagate into the system. There, it worked. Yeah. Oh, it turned off very quickly. Why did it turn off very quickly? It turned off very quickly. The time didn't load up properly. All right, so now we got to wait 3 minutes and then we'll catch everybody up on what's going on here. Why was the variable so small? Message.delay, payload.duration seconds, ad break begin, user ID. Why is there flashing coming from behind me? Oh, it's because this light over here I've transferred from upstairs. An ad about Evil Dead Burn. Thanks, I hate horror. Raid Nano Fixie. Oh my god! 180. So now I gotta figure out what's getting over to this part of the node. And I can't run another ad. I wish I could simulate this. Because this looks like it just went in as 18, or it defaulted to 4 seconds. But action, delay each message, override delay with message.delay. So message.delay, no space bars in any of this, is set to payload dot duration seconds, which is right here. raw event, broadcaster, user login, blah, 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 blah. Duration seconds, 100. And then we're taking it from event type. Do I need to get into the raw event somehow? How do I do that? You guys are back. Welcome back. So ad break ends in 45 seconds for everybody else. I'm going to wait. Oh, Rigel's in front of debug. Sorry. Yeah, people are returning. We got 30 seconds until the official one is over. Here, let me just see who's online. Who do we got? Got Nanofixia, Tomato, Strippin, Mecha Chameleon on Doug. I am tempted. Oh man, Rubber Ross is playing with them too. That would be awesome to. Rabaz is doing Kerbal Space Program, so we might actually throw you guys at Rabaz. Because Kerbal Space Program is pretty cool. Cassidoo is also on. FY27? Yeah, what? It's software and development, but I don't really know what their MediaTek is off. Everybody else is offline. Okay. Oh, and TechSmith is doing D&D. Yeah, so the closest, I think Rabaz is probably our best bet. I love Rubber Ross, and I would love to raid his channel, but we're not that relevant to what he does. If he was working on something a little bit more techy, it would be something that I want to do. We'll throw you guys at Rabaz. He's probably going to end up playing War Thunder for about 11 hours, though, so... What's that? We're all the way up there. Idea doesn't work from YouTube. It doesn't work from YouTube. It only works from Twitch. I would like to get it working with YouTube. I've got like a YouTube NPN thing that I need to make and get into Node-RED. I think that'll be able to get us YouTube chat in these node flows, and then we'll have all the same triggers and everything. Maybe not the channel to ask, but is Tom Thinks still streaming? I have seen him occasionally, but not as much as he used to. So I don't know what's going on, if he got a job or something like that, or life circumstances. I'm not totally sure. We don't talk all the time, right? Okay, so message payload duration seconds. I have absolutely no idea what's happening to that payload. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to eat up all of my goodwill. Yeah, I would like to get YouTube on. I've got an idea of how to do it. I've got a web page open on the other machine that I need to just go through the steps and see if I can deploy the YouTube chat widget that'll find the chat and you know, monitor what's being said and then trigger these Node-RED flows. I would like to do that very much. I don't want to keep YouTubers like sequestered, but for now, that's just the way it is. All right, listen, everybody, I apologize, but I need to do this. This will be the last thing that I do, and then mid-ad, I'm going to... Well, actually, once we come back, we'll raid Rabaz, and I'll have a total of 4 viewers. Actually, it's not letting me... Yeah, it doesn't let me run an ad for a little while. Okay, we'll test this tomorrow. This will be tested naturally tomorrow when I go live. So I'm gonna deploy the flow, just so I know what I'm looking for in the future. And then I'm going to leave you guys. I'm going to bid you adieu. Here is the end stream card. My Blue Sky got hacked, and it has not come back yet. So in about 20 hours, 16 minutes, and about 10 seconds. What time am I getting? 20 hours, 16 minutes, and 10 seconds. It's like 12:35 Eastern time. I don't know which Eastern time we're on, but about 12:35 Eastern. I will go live and we will work on more stuff. I've got another module to build. I don't know if we'll get into there, but not found account has been suspended. It's still dead. Some bot got into it and started sending spam. I had like 300 something followers because that was right around the time everybody migrated to Blue Sky. And so you had those links you could click to subscribe to all kinds of things. And so all the makers went over. And when I did that, Gonad was like, you got to get on this. And I did. And he has like 500 people following. I've got like 3. It was awesome. It was a great boon to finding similar, you know, people doing this kind of stuff. Then it got hacked right before I could put 2-factor authentication on it, and then the account gone. So I sent them correspondence saying, hey, can I get my account back, please? and I've gotten nothing in return. So I don't know. They probably have an extremely high volume of tickets to get through. So who knows what the hell's going to ever happen with Blue Sky. I'm keeping the link in there, but it's dead. Discord is my only social media at the moment, and it's kind of wonderful to be disconnected from all the bullshit, to be honest. So, all right, I'm going to leave you guys. We're going to raid Rabaz. We'll throw you guys at Rabaz. Hopefully he's not playing War Thunder yet. Listen, if Rabaz is playing War Thunder, you guys can leave. You guys can all just leave. Okay? And I'm going to go walk the dog and stuff. I'll see you guys later. Let's wait for that to propagate a little bit. Bye-bye. Have a good day. How dare you say that to me? No, see you guys later. Much love. Love you guys. Thank you for watching the stream. We have a lot of cool stuff to get to. As usual, I am under a mountain of personally chosen projects to get through, and I'm working on something completely different from what I should be. It's the usual procrastination and working on everything but. But that said, let's go raid Rabaz, and I will catch you guys on the flip tomorrow. What are you still doing here? What are you still doing here? Why are you still here? Are you like a YouTuber or something?